All right. Thank you, Father, for the internet. Thank you for making, the internet, how it's changed this world so much. Although it's very evil, very, very evil, can be used for good, just like all things. Um, Many things are like that I can think of that are good and bad. Like they say a police officer, right? A bad police officer, a good police officer. So, a weapon can be used for good or for bad, correct? So, many things are are both. Both can be used for good or evil. And so the internet, the interweb, the World Wide Net, it gets it goes both ways. It could be used for good and it could be used for evil. So I thank Father for allowing me to be in a time birthed where the internet is here, and it allows us to make documentation and reach all four corners of this rock. And like he said, he'd send the four angels to all four corners of this rock that we walk on here. So it's taken a really big turn for the worse. This case is um, why they would send a judge from Josephine County, where I said my son is could potentially be murdered from. It's crazy, Carl. I don't understand this. I don't understand it at all now. I don't. This took a very large turn for the worse. When the judge from Josephine County, when I said that my son could be murdered, and I didn't even know I was speaking to a judge from Josephine County, Pat Wolke. I'm not sure if you got the update on the court case, but very alarming, very alarming. I think this is you can't make me represent myself. That is a violation. I know what was done to me the other day. I don't know if it's ever been done to anybody. He threatened me. He was going to go send this to trial in 6 days, and the attorney quit 3 months ago. So there's no jury. There's no. This has to do with Judge Vandenberg continuing this case. I knew there was a reason why he continued this. This is a setup, and they're trying to set me up. This is sure I have it documented. I have the evidence. That's the beautiful thing about this interweb, is I've been able to document this, and make this discovery and evidence under the right of discovery and suppression of evidence. They have to bring up all this YouTube evidence that I've created. It says that in their discovery that they are monitoring the channel. So at the time of the SWAT raid, there's just too many things, too many mistakes. They assaulted me, attacked me. They didn't know that they had already grenaded my daughter. That's the case is done. And so I think they have every reason to try to cover. If they can get rid of me, it'll just be dust in the wind. There's not enough of you guys on the other end, that just can. I don't know anybody that can carry the torch. So um, it's because I live this life. So I have to put faith that I always have in Father, that he'll, whatever his results is, it is what it is. But how could I tell a judge from Josephine County that my son was killed in his county or missing, and my daughter, and he didn't stop the proceeding, the pretrial conference, to say we need to take a recess and have a discussion? This is, I didn't even know that I was talking to uh, Pat Wolke, a judge from, there's not another Judge Wolke in this county. It's Judge Wolke from Josephine County. And he drove over here 4 hours. That means he must have got up at 3 or 4 in the morning. Uh, yes, actually, it was an invasion. Thank you. It was almost an execution. It was almost an execution. They hit me in the face with a grenade. They had already grenaded my daughter, and remember, they had no warrant. And I think that's why they've disappeared, the both of them, because when they need to cover up, that's massive lawsuits on their case, just on them. They made Elijah work extra hours. Twice he did the probation. 2 times he did it. 2 times. And he did it with his wife. All the motives there with Marshall, the guy, they denied me call for service to go where they had a warrant for my son's arrest to go get him. Why would they ever do that? Why would they not go and get him? If they had a 7-year lock, stock, and barrel warrant, why wouldn't they not go pick him up with another violation out running from his trial? Oh, we know where he's at, but we're not going to go get him. I don't believe Josephine County knows where Elijah's at. I believe they're involved. Well, they do. They're involved in his missing body and my son and my daughter's missing body. That's why there's been zero contact with him and myself. He would have contacted me by now. If he's going to go run and face a 10-year prison sentence, I don't think he's going to care about just saying, hey, Dad, what the hell are you doing? Hurry up. Why'd you pay off the land and not get an attorney? Why would you take care of the ministry before you'd help yourself? Why are you doing these things? Why are you not just, why are you waiting on them to do this? I'm sitting here now on the run. Something, anything. Dad, I'm alive, I'm dead. Fuck you, Dad, I hate you, anything. And I know he doesn't hate me. He was moving here. His wife, they were bringing their things here to move here. We were putting together building materials to build his house, picked out the land. We were invested. This is something we were rooted in, and they just uprooted all of this. And now he's potentially murdered, and I go to a pre-trial where, because of postponement of a pre-trial, the counsel that they provided, the second one, the first one they couldn't provide, they had to throw me out of jail on the case because they didn't even have an attorney to begin with. They SWAT raid the house and then don't have an attorney, so they have my son's attorney represent me. That's co-counsel. Each defendant has to have different counsel. Although you get discovery of each defendant, each attorney has to be representing a different client in the case. Each client gets a different counsel. There can't be co-counsel, and that happened in this case. There's every bit of motive to dismiss this case, but they just won't. They just did. They drove this judge in from 4 hours away, and unbeknown to me, he was a judge from the county that my son is potentially murdered in. And he didn't stop the case to say, he said, I don't know what you're talking about. Proceed with this case, because he's not going to say anything. Why, if I said my son and my daughter were murdered in his county, that would mean it would come across his jurisdiction. Would he not stop the trial right there, the pre-trial? I go, now, wait a minute. And how come they're not even offering a deal? I don't know if they've ever not done that. See, that's what I'm saying. This judge illegally said he's going to make this go to trial in 6 days, and they haven't even selected a jury. There's been no jury summons sent out. That means they could stack it and put whoever they want. That's why I'd already called for a change of venue. I can't get a fair trial. And now I have every bit of evidence that this is a corrupt county that will do anything by any means. And I don't know how Josephine County got involved in this. I think it's Marshall Radonich, one off Mount Creek in Wolf Creek, Oregon, that when I went there, my daughter's car was there when he said he never talked to my son or my daughter since they got out of jail. They refused. His voice would go to, I have it. They could call up the cellular data on my phone in the conversation. He said, no, your son keeps blocking me. It's going to voicemail. He won't answer my phone calls. And he said he never talked to him. And then he ended up saying he bought his truck back from him and they never talked to him. And my daughter had never talked to him. I'm asking about both. And then my daughter's car ends up at his house, many hours away. And he bought it from her. He trapped her. He brought her down there. And I've reported this to the police. And I told this to the judge in open court, and he didn't do anything. My life is in jeopardy, those sisters. I'm days away from death, and we all are. I'm on one day closer to death today. I'm not afraid of death, but they are going to come whack me in the case they can just make all the lawsuits go away. Because I do believe that my son and daughter have already been taken, murdered, kidnapped. I don't know, but I've made it very clear that in court I believe they've been murdered. Or at least my son has. I think my daughter too. I don't have any idea. I've been pleading for her cases. It's my daughter. It's my son's girlfriend of many years, wife. Together, lie together. That's his wife. What would you do? Just give up on your son If they kidnapped him, wouldn't you want to know if he was dead or alive? Now I'm facing more time than he would have ever, if he's not even alive. Then he would have more than double the time that he was facing to go to jail. And they won't apologize. I was tear gassed. 5 tear gas canisters. I'm still suffering from lung problems and respiratory issues and all kinds of physical issues. And sums up, my dog. I never seen my dog not eat dog food ever. 13 years. He's now 2 days in a row he won't eat. He knows something's in the air. I listen to my animals. The only animals I got, they him up too. He had to be taken. That's the guy who took him, Marshall, because he was coughing for a couple weeks even after he left here, was taken from the property. Pants wasn't able to be taken. So they violated my rights again in open court, said I had to represent myself. That judge, I don't know if that's ever been done in an open court. The judge says, well, because you can't get along with your attorneys, we're going to make you represent yourself. He actually was just going to make it go to court, make it go to trial. And I said, no, you're not. Well, you're going to do what you want, but it'll be a mistrial. You don't have a jury selected. You don't have witnesses. What about Ryan Solberg? What about Officer Black? What about, I named people from both counties so that they'd understand. They got to summons people from 2 different counties in this case. They're not just going to slap this thing on a rug and shove it through the system. And they just tried to do that to me and violated my rights many times in open court. And I don't know why Father's not providing, because I've tried and tried and tried, brothers and sisters, to do everything I can. I mean, other than just file these lawsuits, I've tried. I'm even struggling because they have not, this attorney wouldn't quit. I couldn't get another attorney because there's an attorney currently in the case. And now that I don't have an attorney, they can't even make a deal with me because I don't have counsel. And I'm in a very vulnerable position again, and I've been here before. I didn't have counsel for 6 months. They failed to even provide me counsel, so they had to throw me out of jail after swatting this house, kidnapping my daughter, grenading her, grenading my son, grenading me, tear gassing me, shooting my son with his hands in the air. And it's all documented because of the live stream. There's been so many other violations. It's like a movie that is not even real. Like when I came out of court, Kevin's like, this is like the Truman Show. You ever seen that movie, Tracy? I said, no, I threw my TV away in the 90s. I know I've seen blogs about it, but I don't know exactly. And he kind of gave me an idea about what it's about. Like everybody's for it. I don't know. I maybe I don't get the concept of the Truman Show after all, what that means. But anyways, this is my life, and I don't think I would never want anybody to have to walk in these shoes. And where's my son? My son's looking over his shoulder at dead, and I've reported this to the police. How has nothing been done about this? It's because I guess. I cannot believe I'm even here right now, able to stand up every day, and it's getting harder to get up and because now I feel more threatened than I ever have in my entire, in many ways, my entire life, because I have the whole state of Oregon already brought a SWAT team against me and tried to kill me. And it's obvious they use a way excessive force. This was an attempted murder case. I think if they came out here, they would see that the motive for these cops, because I've been exposing the corruption of, since, I had some stuff taken from, wouldn't get involved and they wouldn't do anything. That's Tom Rourke, who's now retired, and he's known for him and his son doing illicit things in this county. How can the cops be doing it? Because they're paid off by the farmers, and the farmers are corrupt too. So I don't even want to be in this county. I don't want to be in this state. I don't even want to be in the country. I've already asked to be placed into protective custody, which I don't want to go into their system. I just want to leave. I've already made it clear. If they just get my passport, drop the charges, I'll go. The ministry's paid off. Everything's in place. Father's provided for the ministry. Yep. Instead of getting myself attorney, I paid the ministry off. So I don't care about me. I'm not here to serve me. I just want to go share the word. That's all I want to do. I'm a pastor. They came and wrecked this place. It's a farm. It's a sanctuary. Silver Rock Ranch. It's a ministry. Faith and Truth Ministries. It's many things. And they just wrecked it, annihilated it. And I have proof of that. I was a reconstructionist on how they came in and how they drove out of here and just caused as much destruction, mass destruction, as they could possibly cause. And chaos. They're continuing to run over my property out at the highway, striving over with their cop cars. Who do you call when the cops are menacing you and harassing you? You can't call the cops, right? But when you go out there and measure it, it matches their, the diameter, outside the dimensions, excuse me, it's not, dimensions, the inside dimension of the tire, the width, the crash bar into the where they pushed it over. It's all, who do you call when the cops are running over your property? Hey, this is, you're running over my property. you know, the cops, I know it's you. I have proof. Now you're driving back over, menacing me and harassing me and stalking me and gang stalking me. You already gang stalked me for weeks and brought a SWAT team. That's why I said, hey, I need help with the federal government. I called the federal government, the Department of Justice. I've called these offices locally here in this state to try to get, because it involves the state over the state's head for these special offices, because it's the state can't police themselves. So it goes within the governors and all these. And I don't get any calls. Nobody's ever returned a single call to me. Like I said, it's like I'm not even here. Like nobody even hears me. And I just keep getting my rights violated and stripped from me. I don't even have no rights. I only have one right left as an American, and that's my First Amendment. I can for surely tell you that my 6th, 4th, 5th, 8th, 12th, 14th, all these rights have been violated and stripped from me. Even my Second Amendment has been taken, so I have to get rid of the animals on this farm because I can't protect them. The only 2 animals I have now are my dogs and my cats. So can't even raise livestock because I can't protect my livestock out here. I don't even have a way to, it's criminal what's been done. So I have to continue to document this because I believe that my days of documenting discovery under this, right of, under the right of suppression of evidence, right? Cannot suppress evidence, right of discovery, suppression of evidence, can't suppress evidence. And in trial, they have to bring all this. So they're the ones who brought it in and hit me in the face with a grenade. So that's a violation of my Fourth Amendment right there, attacking my persons. That's an attempted murder charge. Will the officer ever be held accountable? Will the judge who came and drove 4 hours away who made a ruling on this case ever be accountable for violating my rights, saying, no, you're going to go to trial, even though the attorney quit months ago and just days ago, he forgot to even show up to court. This is his pre-trial date for the big case. He doesn't even show up, forgets to show up. They can't even get him on the phone. That's a violation of inadequate counsel, failure of right to due process, fair and speedy trial. And I've already called for change of venue. And then they threaten me because I'm asking my attorney to file these motions that they're frivolous and that I'm talking gibberish, nutty, and speaking to a wall, and an officer who doesn't even, or not, well, he's bonded, so I'm going to sue his bond. I'm going to sue Pat Wolke's bond and have him removed. In the case of the 7th, of July, where Pat Wolke stood in as a judge from not even the same county, 4 hours away, to try to put me in front of no jury, no witnesses summoned in the case, none, and 6 days from the day he said he's going to be removed. That's a clouded judgment to do what he did to me and tell me then I had to represent myself because I wasn't getting along with the attorneys that they can't appoint that don't do anything. There's nothing ever been done. He doesn't know the case. They're just trying to strong arm me. And I believe they've already kidnapped my daughter and my son and possibly murdered them to get rid of this case. And I'm the last man standing. Do you understand? There's nobody else to stand up for Elijah. His mom, his uncles, nobody, his grandpa, Nana, nobody, except for me. When I go, the case gets all these hundreds of millions of dollars of lawsuits. They kidnapped my daughter. So now I'm without counsel. So I'm going to have to go file, I guess the thing for me now is to, I have a short window where I might be able to obtain counsel here, but we'll see. I don't know. I have land to sell, and I had all my retirement taken from me by Marshall. The guy already told him where all this retirement is at and where my passport is at and all this, and they won't. And said I was threatened with arrest. They're gonna arrest me, So I don't know how many times I got, just threatened again with arrest. Just the other day with, Pat telling me he's going to throw me in jail. Come get me where I'm at and throw me in jail. I get literally harassed by a judge, badgered, and these people get to continue their tirade over people because people don't stand up. 98.5% of cases do not render a jury verdict. only 1.5%, 3% go to trial, 1.5% settle out, and only 1.5% actually trial by, jury, verdict by jury, not by a judge, or plea agreement or plea bargain. I know the facts. I know the statistics. I did this. That's why they're upset at me, because I'm a veteran. I'm a constitutionalist. I stand up for your constitutional rights. Not only stand up for my son's rights as his dad, but I took an oath to the Constitution. So I suffer because of that. And like I said, I only have one right left. I really don't even want to be here in America anymore, because it's not safe for me. It's not safe for very many people to be here at all if they speak up against this system. If you'll lick the boot and be a pig licker and people in government, low energy swine, all this, then sure, go along with the flow, pay your taxes, be a debt, corporate debt merchant number, slave, bonded in treasury. All they don't want you to know these things. They don't want you to know what's going on. They just want you to pay your taxes and go along to get along. Go down as the silent majority in history. Well, there's some of us that were birthed to be the horn, the trumpet, the message, like reveille in the morning, like taps, all these messages, or whatever. I don't know if you know what a horn is. It's a message. I'm a veteran. They sound a horn. There's many different messages. Blow 3 horns, 3 shofars, 3 rams' horns in Roman war. First was to be on the ready. Second, we're moving out. On the third, we're out of here. See you, bye. Were you ready, or are you already gone? See, 3 horns already blew, and you're still standing there in your footprint, aren't you? Taking up space, breathing oxygen. We'll put some 5G whiz on you then, all right? How about that? See, they don't want you to know. Actually, they don't care how much you know. They care how much you care. That's what makes a difference with these people. I know I've been exposing them for more than a decade on this platform, so with half a dozen channels. So it's not my first rodeo, the little halo rituals they do and all these things. Go follow the ministry. There's thousands of hours of work that this ministry's done. Like I said, a half a dozen channels. You can go find me a dozen years ago. Go look at America Ever After. We're here. We made it. This is America Ever After. This is SHTF. If you're one of those people who are getting prepared for SHTF, it's here. This is what it looks like. This is WW3, not WWE, right? Well, that's what they do. They're Democrat and Republican, so they don't like people like me, expose them, and they attack people like me and target my family members, and they suffer. My daughter and son could be dead, and I'm telling this to the law enforcement. Instead, they're threatening me with arrest. This is the world that I took an oath to the Constitution to. I'm supposed to be happy about this? No, I'm not. I'm going to keep speaking up until they throw me in jail again. They threw Christ in jail. They hated him and killed him. He said, conform to my image. You want to kill you because you don't go by their perverted law, their halakha and Haggadah, or this corporation. This is not a constitutional republic, and it should be. That's what it was founded as a constitutional republic. A judicial, legislative, and executive branch means there's not just some serfdom by executive order. It doesn't work like that. It's repugnant, is what the Constitution said. If it doesn't, not adjudicated, we have a judicial process. Congress makes the law, not presidents. There's a process. That's the voting process. That's democracy. But we're not a democracy. There's no such thing. It's not a 2-party. Red and blue. They did that during Rome. Here we are again. They've changed this nation state over to a corporation. You don't know that, but I do. And so I suffer, and so is my son, and so is my daughter, and they could be killed because of that. And so what? It's going to go down in history. I don't mean to say that. It sounds brutal, but at least my son is dead. He's not looking over his shoulder, worrying about where his fucking wife she's getting raped in front of him or something. And that's how I don't know. Nobody will look into it, but I know Father's in control, and he's the one who wrote it, so I'm not anxious about it. I just want to know and would like somebody to be accountable. And if they don't get their, in this lifetime, Father will pour out a just measure on every single person involved in this case. Father's in control. Father's the writer. Father's the creator. Father's the editor. But hey, as a dad, he knows that my son knows he has a father, and I'm just his dad. He has to be accountable to Father, not me. I'm gone. I already told him that. I'm long gone. I'm out of your life. I ain't gonna be there to hold your hand when you're dead and gone, and you're back to who you really are, who you always been, and who you always will be. I told him this from a young age. I didn't hide this from my son. I told him Christmas ain't about Jesus. It ain't the reason for this season. That's a bunch of Satanism, Catholicism. He knew of these things, so he loves the word, and I'm hoping he's hanging on it if he's still alive. Maybe that's the only thing that's keeping him going, like me. I don't know about his wife, but I remember him supping with the wife. I remember him getting the interlinear. I remember how excited they were to start reading the actual text together and having that actual text. And they know that's the ality of the truth. So, but I know that they committed crimes against me the other day, and that a Josephine County judge drove 4 hours away, meaning he got up at like 3 or 4 in the morning to come out here and try to throw me under the bus. And he committed crimes in an open court. And it's all documented, and these idiots are just, Father is doing it. And so I hope that maybe before I leave this rock that I can find out if my son and daughter are okay. Dead or alive, I don't want them to suffer. As a dad, I'm going to call out to them. I don't care. I'm going to keep going. I don't care how many more felonies and what they try to do to me, how many more times. If they kill me, then at least I died trying, and I don't love my son more than me. I love the Constitution. I love it was a God-given right, and I love protecting that. And I don't care what they do to me. I just hate that Father makes my son suffer. And I don't hate Father because he does all these things after his own counsel and his own pleasure. I just hate that they suffer. I imagine if they're alive, looking over their shoulder, anything. But nobody will give me any counsel here except for Father. And the only counsel I have is faith. One word, faith, and one other word, endure. That's what's keeping me here. Faith and endurance. You want to be saved, you got to endure to the end. Can't check out early. So here I stand 10-toe on this rock. And they really tried to just absolutely, if you were a bit of witness the other day, you would not even believe that it's real. I will not settle for any letter, and I don't want money out of this. I'm done with material possessions. Settle that day, the one day, what they did to me. Pat Wilkie for any less than $50 million, brothers and sisters. No way in hell would I ever on that day what he did to me. He needs to be met. That needs to go federal. And actually, I do believe what was done to me will break media. I do believe that if I can make it through this weekend, we'll see. I'm going to the media again. This is it. This is all I need. I know that Father has got my back here, and he made this what happened the other day is just atrocious. Never possibly ever has it been done in court before, where they literally said, nope, a court and open judge says I'm going to violate. And I remember Kevin being witness in there. And if we can pull and they have any record, which I don't think they'll give up anything in Lake County, what of their, recordings on any of these dates. But Judge Vandenberg also said the same thing. I said, you're going to continue to violate my Fifth Amendment rights, my Sixth Amendment fair and speedy trial, due process. And he said, yes, I'm going to continue to violate your rights in open court. So we can go back and summons that, because there'll be a whole separate trial for Judge Vandenberg. Dave Vandenberg, who is very clouded in his judgment, should never be seated on any circuit court, and should be lose his bar and be disbarred from this. Any outside agency that looks at this case will for surely see that all these judges will be held accountable. Will they? Father will, whether they do or not, at their day of death, when all of us face judgments, at the day of death, when we all face judgments, if they get away with it in this life and they're still breathing, then they're not, they'll get away with, they won't, though. That's when it will, that judgment. So they thought they got away with it in this life, and people do that. They're sadly mistaken. You're not going to walk from any judgments. He pours out a just measure, and I'm 100% certain of that. I know that that's what keeps me going, and that's what also makes me, just stay in the Word, be not of the world. I want to check out of here. I cannot believe. I don't even think my son's here anymore. What are you fighting for? Well, they need to have their voices heard. If they're not here, they need to be accountable. Don't you think these people, these SWAT officers who grenaded my daughter and then kidnapped her, should be held accountable? Lake County should be. Judge Vandenberg for signing that, allowing that into his courtroom. Did he stand there? I wasn't there when did Adriana be counseled by Dan Spencer? That's a third time. That's for surely Dave Vandenberg would lose his job right there. Triple counsel, not only co-counsel, that means he counseled everybody in the case. That is corrupt as you can get. They do things like this in some counties, brothers and sisters, but they get away with it for a long time until some of us are bred to stand up to these things, and some of us die in the in the birth of these things. They don't come to crowning that, until that crowning moment or the birth of it until many years later, till it comes out in the wash. But it all will come out in the wash. I don't want to run from anything I've ever done. That's why I didn't take my son when this man who I believe killed or kidnapped my son and my daughter told me to bring him and hide, bring him and hide. I said, no, we're not hiding. Come run away. Come hide in the caves. Come all hide him and I'll get him away. I'll take this why I'll take him and hide him. So this is why I take the guy, because he easily has motive to take and hide my son and daughter now. And I've reported this to Josephine County. And I reported the other day this in open court to Josephine County judge. And he never stepped in and told me he was from Josephine County. So that's why Pat Wolke, gone. Dave Vanderberg, gone. As soon as this case opens up, I'm going to the news, guys. I'm going to file the lawsuit. Okay, I have to. I've avoided this at all costs, but I'm pretty certain that and I don't want to be overly confident that if I, show these just a couple few recordings, because I have so many of them, to a news agency or a attorney of lawsuit, they'll take this case. It won't actually cost me anything, because there'll be so much lawsuit in the case. They'll have a percentage that they will gain, and I don't want to gain. So please mark my words. Otherwise, I might make some kind of retirement fund for myself so I can travel and maybe travel and set up the ministry in Ecuador. Well, half of it's going to this ministry and half of it's going to Grace and Truth Ministries. So I don't want a financial gain from whatever comes of these lawsuits. This is discovery and documentation that I didn't ever try to gain for my own self. I have other things in this life that I need to accomplish other than material things, and it's sharing the word. So the other only material thing that the ministry at this point that is I've been heavily focused on is food focused and getting the Ecuador property so we can start tithing food back to the members of the 21,000 on the, maybe we'll focus on growing the ministry again and trying to, get subscriptions and get all that, because we don't talk about that. I don't care. Father keeps this small shadow band, and that's how I like it, to be honest with you personally. I mean, Carl came over from TikTok. He's here. I don't know. We're not getting any. I think maybe my chat's banned again here or whatever, but he's one of my TikTok subscribers. And on TikTok, we would put, 1,500 people in a chat room over there with the same numbers here, 20,000. And 8 people in a chat room in here talking with me, and nobody wants to even come in and talk with me, be with me. And that's okay. I know. But but we have the ability to grow the channel if that's what Father wants, but it won't be my will. And so I'm thankful again that the numbers that we have, I'd rather have quality over quantity every single day of the week. Never once what I want, quantity over quality. So Father is the one who truly birthed this channel through Brother Jim Brown, through telling me I need to fellowship with others that are in the narrow way and not isolate myself from society and just disappear to the woods and never be seen again, because that's what many people thought I would do many years ago. I told my son I was going to go run away, fly like a bird, put a backpack and let the wind blow me like a sail. He'd be the wind in my sail and he'd be my cover. At night, I would be fed by day, because a bird worries what in the field it's going to eat, and by night it knows Father provides the cover, and I would need anything but a backpack with my scripture, and that's it. And now he's possibly dead or whatever, but that's 25 years, he's old now, and maybe I think almost 26. So, he told me to do that. Instead, I stood for the Constitution, and I stood with him instead of leaving the country. I had my passport, I had my retirement, I had everything I needed to go. But I stayed here to protect him, because nobody else will. Father's already written the will, but nobody else will be here to help him, help to cover him with, any understanding. Nobody's looking for, nobody cares. You just heard the judge did not give a crap. Instead, he said I was speaking gibberish when I was talking about my murdered son in his county. That's nutty. He called me nutty. And then because I said it's nutty, he said he's going to throw me in jail. Because it's unbelievable. It's unfathomable. I don't even believe this is a reality, but it is. It's mine. Anybody who wants to be a witness to this, I know it's probably pretty difficult, to even believe this is Real, this guy just keeps talking about the same thing. No, this is not the same thing. It's a continual case, and it keeps getting worse. So I have to document it. I have to make a discovery under my right of discovery, suppression of evidence under the Sixth Amendment. If you're going to take me to trial and charge me under Title 18, I have the right to call witness in my favor. You heard me tell that to the judge. And he backpedaled. If I did not have any understanding, he told me I didn't know the law, so he was going to make me represent myself. Then I told him the law, and then he backpedaled. Judge Pat Wilkie should spend the rest of his life thinking about behind bars, because I can't imagine how many other people he has strong armed in his lifetime. How many other potential murders or kidnappings has this guy covered up? I want answers. I want answers on where my son and daughter are, just because I'm a dad concerned about their well-being, not because I want gain. I want to know that they're not suffering and in pain, and nobody gives a shit about this right now except for me. So I apologize when I curse. I apologize when I make a mistake. I'm a flawed man. I've been my brain racked with a concussion grenade. I've never been to the doctor. I should have already they should have taken me to the ER, my son to the ER, my daughter to the ER, and then hauled us off to jail if they thought they could have a case. And you'd think they'd have enough attorneys to represent us. Instead, they didn't. And they had to throw me out of jail because they didn't. And they took them 6 months to get me an attorney who didn't do anything. And then a few after he finally quit because he wouldn't do anything, I called him on it. He's, I have an attorney-client privilege breakdown. Now the new one quits, and now I'm the problem. I'm the issue. And there's been no filings. The judge is not even a seated judge in the case. This is criminal, 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 in every way, shape, or form. And if you gave a rat's ass about your country, you might speak up. Now is the time to do something. I think Father, might allow that now. Do you care about the Constitution? Do you care about a veteran in your country that served this country? He's a dad. He's a single dad and mom for 8 years. I didn't get a dime of child support. I don't get disability. I don't get any pay from the military. I don't get Social Security. I'm a living the American dream out here, living on a farm, self-made. I'm a minimalist. I'm paid off this ministry. There's multiple buildings that can house people here. It could shut the gate for 10 years and probably house 5 people. We continue not even have to ever leave here. Worry about toilet paper, might be our only, but whatever. We got water, got other ways. A lot of countries don't even use toilet paper. So, but anyways, you got to have preps, man. That's part of life. You just need to have extra oils. He said, have your loins girded in my service. So what are you doing? Why are you here? I'm here to serve the Constitution. Father made me be a tyrant veteran from my young age, 17, delayed entry program, Delta Echo Papa. Army, will take you if you'll sign up early. You're smart enough and not, wise enough or whatever, stupid enough. How about that? To join some beast system. So off I went, serving others and not myself, willing to give my life for others. And that's the way it is. Father makes 2 kinds of people: service to self and service to others. There's one race, the human race. That's all I know. I don't see color and I don't see race. So I read the word, and it doesn't say there's anything else. And there's no foreign things. Foreign is alien, and alien's not anything that takes up a physical space. Alien is a word. It's not an actual thing. Neuter gender or feminine gender are 2 different things. Remember, neuter, that's what alien would be. Neuter gender. It's not even a thing. It's not an existence in a space. It's a foreign word, foreign to you. They were called not immigrants, not migrants. They weren't called newcomers. They were called illegals if they didn't come here and use the vetting process. Ellis Island, they get a green card. Now, they were called illegal aliens, which you people in these modern worlds, because you watch too much television and get told spinning ball camp and circles going around like a UFO, that there's some kind of space. There's nothing in scripture to support space, so there's no aliens. And there's no such thing as, Anakin Skywalker, or wait, hold on, is it Darth Maul or Jabba bow to the altar of Jabba? Oh, no, wait, it's Chewbacca had Wookiee with an Ewok, and now we got big feet, right? That's what scripture says. So I'm not aligned with anything else. I used to dabble and read other things and had some theories, but I only go what scripture says. I don't if it's not aligned. So I suffer for that too, because people want to believe in big feet, and I can tell them, take your 2 big feet or big foot or whatever feet and kick rocks, or no, wait, take them and pound sand. I mean, pound your 2 feet out of here. And 1 left, right, left, and march about face. That means get out of my face. Could do 180 degree, like the word repent, and go in the other direction. Unask my AO is what we said in the military. I apologize. Ass is like a mule, stubborn donkey. They don't want to listen. They have an unwillingness to learn. But once again, if you're not suffering, then you're not in the Word. You're not Christ-like, you know. I don't know. Go to your Diddy party, Andrea. Go hang out with Diddy and Thump to your chump. Yeah, you're not on the list. Don't worry. There's no Eps. You're not on the list, Andrea. Now you're not on the list anymore. You could have been on it, but there's no list, remember? So nobody cares that you were there and you were covered in bath oil and you were there on that Hollywood big bath oil bed party. That chump paid for all the warp speed oil. Rocket oil. Rocket Man! Like a quarter ride at the Kmart. Like a rodeo ride, like a cock rocket, or like a, well, that'd be a rooster, never mind. But remember bowing and pecking and getting poked at and at their parties. See, they don't know pecker parties. Yeah, Diddy parties. Andrew was definitely there. They did it. They do that dance, I know when that I like me, it can only mean, that's what it does. It means Trump's in the house. Better watch out. He wants all the little ladies. Show us your pussy, right? So whatever. These people love their entertainment. They're entertained like Rome, bread and circus, giving up bread and circus, and they'll go down as the silent majority, entertained by Hollywood, like the stick, like they're controlled, like orchestrated. Remember, they have no control. They do what they're told. They're just playing their part. Yeah, I know, huh? B flat. They're nothing. They're just some, it's okay. Father creates most people to go to hell. You can have a little entertainment, because obviously I can hold my own in the modern La Musica, La Musica de los Drake, are there, I know all these artists. My son I don't even know how they have these, how do they know all this genre? They create all these genres now. They have all these different, anyways, one race, the human race. We'll get back to what we're talking about. Andrew definitely probably went to the Diddy party and speaking out of line, being a demon, distributing fortunes and lies. Well, no, that was a question. So maybe, but I don't know what scripture about talking about, some pedo like chump. And no, wait, there's no list. So now he's covering for the pedos. So anybody would want to say anything about that? Are you covering for the pedos, Andrea? I expose him in here. Warp speed, Pizzagate, all that. 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes, still touching kids at airports. TSA, rubbing your little girl's slot. Are you okay with that, Andrea? You were a little girl one time. Would you be all right with that? I'm not. Even if you don't care, I do. See, I took an oath to the Constitution to defend the right of the people, whether they like it or not. See how that works? So, Andrea, were you there at the Diddy party? Just come clean. Some of you guys better come clean, because fathers will pour out judgments on you, not I. You might want to get this off your coat party or check face party or ritual or masquerade, whatever you're fronting on over here, playing you're an actor. So stop fronting, come out from behind your mask there and tell the world, were you at the Diddy party? Did Chump get you? Were you there? Were you one of the ones you want to come out of the closet? Hello, Andrea, I'm talking to you. Are you there? Did you run away? Oh, Andrea came out of the closet. One of them, I guess. Never mind. Apologize, guys. I'm not sorry for anything. All right. So, hey, you got to address what it is. So anyways, back to the judge that's going to get thrown in prison since Andrea wants to play silly reindeer games. All right, whatever. We'll stop talking about that. I just think it's absolutely unbelievable what they just did in front of the whole world. Nope, there's no list. So now he's covering for these guys, just like they did. They all cover for each other, like they sent a judge over to cover for Vandenberg. Now I understand why Vandenberg kept the case going. So we're going to go ahead and keep the trial going because they were just going to send me to trial no matter what. They were going to try to send me to trial no matter what. And Father had another plan for these idiots, like when they came out here to try to kill me. So I'm not Superman, but Father, was obviously protecting me so I can still stand here today. So I'm going to keep creating more discovery under the right of discovery and suppression of evidence against the state of Oregon, the federal government, and Lake County. I will be contacting the media, so you'll probably be hearing about this case in the news pretty soon because I'm not going to stand down. I think it's definitely media worthy, and again, I don't have any doubts now that this is probably the largest case in the state of Oregon, and that they're now trying to have every bit of motive to cover up because there's hundreds of millions of dollars of lawsuit. You can't hit somebody in the face with a grenade. You lose your qualified immunity. Or, sovereign, Father sovereign, but cops are covered by qualifying immunity. We're not going to go into the details, look it up, but they cannot break the law. And it is criminal. It is assault. At the very minimum, assault. Well, Judge, I've been exposing this. I'm not going to go there. Okay. I don't want to go there. I don't like that I served this beast system, this military. I don't like that I was prior law enforcement, but it gave me the background to stand up against them, if you will. If you go listen, I did a live stream yesterday where the judge is literally throwing me into court in a trial where the attorney didn't even show up 3 days ago to his pre-trial after picking me up and being picked up in March. He picked the case up, hasn't done anything, quits in May. I have it, actually April, because I have it, May 1st. I have it. We'll show it right here for the record. So the case against Paul Palmer, to have him disbarred and thrown in prison. Where's this at? Let's see if this is it. What is that? Oh, this is him. Okay, talking here. We got more. This is all his message. Is this it right here? Let's see. That's probably it right here. No, that's not it right there. We got all kinds of evidence. I got so much evidence against this county and against this state. I may have erased it, guys, because I was going through trying to create more. I have 3 phones. I need to do that. I need to. Maybe one of you guys are better at this, at tech. Hold on, get this off here. It won't lag as much. I got a 4G phone. So, anyways, Paul Palmer quit back in May. So that's basically April. So he took on the case in March, quit in April because he didn't want to take it to trial. That's what he said in open court the other day. He said, well, the reason why I want to quit is he's adamant about going to trial. And then the judge said, would you elaborate? Must have had this some kind of rehearsal on what they were going to do here. Like I said, it's funny you said Judge Felcher that you sent come in as a judge. They said Pat, the criminal Pat Wolke, and the first time I ever met this guy, and I guarantee I will sue his bond. And I don't know exactly the numbers on how many millions of dollars that a judge is bonded for it, but I'm sure it's at least 10 or 15 million dollars. So I won't settle the case for any less than his bond plus another 35, and I'll divide the money against Faith and Truth, High Desert Faith and Truth, and the other will go to Grace and Truth in Hendersonville, Tennessee, to the ministry. So the money won't go to anybody else. I will try to donate it through the ministry back to the county and the state. I'll try to find programs, obviously, to fund, that I think that are not overtaken by some goodwill type of, real programs, put things out there. Food is what I'll probably try to do. Put it into food and tie food back to the local people in these communities where I live. We can travel. We can make it, like I said, a fund for fuel and a fund to travel and get the freeze dryers and grow food and provide housing for the people to grow the food. People can grow the food, organic food, and then they'll have housing provided for them. And so I've already have, hopefully Father has big plans, not me, for the ministry, to provide housing and an organic lifestyle for people who are in need. are people who are willing to step out of society and live this type of lifestyle. Organic. Oh, you sound like a hippie. Get out of here, GMO. Get out of here, sugar daddy. Yeah, we're trying to live a more organic lifestyle, grow our own food, you know, filter all the water through, don't put any unnecessary chemicals in your body that you don't need to. A little bit of sugar, you know, uh, moderation in all things, but really trying to get away from that lifestyle. And that's what the ministry, I'm hoping, will provide in 2 locations. That's why there'll be a fund provided for the Ecuador property to have multiple freeze dryers down there, continually freeze drying food 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and bodies living down there in South America, part of the ministry, because this ministry is worldwide. And then I'll be able to go on the road and share the word. And you can't be more charitable than anything else than the agape. Sharing the word with people is more than so. If Father wants me to go sit in a prison, these people are going to imprison me, then that's what's going to happen. You hear me tell them to this judge, you're going to do whatever you want, but you're not going to have a trial. Oh, you're going to have a trial. I'm going to throw you in jail. Stop it. Right. He just keep trying to badger me, harass me, violate my rights, and then sit there and tell me you're going to trial whether you like it or not. And I said, well, no, you're not going to have a trial. You have to have witnesses called. You have to summons, and you're going to do whatever you want. And then they walked themselves back, and okay, we'll throw you back into the jury pool. So no more. I'm not doing it anymore, and I have to do this for the ministry. I'm not going to seek vengeance. So filing lawsuit is holding somebody accountable, correct? We can file civil and then hold them criminally liable in those civil lawsuits. I know how to do this. I've looked into this. I'm a prior law enforcement officer, so I've tried as long as I can to let the system do its process. They're going to take me all the way up to a pre-trial, and the attorney who quit months ago, 3 months ago or something like that, quits, hasn't summoned anybody to trial, or hasn't called any witness to under summons any witnesses. And the star witnesses of my case, well, the 2 main witnesses would be my son and daughter are dead and missing and not going to even show up to my case. What an idiot is this judge to try to even push this any further. They just think because I'm poor, guys, that they can strong arm me because I'm a poor man, because nobody started a GoFundMe. Instead of taking, what was $47,000 to pay the ministry off in total, it wasn't half that total, but it was, I paid on it for 10 years. So there was a large chunk to have all that final portion, and I, instead of getting an attorney, I pay the ministry off with the money, and I have no regrets. So the ministry can serve no matter whether I'm here or not. It can serve after I leave. That's more valuable to me than anything in this lifetime. But like I said, nobody's donated any money for my legal fund, or nobody's come up with a GoFundMe. So it's not like people could do that anonymously, and nobody's helped with a dime. So it is what it is. I have to face what it is that I've done, and I don't have any regrets. So they know if I was wealthy and had an attorney and stuff, this case had been stuffed, and that makes me feel a little guilty that my son could be dead, that I paid off the ministry. But I feel like that's what Father wanted for the ministry, so the ministry can serve. It's about having the ability to serve more than just me. So this is what I'm doing. I'm going to continue here, and I think I have to get to the news now. My life is in danger. I've already said that. I think they've already killed my son and daughter and have every reason to have motive. I don't know how I can sit here and be calm about it, but what else am I to do? Sit here and piss and moan in my own Wheaties? I'm going to stay on my feet and keep looking. And they've already came with men and guns and tried to silence me, my son, and my daughter with this whole thing because they don't like me. But then they targeted again my son. I can prove all these things in a court of law if they'd even look at the case, but they won't look at the case. Instead, like I said, they're trying to throw me in front of who would they have put in that? Who would they put it as a jury? Yeah, I do believe it. I've reported this, Bill, in open court to the judge from Josephine County where my son and daughter were murdered or kidnapped at. For surely I've already reported this to Josephine Sheriff's Office. Instead, they threatened me with arrest, saying I'm using the police department to try to find my son. And if they have contact with him, since the judge won't let this no contact order go, and my daughter, I have all the evidence. Well, that Bill, even if they don't pay, appreciate to the ministry. I do appreciate it. Helps, and I don't have any, like I said, I'm not actually, I mean, you could make a choice whether right now, if you wanted to donate that to the ministry that I was trying to purchase in Ecuador so that we can provide food. I want to send people within the ministry food that people tithe other things, like Brother Jim at Grace and Truth. He tithes CDs of his lessons, and they're more valuable. That's spiritual food. The word. He teaches the word. But and he sends checks out. But he has $1 million ministry. I don't get any tithes. Generally, I don't make a dime from the ministry. I don't pull a. Brother Jim does 2 shows and about 6 hours. I do 16-hour live streams, and I live stream 7 days a week. And I have been doing it for, sometimes 4 or 5, and 5 or 6 or 8. I'll split it up. I've worked 20-hour days in here. I don't pull any kind of, Father let me retire because I don't own a lot. I'm poor because I don't need anything. I'm poor, and yet I can retire because I don't have needs like most people. I need the word. I need more of the word. I'd like to know if my son and daughter are alive, because that would be the legal thing that I should have been given this already afforded, that, through an attorney saying, here's what's going on with Dan Spencer, your son's attorney. Instead, Dan shows up at this case, guys. And when I walked out after being just literally harassed by the judge illegally, everything he did, Dan Spencer sitting there, instead of looking for my dead son. You guys see, Dan Spencer there shows he's the one who probably called this attorney. You guys, that makes sense. Dan Spencer and my investigator, or his investigator, my son's investigator, John Mogul, is there. Instead of out looking for my dead son, and he's very aware because I've made it aware, looking for my dead son, he's there at my case, which he can be legally, because he can be there for each of the clients, cases. They dropped my daughter's charges. He obviously knows that. So it's just me and my son. So see, that's why I believe my daughter's been kidnapped. They had reason to motive to kidnap her because this whole case, they really screwed up really bad. You understand? So they have motive there's hundreds of millions of dollars of lawsuits. If they can just eliminate me, and they've already eliminated Elijah and my daughter, I'm poor. So I don't have a big enough following, and nobody's stepped up and gone to the news and gone to the federal government. Goes, God, look at this guy. Go through his channel. He's struggling. His son was already taken. You see, he got hit in the face with a grenade. That's a violation. This case should have been dropped already. That's a constitutional violation of his Fourth Amendment right to be secure in his house, papers, persons. That's as excessive force. At minimum, those cops should have been immediately put on leave and investigated, but nothing has happened. Yeah, they dropped the charges on my daughter because they kidnapped my daughter. They took her without a warrant that day. They came here and SWAT raided the house and didn't even have a warrant for her arrest. That was an illegal detainment. Under your Fifth Amendment, you have, under the right of Miranda rights, you have the right to adequate counsel. You have the right to, but they have to show probable cause. They're going to cost your body, arrest your wrist. See, I used to be a law enforcement. I was a SWAT officer. They hate me because I've been one of them, and I'm exposing them for being corrupt. So that's not professional courtesy. You're supposed to just shut up and be a good cop, and just be quiet about it. See, one bad cop and all these other good cops standing around watching the bad cop makes them bad cops because they're not doing anything. Agree? So everybody watched during the COVID, all the cops standing around and knew nothing. So they're all bad cops in my eyes. They've done this for a living. You're supposed to be a community servant, protecting and serving, like giving your life like a veteran or a firefighter that will run into a building, right, for save your daughter or your wife or your girlfriend or your dog, for Christ's sake, maybe even your gerbil. A freaking firefighter, he or she is going to risk their life for a gerbil. Yeah, their service to other beings. Like a veteran, they're willing to give their life. That's not what cops are anymore. When I was in law enforcement, it was a little different. It was in the 90s, first part, but hey, it doesn't matter. Remember, you never heard a song called The Firefighter, have you? Because a firefighter will run into a building and save your life. All cops worry about is their safety. And that's all these judges do now. There's a guaranteed 80% occupancy of private prisons in America before they're ever built. Who do you think fills them? These judges, these district attorneys, they harass people. They do these things and scare the hell out of people. 98.5% of cases in America take an agreement to allow them to extort your merchant number, your bar gain, your number, your bond, your treasury. There's a fine attached. There's fine, and that's where it comes from. Thank you so much for the I already have. I've tried. Everybody. Nobody will contact me. Lackluster. All this stuff. You guys tell me, but I get kibosh. I've been watching since he was, high impact flicks. Okay, I know Brian. I dig him. Remember Brian with the beard? Brian, I've been following his channel since his first. I've been blogging, I think, longer than Brian. To be honest with you, I've been on YouTube since what America Ever After's got to be at least 12 years old or something like that. Now 11 or 12 years old or something like that. Been doing this for 6 channels. I've had channels taken down. There's channels that are shadow banned, like Truth Viral Television. That's a first Truth Viral. There's 6 or 7 Truth Virals. Go to the oldest one. That's me, Truth Viral Television. I'm the host of I'm TV. I'm the host of Truth Viral Television, where the truth goes viral. Hold on, you let my dogs in. Trying to warn you of this coming viral epidemic. Not a prophet making a prediction, but knew that the coming of this, soft medical martial law, and gave you the 923 executive orders that they are now using and are going to use Executive Order 11004 to enslave American citizens in this corporation again, like they did during World War II, and now it's 3. So they're going to do it again because they do these rituals. They do these things in cycles, super cycles. They're part of what I've been doing for studying these people for decades, okay? This is what Father made me to do. So it makes sense that I be facing, my life being martyred because I stand against these, spiritual wickedness in high places. The rulers of the darkness of this world, principalities, powers. That is my battle. I don't fight my fellow brethren. I don't. They want to fight with me, and they always try to, but I don't care about people who are in another way. I don't have any love for them. I show them. I do. I have love. Show them if they're in the broad way to the narrow way, but it's not for me to condemn them. Like, no matter what happens, Bill, I appreciate it. These people escape judgments in this lifetime. When they walk this rock, they won't escape it after they die. Remember, he said he will pour out a just measure. He said you'd be able to have a millstone tied around your neck and to be cast into the sea than hurt one hair on my children's head. So I appreciate it. I seek no vengeance, no matter whether they killed my son or daughter. I'm not going to go try to plan some kind of, retribution or none of that. I just, I don't want to have anything to do with other than the word and the ministry. I keep up on the current situation because that is, be girded in my service, have your lamps trimmed and have extra oil. We're supposed to be watching, look up, for your redemption draweth nigh. You're not supposed to be having your head down. It's up on your feet. Jesus, carry your cross daily. My disciples, deny yourself daily, follow after me daily, do what I did daily. And he wasn't loved by the world. He was hated, and they hung him and they killed him, and they threw him into prison and jailed him because he wouldn't follow their laws because they were perverted. And we're supposed to be doing the same things if we're Christ-like. And most people you don't know, they're bootlickers. They don't care. They go along to get along. And as long as their paycheck is paid and their bills are paid, they'll do whatever it takes not to, buck the system. They're just a bump on a log, and then they just go with the flow. They're the herd, if you will. Whole world's running off a cliff, and you're the only one then going in the other direction. They can call you bat, guano crazy. Okay, I'm going to tell you, you're nuts like Noah. They scoffed the old man for decades. So hopefully Father has you doing something. I know what he has me doing. It don't feel good, I can tell you that. It hurts. I wish I knew where my son was at. Just, Bill, go send him the SWAT raid for me. Go send him the SWAT raid. Go send him the SWAT raid. Have you ever seen the SWAT raid? You ever seen the SWAT raid, what they did to my daughter? What they did to my son, what they did to me? It's pulled on the live stream. I have PayPal link is in the description if you want to. I'm just going to make a mention because I don't want to grift anybody. Bill, I use PayPal and have Cash App in the links, okay, in the description, because YouTube AdSense, that's why I demonetize the channel. Doesn't gain anything from YouTube if someone wants to pay through the super chat, because there's people from all over, this rock, because it's a worldwide ministry, that want to tie to the ministry, and they can't. And the only way they can is through AdSense. Or through the super chat, and they can't. So actually, I turned it back on. Excuse me, because I turned it off. And I have a PayPal and that Cash App link in my bio. Okay, there's a link to the, but they don't take what AdSense does, and I do appreciate like what you gave to the ministry. They're going to take 30, almost 40% from, and that's why I demonetize the channel. You know what I'm saying? That I'm not trying to give YouTube through their AdSense on the regular live stream with commercials. Now I don't have commercials too, and you guys don't have to look at commercials in any ways, because that's part of the monetization. If somebody wants to make a donation, that's because they've done it. And actually it does say, just so you know too, because there's like, and I've tried, guys, but I struggle with you know what I'm saying? Isn't that crazy? You work hard for that money. I mean, $100 bill used to buy my mom. I remember she'd get 12 or 13, maybe $15 back when I was real young. I'd pay attention, you know, and we would still go to the arcade. We might go to the drive-in or something, you know, and we go maybe get an ice cream or something like that or something. We still have $5. She still have $5. You know, $100 doesn't even buy a bag of groceries anymore. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It sucks. So that's why I turned that off, Bill, and I just left it on because I was like, I have subscribers from Australia that can't use the Cash App or PayPal for some reason over there. There's some countries and some people have it. So, but I have that up because PayPal doesn't take it, and it actually puts directly. Like sometimes if somebody says, "Hey, I want you to take this money," I don't want to tithe to the ministry. You know, I don't want to tithe to, you know, buying that new property. I don't want to tithe to getting you. Nobody's ever tied anything to my legal fund, but I want you to go get yourself something to eat. I know you're a minimalist. You don't probably ever see you only probably eat, you know, eat tacos, but go get us, you know, and take that. And that allows people to kind of, so, but again, Dabu77, he's a live streamer and he's been on this platform for a long time. He has Buy Me a Coffee. And so if you want to, I try to get the link to put it up, but it just won't work. I can't get it to work. But that puts it directly into the hands of the, you know, because AdSense takes a whole month before they even, because that they got to get they take it all out. It takes a whole month when you, that tied. So whatever you tied today, I wouldn't see that until probably at least another month from today. So they're just options. And like I said, it doesn't, I am retired. I'm going to need funding for the lawsuit attorney, but I don't think so. I don't think so. I to be honest with you, I mean, I don't know every single thing about the current modern of every single, you know, but I am prior law enforcement, prior military, police, and the Army. I do believe if I show these videos, if I just showed the last stream that I did about what the judge did to me in open court the other day, which was completely criminal, and I showed him the SWAT live stream, they'll take the case. And I don't know why I haven't been able to get somebody like you, Bill, or anybody else to send some of this content that I have produced here over to Brian. I think this would blow up on Brian's channel. This is probably one of the biggest, you know, cases that the FBI, who should have already been, and I've already been contacted the Department of Justice. So this would be the lowest. Like if you were pawn scum, like he said, don't sup with low energy swine. That'd be the Federal Bureau of Imbeciles or Idiots, right? They're not federal; they're a corporation. But anyways, they're not federal. They don't operate in a judicial capacity. They operate under commerce, so they're idiots and they don't even know what they're doing. So that's why they're the Federal Bureau of Imbeciles. Either way, I have had contact and been in contact with the Department of Justice. That's jackasses at the top. They're above the lowest imbeciles at the bottom. And obviously, they're very aware of this case. So I will be suing the federal government as well in this case. So because they could have been involved before it ever went this far. For the state of Oregon, I've already contacted the federal government before the state of Oregon ever got involved. So see, they're liable and have been liable. So they'll be placed under lawsuit as well. So I'll be placing a massive lawsuit against the federal government as well. So it's just part of this. I will try to avoid it for after 14 months after being SWAT raided, my daughter kidnapped, my son shot with his hands in the air, myself grenaded to the face, my son and daughter grenaded. They don't want to get involved. They have had zero contact. People like to troll and act like some corporation, but they're not actually. I'm sure they're in the chat because and they're not going to say anything, guys. I know they are, because I have the evidence to say that the channel is monitored through their discovery through Lake County, Oregon, by law enforcement, at least at the time, state of Oregon and Lake County, even using drones over the ministry over Silver Rock Ranch here. So big case, massive case. So actors like this Joseph idiot here will have to, you know, you know what I'm saying? Pay their price. You act like a freaking imbecile at the bottom of the cesspool pole, you know, whatever. That's where all the crap lands, right? He's a sucker fish, you know, the kind you just either whack on the head because they're, you know, or they're well, they're a nuisance, you know, and they're a problem to the whole, you know. Well, everything has its purpose. Foster, he creates most people as vessels of wrath, but most people are actors, so we're going to get our actors in here too. People act like they're, at least if you were smarter than that. What was his name here, Joseph? Why don't you act like the Department of Justice and not the low man on the totem pole, like a scum sucker, like Drain the Swamp? Hate to break it to you, Joseph. You are the swamp. You already showed yourself now. You don't even need to put a second. Normally give you 2 times and then you're out of here. You know, he doesn't want us to sup with vipers, or remember they you know, they slide on their belly, you know. No, the federal is not federal. That's your commerce corporation. So get out of here, and you're just an actor. So you can what do you got, a mouse in your pocket there? Get out of here, Joseph. You don't even know how to act like a Fed. I work for the federal government, you idiot. Go look at my record. There's public record too. So you can't even dox me properly. You're an idiot. So, but anyways, brothers, sisters, I'm sure that $50,000 is not a number that's even, you know, there's no 50,000. It's probably at least no, I have to, Alex the Great, because it's well, it's just part of the ministry. So please don't tell me to not engage the trolls. It's part of what we do here. So it says, love thy neighbor like thy enemy, like thy love thyself. We got to bounce off of them, you know, a couple times and then toss them out. So show love to everybody, Alex. That's what the word says, right? Love thy neighbor like thy enemy, like thy love thyself. So sometimes I get them a hook too long, but we're supposed to at least engage, show them to the light if they're in the Broadway, and then don't sup with vipers. Don't cast your pearls before swine. You know, swine is low energy, you know, and they're putting out low energy. So thanks for using the word with me. Hey, brother, why are you supping with that low energy over there? Come over here and show us more. You were talking about the light, that word that you were speaking of. You know, I want some of that. Give me more of that light. See, you don't even need to worry about people who are in that broad way, because they don't want the light there. Remember, broad is the way that leads to the wide gate. Dialobo is the Greek word to be pushed on both sides so you can be narrowed. Narrow is the way that leads to the dialobos. See, I study Greek. I study the word. I'm a pastor. I don't never asked for that title. I didn't. It was given to me by the people of the ministry. I mean, there's 50,000+ people on these channels, so it's not like people come here for the word. They come here for the word that's coming out, not some of this recent things here, but if you can filter out, and he said, believe no man, be sure no man deceive you. Do not partake in unfruitful works of darkness, and that is mammon traditions that do these things that are not righteous and upright. But show them to the narrow way, right? If they don't want it, don't worry about it. You're not going to turn a goat into a sheep. It's not possible. It's just not possible. So appreciate you showing me, putting the light on me. That's what we're supposed to do. Show people the light. You're not going to turn a goat into a sheep. It was already chosen from the foundation of the world whose names will be called out in the book of life and whose will not. They will be all, this is already written, and we're just seeing this. Father's the author. I create all things. Everything that ever was, everything that ever will be, everything not written, everything that has ever been written. I create good, and Isaiah 45:7 really upsets these religious people, but I create evil. See, so I do these things after my own counsel and my own pleasure. So, but anyways, yeah, I remember what happened to Joseph, and I'll tell you, they already brought 30 men with guns out here, okay, the state police and Lake County, and I have it live stream, okay, Joseph, so you know. And God's inside you, not somewhere in the sky. So don't worry about Edward Snowden, like the government's watching you. Father's in us now, and Christ is inside of us. So that's why they're trying to get inside you. Remember, bow to the altar of Jabba? Is that what happened to you, Joseph? Too much tap water? Did you get publicly schooled, going with the flow, all that? So, no, I know I keep up on current and past. History's not written in a book, right, Joseph? You know that. You're not one of these idiots, are you? Actually, to stay here, Joseph, we might actually let you stay here, but you got to be able to define what you're saying. You're probably an uneducated, but let's see. I'm not sure. Let's tell me what the word idiot means. Give me the definition of idiot, and I'm gonna let you stay. If you can help somebody learn something here, show people to the narrow way. Because hey, yeah, let's see if you remember. If we have any definition, can you remember? Did you learn anything in school? Tell me the definition of an idiot. Give me the exact definition of an idiot. You want me to start the clock? You want to play a little game or something? Doom, 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 doom. But you want to frame it in the form of a question. I lost on Jeopardy, baby. Ooh. Uh-oh. We're trolling the trolls again, aren't we? My bad. I apologize there, Alex. All right, here we go. So, remember. All right, so we're not getting. I thought this guy's. You failed to answer. So we hit the buzzer on you, and you got to go, Joseph. Leave, girl, don't go away mad, Josephine. Josephine. Hey, Josephine. How do you do? Oh, well, I want to learn you. Do you remember me, baby? The way I remember you. Hey, how do I know you? When you was young and in school, my favorite subject was you. The only A that I made was on the homework you gave. Hey, Josephine, you got to get out of here now, Josephine. Girl, don't go away, man. Just go away. All right, so. No, that's a ram. So I don't sup with vipers and I don't cast my pearl for swine pigs. Remember David declared him the Lamb of God, the Lamb that makes him father the ram. So, anyways, back to this criminal judge, and thank you for the tie to the ministry bill coming in, and appreciate the putting the word on me there, Alex, to show people the narrow way. But that's what we do. We bounce off trolls in here. Again, links are in the description if you want to support the ministry. This isn't your normal, he said he didn't dwell in houses made by hands or temples made by hands. So he's inside of us. He destroyed the physical temple. There is no physical Israel. This whole third temple nonsense with the red heifers, just them walking this through scripture to try to make every yod, jot, tittle, all these things come to pass before that great for Oligos and dreadful for the rest of the people who are pretty much already there, but will go gnash teeth. And, well, people in hell want ice water because just a little bit of the water is the living water in the age of Aquarius. That's Fumhawk, the fish of Pisces past. He's pouring out, go to the man with a vessel, pouring out his water on the age of deception, fish. You've been deceived? Are you still living in that age? Welcome to the new age. We're already here. Welcome to Revelation. I am Pastor Revelation. I didn't ask for the title, so you know. So I've been arrested under the name Revelation, Apocalypse. So because I'm not of this world, I pull the cover off the lies, right, off of the aletheia, the truth, so you can see it for yourself. Then, Father, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them think. Right? No, drink. You can lead a person, knowledge, but you can't make them think. Horse knows not to drink water. There you go. There's a little trick for you. Not a treat, but a trick, right? Well, put it in your little grab bag and you can use it for later. Silly rabbit, tricks for kids. Okay, there we go. See? Yeah. And then you're typing in capital letters, being a little child, being a little baby, screaming in here. So you got to go. Well, we won't even give you 2 times. So some people, brothers, sisters, you definitely will know them by their fruit, right? Their fruit. So do not judge them by their cover. You'll know them by their fruit. So normally you give people 2 chances. When somebody comes off that vial, we'll just throw them out of here. So again, let's move again towards what to do here on, I think Monday we're going to move this case into lawsuit, and we'll definitely move it to the media. And anybody who wants to support, you're willing to take the content of this channel, the live stream of the SWAT raid, and send it to all these auditors. I have a First Amendment audit. Go back to my TikTok channel. Predestined4light and pull both 1 and 2. There's an audit on this channel, High Desert Faith and Truth Ministries, but I believe they pulled either part 1 or part 2 of the police audit of Josh Bezel, who charged me with harassing the police, menacing the police because he wouldn't do his job, targeted me. There's a whole separate case against Josh Bezel. When the federal government, if they would get involved, and they won't, I'm going to file a lawsuit. I don't need the feds to get involved. I need to file the lawsuit, then the feds will stand down and they'll be pleading, hey, what the hell? We should have got involved sooner. So, because now they place themselves under liability because I contacted them about the corruption within the state. And I've even said that this state is now, menacing me. They are literally driving over my property. I cannot call anybody law enforcement because it's the law enforcement that is destroying my property. So, do you understand? So, appreciate it for your time. You understand? These people are going to pay for it. And if they get away with it in this lifetime, they're going to pay for it on the other side. They're not going to get away with anything they've done to me, my son, or my daughter. I can guarantee you that. They're not. Like what Judge Vandenberg did to Gene Gaber. Took his kid from him. No, that man should never practice family law again. Gene Gaber was targeted because of me. I can prove that 100%. I can actually, the evidence speaks for itself. Just like the evidence the other day speaks for itself. So, isn't that, the beautiful thing about thank you for the internet? Thank you, Father, for this ability to capture these people and place this into evidence. And even if they convict me, I would still have the right under, habeas corpus to file and file a, change. It should already been change of venue. Instead, they didn't file the change of venue, and so it's too late. They probably should have done that. That would have kept the federal government from having to get involved because they would have gotten involved, but they chose not to because the county's trying to cover for the state and the state's trying to cover for the county, and the feds won't get involved. So the feds are liable in this case. 100% you will see in this case of Tracy Werner versus the federal government, Department of Justice, because I've called them at a federal and state level, be suing the Department of Justice themselves from the top down. So all of these people that I have under evidence, my right of discovery and suppression of evidence, I have the right to call evidence at my trial that I called these people. And they neglected. So if my son is dead and my daughter, they're liable for the homicide of my son, murder of my son, potential kidnapping and murder of my daughter, or potential kidnapping of my son if he's still alive. But they don't want to get involved because they're criminally liable. And that's what I told these people over and over to drop this. Even before even at the SWAT raid, I called out that I called the feds. So the feds are 100% liable, criminally liable. I've already put the court, state and court on notice of liability for all punitive, emotional, and physical damages caused by this case. So this case is probably one of the largest cases in the state of Oregon ever to be probably settled without trial. I don't think I need to have a trial. I personally, they violated my Fourth Amendment right to be secure in my house as papers, persons, effects. So what? You wanted to arrest my son. You got to come here and execute the warrant properly. You can't just hit my daughter and son with a grenade and then come over and grenade me, because that was never their intentions. And their intentions right now are to sweep this case under the rug. If they can come out here and kill me before, Monday, everything's in the cloud anyways. That's why I do all this and put this on the internet. They can't wipe this. There's too much evidence on the internet now. They're not going to wipe it. So that's why I make discovery when I come in here every time. And that's what these, like I said, I made 17 days, 258 hours of discovery, telling them, pleading them, do not kick this into the courts. Do not bring men with guns out here. We can settle this without a court case. You're actually going to be criminally liable if you come in here and violate my rights. I have the right under the Sixth Amendment trial if you're going to try to do that. But before you ever try to do that, remember, I can protect myself from making you try to make me go to trial. I have my Fourth Amendment right to protect myself. To be secure, my house, papers, persons, and effects. And so I can secure my right of self-defense under the Fourth Amendment using my right of affirmative defense, justification defense, and excused defense to protect myself from you trying to legally prosecute me. So I have every right to protect my son and myself. I've done nothing illegal. If you throw this in and you come in here and violate it, you have violated my Fourth Amendment right straight out the gate under affirmative defense. Justification defense. My actions are excused in a criminal case or civil case. My actions are justified. This is called justification defense, excused defense. You might have never heard this, but this is part of your Fourth Amendment right. And I have that right. So I didn't violate any laws. I didn't commit any law. I actually pleaded to the state of Oregon and had already called the feds about this corrupt police department. So see why Joseph, the idiot, if he thinks he's a fed, his ass is in the sling too. I don't care about Joseph. He's just some troll trying to be a fed. What a stupid idiot too, to try to be the low man on the totem pole, the Federal Bureau of Imbeciles. Like he at least would start at the top. That's like one office below the president. So Joseph, maybe make another account and come in here and say you're the Department of Jackasses, okay? And I'll know that that's you, okay? At least start at the top and work your way down. When you make a deal, you don't start at the bottom. Hey, give me a FBI, I mean CIA. Oh, no, you said FBI. There's my two witnesses there. Would you know anything about sales? I just sold you the shirt off your own, didn't I? I'll sell Pond Waters Eskimos in Alaska. Careful. All right. But anyways, well, see, if I try to sell you the DOJ, maybe I can get you to settle on the CIA there, you Federal Bureau. You're an actor is all you are. What kind of idiot would try to act to be the government? You got to be the lowest pond scum there is on this rock. And especially like try to be somewhere like the KGB or something from Russia, but or there, but you got to be some pond scum, the lowest of the low, the Federal Bureau of Imbeciles. Good for you there, Joseph. You don't know your ass. That's a mule. Somebody who can't be an imbecile or an idiot is different, right? You never could define what an idiot meant. You had all that time to even look it up, and you came in with something about flicking my cheek. I think you want two. I think you want two nuts against your jaw, smacking them, huh? So go on, Joseph. I asked you to leave, and you didn't go away, Josephine. Go, okay? Let me know you're here, so you can say one more time, so everybody can see that you don't know what an idiot is, and you had all the chance. Instead, you were talking about some flipping cheeks, man. That's what I'm saying. You love this behind worship. Joseph went to the Diddy party. He was probably one of the roof people up there on the roof, right? Making sure that everybody got in there, that Trump went in there okay, and he got there with all the Diddy oil and baby oil, right? So thanks for coming in, Joseph. Fiend. You're a fiend. You're a troll. You're trying to get other people upset and mad so you can get your own rocks off. I know you're tight, man. You can't even troll very well. You better be a better troll next time. Like I said, at least, by rank, I'm a veteran, start at the top. Like sales, you can't ask somebody for $500 for something and then say, no, I want 1,000. Remember? They're going to say, hey, no, you said 500. So see, now you learned a lesson. I didn't even have to teach you anything, and I did, huh? Isn't that a blessing? Even these people do these horrible things to me, and I still give these gifts. So having you from your son. Tell me what that means, Carl. What do you mean having you from your son? Because that's exactly what the judge said the other day. Tell me what it means to have me. Do you think they are having you from your son? Tell me what that means, Carl. And guys, I'm going to go put I want to make some ice I ran out of ice. I've been basically living on ice water and no, not just ice water, but I just don't drink anything else but water. So tell me what that means. Seriously. What's having you from your son? The exact words that the judge said to me the other day. Or at least that's what I thought he said. I swore that's what he said to me. What's that mean, Carl? Having me. Do you think they are having you from your son? Because I have those exact words coming out of criminal Pat Wolke's mouth, saying he's going to have me. What does it mean to have me? Why am I not familiar with that term? If I don't know something, I'll ask questions. That's how I learn what I know. Or I'll go research. I can go research. But what does it mean to have me? Because that's exactly what that judge said. And I'm like, he said something beautiful. I'm going to have you. Maybe did he say that? Because it was a mumble. Maybe that's what he said. We'll listen to it. I'll let you listen to it. Have you heard the court, the pretrial the other day, where they threw me under the bus? They tried to literally throw me under the bus, and Father stopped it. Like I said, through his words and the courage to be my counsel. And have you seen that? And what do you mean by that, Carl? I appreciate it. Is that why am I not familiar with that term? Why do I mean, I don't want to just, I know that's not, because you bring that up and I'm like, hey, I should have looked it up. I just haven't even looked into it. Oh my goodness, this is getting intense. Keeping you from a halfway house. Keeping you from a halfway house so you can talk. Keeping you from a halfway house. Okay, I'm still a little unsure here. Because we'll listen to that. Have you listened to that? Have you listened to Carl? Have you listened to what they did to me the other day? Total criminal. I have all the evidence that 100%. I'm not settling for any on the case. 50 million, whatever. They have the whole other case to worry about. I ain't settling for any. That case separately. That judge, what he did to me is absolute. This judge, I'm reporting the death of my son in this town, in the county that he sits as a seated judge, and he doesn't stop the court case to go, wait a minute. Now, you just said that there was a murder of your son in my county. He doesn't tell me he's from the county. 4 hours away. 4 hours away this guy drives from. So they made a huge mistake. Huge. This is probably one of the biggest mistakes made on the case. This is what I believe is going for the cover-up of potential kidnapping or the murder or the death or of my son and my daughter. Son and daughter. Not just one of them, but both of them. Give me that. I gotta change this look now. I'm sure it's starting to warm up out there. Warm up. All right. Making ice. How much water we got in there? I'll make enough for now. Doing okay, Buggy? You're doing okay, Biggie? All right. Okay, what do we got here? Got a couple comments here. And for my son, keeping you away from the halfway house. So you can talk. So I can't talk. Okay. A lot of times when the judge says having you from your son means they're going to take custody, that you're not responsible enough to take care of a significant family. Okay, well, my son Lars is he's older, so um, I already went through family court and all that, and I had custody of him for 8 years, so full custody. They probably would do testify with no contact order. Well, I don't think they made a deal with him, Carl, because he still has an open case, and or that may be, but I don't. How could they make a deal with him and say he can't have contact? If they make a deal with him, that's it. The case is over. So habeas corpus. Yeah, I already said habeas corpus in the stream. I could file habeas corpus on my behalf or his behalf, and already. They can bring forth another trial if this was here's once before. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm aware of that, right? And that covers. So, okay, Carl, have you heard what happened the other day in trial? Did you see what they did to me? They literally committed multiple criminal acts, and I believe now this is the motive for my son's missing persons body potential murder, and as well as my daughter's missing body potential murder as well. And I mentioned this in open court to the Josephine County judge, who's seated now 4 hours away out of his jurisdiction, sitting on and presiding on a case that he has no just. Yeah, no, I mean, it is unbelievable what they did. Just absolutely threw me under the bus. Tried to have a trial. The attorney quit the other day in open court, but he quit 3 months ago. Remember, I've been telling you and documenting this on the live stream that he quit. So now I have proof that he quit back in the end of April, 1st of May, and had not done anything. And this judge was going to send me to a trial on the 16th with no jury summons. Nobody was even summoned to a jury trial, and not even no witnesses called. No summons. Even the star witnesses, or at least the witnesses that have to be there, would be Elijah and my daughter, right? Adriana, my son, and my daughter, right? And they're not going to be there at my trial? What kind of stupid fucking... I was doing so good. I think I'm already cursed once. But what kind of stupid idiot is this guy? What kind of moron is he to sit there and think he can come scare me like that? That's what he did. He tried to scare me. He literally just tried to scare me into a trial, where they haven't even summoned anybody. Where's that phone? It's unbelievable. So multiple crimes. And then he said I had to represent myself. I have to represent myself because I'm not getting along with these attorneys, and the attorneys aren't doing their job. That's why these attorneys have quit, because I just won't take a deal. Paul Palmer's so stupid to come in and say, well, I forgot to call, or I don't know what he said. He forgot to call, but I forgot to call in when he's on the 7th. And then he said, actually, I quit months ago. I quit a while back. So he's providing me no counsel. That's a lack of adequate counsel. They haven't done anything. And then he says the reason why he quits is I'm adamant about taking it to trial. Yeah, I'm taking it to trial because he doesn't want it to take a trial. They want me to take a deal. That's why I won't get along with my attorneys, is they want me to take a deal. And I want to take it to trial. That's a very rare thing. No, they want him, but he's missing, remember, or dead at this point. So not my deal. Not my deal. I mean, I've done everything I can do. So yeah, I know. Look, I know this is a little bit, the recording on this is a little bit light, but I want you to listen to this. So you could at least be a witness, Carl. You've been here for this. This is getting just over the top. Ridiculous. But listen what they did to me. We'll go into 2 minutes in because they call me in on the phone. I call in by phone, so it's going to be a little. I got things going in the background. Oh, here we are. We got a speaker. If you don't know your attendee ID or profile telephone number, press pound to continue. I'm going to go right into when they call him in. Now, listen, the ladies never even, before I go to this, the ladies never even obviously ever announced his name. Okay, she's never announced his name, so she doesn't know how to pronounce his name. And now when the judge comes in, he's never served in this county, which I know he's got to be this judge from Josephine County. He doesn't even, he asked the district attorney if he's pronouncing his name correctly. So have these guys even sat down and talked before at all before this judge came in? See, I think there's something bigger involved. I think the feds are involved in this too, guys. And the feds sent Josephine County judge over here to do this, and the feds made a terrible mistake, or state of Oregon did. Why did that light go out? Oh, my light quit working? Be a bummer if it did. Hey, what's going on here? Hey, what's coming in? Hold on. I mean, I've had that light for a few minutes. I got it at the Goodwill or whatever. Let's see if it's just the plug or what. Maybe the plug took a dump. Yep, I think it might just be the plug. Okay, so let's find me another. Find another plug. All right, we're back. We're back. So, this right here, I believe, will be enough to get the case dropped if I just take it to a lawsuit attorney because they violated my right over and over again. They tried to force me to a trial in like 6 days from now where there would not even been a jury summons. And if I would have let it go, guys, it would happen. I'd be going to trial and I don't even know where they would have come up with this jury from. Okay, so listen to this. Now, listen, Carl, I know this is a little bit, I got the ice machine going back, but whatever you can make out, I'll try to, maybe ad-lib a little bit here, not go into too much. But she's going to announce his name. He's going to say to the district attorney, your name is, and watch, he said, is that how you pronounce your name? So did he drive over here 4 hours without even talking to? Did he come in right at the, he had to get up at 3 or 4 in the morning to drive over here, guys, to make it here. Did he get a hotel room the night before? Did they even meet? This stinks of Elijah's death. This stinks of my daughter missing and potential death. It really does, guys. I'm not getting anywhere. So I think this is the time now, like I said, and I would try to file a straight up person's report, and I can't get that into the website of the DOJ. I don't know if it's on the phone or whatever, that it's not allowing me to make the report. But I already told them they're missing. I'm going to say this in open court to this judge that they were murdered. And he doesn't care. He's from the county that I'm reporting that my son was seen or murdered in. And by the guy that is in this county. That's where he lives. Marshall Radonich. How come nobody's ever investigated? Remember, I said it the last time of my arrest, when I got arrested for harassing the police, menacing the police, and failure to appear for Paul Palmer, not showing up to Paul Palmer, saying that he was going to be my attorney. And look, Paul Palmer even quit and he never did anything. So now I got a bogus charge for failure to appear. Paul Palmer never made a court date. There was no court date set. They pulled that crap on me, then pulled me in on a warrant for menacing and harassing the police because I told Josh Meadows on camera that you're harassing people. You're out menacing the people in this town. You're not even doing your job on my son's case, and I'm just a dad trying to protect his son. Go do your job. Stop harassing people. And he turns around and files retaliatory charges against me. I guarantee there'll be a whole separate case, too, against Josh Bezel for the retaliatory charges he charged for saying that, you know, he like I said, I told him, go do your job. You've had a whole year. You haven't even looked into anything, Josh. So there's an audit of Josh Bezel. I audited Josh Bezel. He's the one I guarantee if they took his duty phone, he's the one who took the headlamp out of my motorhome and brought it onto the property to show me to leave his little fingerprint. Like when I got arrested last time and I left my hat in his cop car, he brought it back to this house and left it here. So he can sneak things around and move things around. So he already, now I know that because when I was arrested, my hat, now I know that. Well, that was nice of him, Tracy. Okay, but it also shows that he has the ability to take something and move it around if he so chooses, so without reporting it or whatever. That should have been turned into my property at the, you know, arrest, you know, not just brought back to my property, you know. And I know that seems, but start putting two and two together with this guy and you'll see real quick. Go do his duty phone and you'll find his duty phone going into people's houses. He's probably so stupid that he left his duty phone and it was going on into people's houses without a warrant. Multiple complaints about this guy, okay? And he turns around and files retaliatory charges against me. Menacing the police and harassing the police because I tell him he's harassing the community. So I have proof of targeting in this case, menacing in this case. So now watch this judge, what he does to me. He's going to try to throw me into a trial. So he's going to try to throw me into trial in 6 days without a jury, and without summonsing any witness. So who would be at my trial, Carl? Who would be at my trial? 2-day trial, because they're not going to make it a 2-year trial, like I said, investigating at least a couple months of trials. I mean, it's 258 hours of me just, the jury has to look at me pleading. This guy said his son did all the hours and he was pleading to him to not arrest his son. And he was showing all the hours that he'd worked and all the people he'd worked with. And he did 250 hours. So the jury has to look at the 17 days of me pleading to the state of Oregon, because they came out here. Don't bring men with guns out here. Don't bring any people out here with you. We can settle this. Even my son, the only contact made was with Sam Birch. And I remember my son, scared to death, said, please don't bring men guns down this driveway. And they did anyways. So they're all criminally liable for the kidnapping of Adriana, the assault of Adriana, the assault of Elijah. They threw a grenade in that little motorhome they were staying in. That's excessive force straight out the gate. Before they ever did anything to me, I didn't even know that was a thing until about a month ago. I didn't find the second hand grenade pin. That means that's what they busted out that window and threw that grenade in there and rocked Adriana. They should have been taken to the emergency room, not to the county jail. They never should have arrested Adriana. They didn't have a warrant for her arrest. That's an illegal detainment. That's a kidnapping. The state of Oregon kidnapped my daughter in lieu with Lake County was involved in the kidnapping of an Oregon resident, Adriana Massey. Her body was arrested illegally without warrant, no cause, probable cause on a warrant, no signed indictment by a judge, none of it. That is an illegal arrest. That's a legal detainment. That's a kidnapping. And as soon as she is located, she's looking at $100 million lawsuit for the accosting of her body illegally. And then all the hell they put her through for all those, separating her from her husband. When her husband wasn't guilty either. And so they're gonna have to answer to this. And the way that it's gonna have to happen, I'm certain of it, is I'm gonna have to take this to the news. And I think it's totally newsworthy with this recording that I have right here. And this recording, that's why I'm recording this. So if they come here and try to shoot me tonight and I can't get there before Monday, that this has all been put out there, and I've already put it out there. That what Judge Pat, I'm beside myself. How could you drive 4 hours to be sitting on a case that you don't know anything about, and then throw the book at me and try to tell me about the case, and he's not even the seated judge on the case? That shows why Judge Vandenberg continued the case when he said Paul Palmer, because see, he thought Paul Palmer was going to have to just push this case through, and he thought that's the way it was going to work out. And Father had a whole different plan. And you can see in this, what he did was illegal. He told me 2 times. I know. I'm not taking a plea. I'll never take a plea. So now listen to this, Carl. This is crazy about what you're about, and I know it's a little scratchy, but just listen. I think you can make out. Just give me if you can't hear it at all, let me know. I won't even try. But I was able to, some people to hear it, some people couldn't. So let's listen. Wookie presiding. Now keep in mind, Carl, I'm going to report the death of my son in the county that he is a judge seated in. This is a Josephine County seated judge. I think he's the 26th. I can't remember what it is, the circuit, but he's not in this circuit. He has no reason to be here. No reason to be here. He drove 4 hours to represent this case. This shows motive, Carl. This shows motive. So now I'm going to report to him that my son has been murdered in his county, and he's not going to take a recess and say, now, wait a minute. We need to have a discussion here. If your son was murdered, I sit on this county. I haven't seen any murder come across. I haven't seen any. What do you mean? Do you disagree, Carl? Unbeknown to me, I didn't even know I was speaking to a Josephine County judge until after I got on, started doing some homework, and found out this Pat Wilkie is from Josephine County, the place that my son was located at and potentially murdered, and my daughter. And they're going to send somebody. That's a conflict of interest, guys, straight out the gate. I really feel if I can make it till Monday that I'm going to get to go. And like I said, I will show this to any lawsuit attorney, and they will pick it up bigger than it's illegal. It was an illegal proceeding. What they did was totally illegal. And then try to throw me into a trial where they haven't even summoned any witness or any jury is a total illegal. That have been illegal. But they didn't even try to make one, Carl. They always make a plea agreement. They always try to make they always see, Carl, too. You're totally right. At a pretrial, 3% of cases go to trial. 97% of cases. Now, in America, obviously it's different if you're not in America, but in America, 97% of the whole thing is set up for you to take a plea agreement. 97% of cases take a plea agreement straight out the gate. 3% go to trial. But actually, before trial, at the plea agreement, 1.5% settle out. So only 1.5% render a verdict by jury. In America, that's a hard statistic. I have Paul Palmer telling me that's totally true. Tracy, in the last council, told me that. That is a hard statistic. I don't know where you know that, but that's true. Yes, it is. So 98.5% of cases in America take a plea agreement. They always make an attempt to make a plea agreement at pre-trial. They made no attempt. This is a very rare occurrence, once again. Something that's very, so I mean, unless like I said, they're 100%, they're knee deep, or they'll still, you know what I'm saying? Right. Because it costs the courts money. It doesn't cost them to take a plea bar gain. They automatically gain. Why do you think they call it a plea bar gain? Because it's the bar that gains. The bar, that's your merchant number in America. That's that number, your slave number, or your tax ID number, your social security card number. Scarecrow, Tin Man, Straw Man. It's what it is. You don't know what's happening, but it doesn't mean it's not real. So yes, that's why Paul Palmer, you're going to hear him say that he wants to back out as my attorney because I'm adamant about taking it to trial. You hear the truth come out first. He says, well, I forget what his first thing, but he said he's adamant about taking it to trial, which means he doesn't want to go to trial, and he hasn't done anything. As a matter of fact, he quit 3 months ago and forgot to call the courts on my pretrial agreement. So at court, I'm there for my pretrial. This is a total lack of due process, right to adequate counsel and fair and speedy trial. This case is a home run, slam dunk lawsuit. Now this will take it over the top. This is probably the last thing they can do in this court other than just come kill me. It'll eliminate me. Because I do believe that I'm not wrong, that Marshall Radonich has something to do with the disappearance of my son and daughter. Whether they're murdered or not, they've both been missing from far as I can find in my investigation September by the state troopers, because I don't believe what Josephine County is telling me at all. They said they saw him on camera in February. They saw him on camera in February. Why would they go not pick him up? He has a phone. They know where he's at. They know where he's at. And they're not going to go arrest him on a 7-year prison sentence where the state is going to get paid for 7 years. All they got to do is go arrest him because he's not alive. That also proves to me he's not there and he's not alive. It's bullshit. They would have went and arrested him if he was alive. Get it? Get it? I told him I had to call my son out. Imagine how hard it is to be a dad. And I pleaded them on the phone. Please don't shoot my son. You guys, not you, but the state of Oregon already shot my son. Please, when you go there, do not shoot him. I'm concerned that my daughter's there. This guy stole my silver, my passport, and he could be raping my daughter right now. This guy said he can hide my son and my daughter. He has every bit of motive. Please, go look for him. Nope, we're going to arrest you. Stop calling us to do your dirty work, Tracy. Stop calling us to do your dirty work, Tracy. And they threaten me with arrest. Say if I go there, they go there and make contact, then I've broken my third-party contact. They threaten me with arrest. This reason why Josephine County sent this judge over here, guys. They're covering up for the missing or something that's gone on with my son and my daughter. I'm not going to be fucking wrong. And if I am, so what? I'll take my lickings if I'm wrong. But I don't think I'm going to be wrong. I have been wrong so far. I said that's where he's at, and that's where Josephine County said he was at. Remember, I told Josh Bezel, you're not doing your job. You cops know where he's at, and he took my guns from me for telling him that. Came out here and did a extreme risk order and took my Second Amendment from me because I called him out for harassing the police, and it turned out that they did know where my son was at, according to Josephine County. See, I wasn't wrong. I copped 2 felonies, right? That's 8 years in prison. Menacing the police, that's 5-year sentence, guaranteed. Harassing the police, that's at least 3 years. I'm 8 years, and then a failure to appear on something that I'd already appeared in court every month consecutively. And then they instill Paul Palmer, who quits just a couple months later, doesn't do anything, and I cop a charge for a failure to appear for an attorney that didn't even do anything. So. Well, no, that's what I'm saying. I called for a welfare check. That's exactly what I called for, Carl, and said my son is daughtered. Here's the motive, and they didn't do it. Josephine County is ass in a sling, guys, for not going there and denying me call for service. Okay, so I call the attorney, Paul Palmer. This is why this judge is going to go to prison. Watch. I tell Paul Palmer, look, because I told him, I think my son's here. I gave him all the motive, and he said he would call. 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 Now, when he called, okay, after I called, because he said he was going to call. He didn't call. I called with instruction of Paul Palmer because he wouldn't do anything. He stalled me. And I said, well, I'm going to call him. He said, well, yeah, you could call him. You know, didn't really give me any counsel. So I called them and I tell them exactly what's going on. They called me and said they tried to call my attorney and couldn't get a hold of him. I remember that on the phone call. Then I get on there and I tell him the whole situation. This guy has got my passport. I tell him the motive. Here's where I think he had the motive to kidnap my daughter. Here's the actual account where my daughter's car's at his house. He said since my son and daughter had gotten out of jail that they're sending their calls to voicemail. He didn't say that about Adriana. He just said he didn't talk to her, but he said that Elijah is not talking to him and he's refusing his phone call. He also said to me later when I paid Marshall a visit myself that my son argued with him the whole way home. How come he never said that? See, I think Marshall was trying to set motive. I think Marshall has something over Elijah, and Elijah spoke up to him and Marshall killed him because Elijah wouldn't listen to his bullshit, because I think Marshall's a fake. And he's been faking Elijah. He's been faking me since we met this guy. None of his fucking stories add up. That's why I sent the cops out months and months and months ago when I believed that my son and daughter were still alive. And I told Judge Vandenberg to drop the no contact order. If he would have dropped the no contact order, the police would have went there. So Judge Dave Vandenberg is liable for the death of my son and my daughter. Dave Vandenberg is liable for the death of my son and my daughter. Dave Vandenberg, Lake County judge in Lake County, Oregon, is responsible because I've been telling this judge for 13 months to drop the no contact order. It's ridiculous. You don't need to separate us. We're not committing. It's stupid. Whatever. You want to go after me and my son, drop the charges against my daughter. You have nothing against her, but you want to go after my son and my daughter, drop these no contact orders. He is fucking liable for the death of my son and my daughter because I told him to drop the no contact order. That's why they refused me call for service, was because of the no contact order. Are you getting that, Carl? Are you seeing what am I saying? If one of my son or my daughter is still alive and they can testify at that date that one of them was still alive and then he was killed after that date, that makes Dave Vandenberg 100% liable for the death of Elijah John Werner or Adriana Massey, my son and daughter. Dave Vandenberg is liable for the death of my son because he would not drop the no contact order. I contact Josephine County to tell them that my son has been murdered, kidnapped by this man. They refused to call for service. I called the attorney to tell him that. He said they can't do that. I'll call there. The Josephine County will not give the attorney the transcripts to the call. That's where Paul Palmer should have went over the state of Oregon and should have went over Josephine County and Lake County and contacted the feds and say, look, I've got a client. He's got a passport. It's a federal passport. You need to go there. He has 40 pounds of silver. This is what's involved. I just called Josephine County. They won't give me the transcripts. They're denying me. They've violated my client's rights. There's a whole separate lawsuit. Instead, he didn't do anything. Then he didn't do anything after that. He never did a damn thing. Nothing. And he didn't they didn't do anything. So this is the motive why they sent this Josephine County judge over here to clear this shit up, guys. I'm not stupid, man. I've been on this case. I know the case. That's why it was so hard to sit there and tell this judge to listen to me and tell me you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know the law, so I'm going to make you represent yourself in open court. That's a violation. I don't know if that's ever been done before, brothers and sisters, ever. I don't know if a judge has ever told, under your Fifth Amendment, you have the right to adequate counsel. If you cannot afford one, won't be appointed to you. You have the right to remain silent. Remember, you have the right to attorney, to be present during question. And when they're questioning me in a fucking courtroom, that's it. I have the right, and I don't even have adequate counsel. Remember, my counsel didn't even show up to my pretrial. He forgot to, because he forgot to call in because he quit months ago. He just let it go. He just spaced it off. This is my counsel that they provided me. Lack of due counsel, Fifth Amendment right, right of fair trial, speedy trial, due process. Over and over, they have violated my rights, so they have every reason to get rid of my son and daughter. If my son and daughter were reported, why would this guy have my daughter's car if he didn't talk to my daughter? Why would he tell me that my son had bought a little yellow truck from him, 1980s pickup, and went on the run from the police in September in a little yellow truck, this color, little, faded mustard yellow 80s. Oh, I'm going to go on the run from the police and go on a 7 to 10 year sentence and have to look over my shoulder every fucking day in a yellow truck. Bullshit. That story don't add up. Marshall killed my son. He has him kidnapped. Josephine County knows something about it. They're covering for Marshall Radonich. That's why. You know what I'm saying? That's why. You don't go on the run in a yellow pickup on a 7-year, potentially 10 years to be in prison and go run from the cops in a truck colored yellow and then have Marshall tell me, and then Marshall changes his name on the internet. Marshall has longer hair than Jesus. I go there and see Marshall because the cops won't do anything, and his hair is buzz cut. No hair, long hair, hippie long, gone. That's crazy. He changed his whole appearance, guys. He has motive. I've pointed this out to Josephine County. Now listen, I'm going to let this play out. Now listen to this. This county judge is from Josephine County. He does not stop the proceeding. Guys, this does not look good for Elijah. This does not look good for my son. And I called the courts again recently about going, calling over the phone, and they have an open case against Elijah. There's still an open case against Elijah. They told me that, unbeknown, and I have the right to know that. I should be able to call Paul Palmer, and he will tell me that. Even if I haven't. Hold on, guys. Darn it. It'll stop ringing. 1 second. Okay, so and yell out truck. Thank you. Kind of pretty much, Carl. Look at that. That's a good. What an idiom. Thank you. You don't go on the go run for a truck and hide in a yell out truck. Hello, look at me. Every yellow truck that drives down the road, not black, like his little car where my daughter's car was found at his house, right where my son's car was parked. So when I go there, I'm like, hey, I found him. Holy shit. I was right. They were here. I go there, my daughter's car's parked there. So what's going on? Where's Elijah? Hey, they're here? I know I have a no contact order, but fuck it. I don't care, dude. I think they're dead. I thought, what's going, He's like, no. I said, well, why is my daughter's car parked? And that's where Elijah's car. He said, well, your son bought the truck from me. He said he didn't have any contact with him, guys. Here's what I told the police. And they won't go investigate Marshall Radonich either because I think he's involved. He's going to go on the run in this little yellow truck, right, that he bought from Marshall, but Marshall said he ain't talked to him. He said he hadn't talked to my daughter because I've called Marshall multiple times. Said, dude, you're the only person that has any. I don't want you to contact them, and I just want to know they're alive, dude. Something, please, anything, dude. His mom won't call me. His aunts, his uncles, his grandpa, his grandma, nobody will contact me. And I can't have contact with him, so I don't want to know anything about. I just want to know he's alive, dude. Please, No, Elijah keeps refusing my calls. You know what I'm saying? Refusing my calls. You know what I'm saying? What is an NCO? A non-commissioned officer? I don't have a non-commissioned officer. Okay, that's all I know. That's November Charlie Oscar. I'm a veteran, so I don't know what you need by NCO. You can tell but anyway, so now my daughter's car is parked in the place where my son's car was at. Because he could be fucking dead, you dumbass. I think this is a little more important than a stupid no fucking contact order. I don't even care right now. I would break a fucking no contact order to know that my son is dead or alive right now. I wouldn't give a shit. Just like I think if he went on the run and was going to go on the run for 10 fucking years in a yellow truck, he wouldn't give a fuck about having contact with me. Sorry, I didn't. Makes sense. And I hear what you're saying, but it's a matter of life or death here. This is life or death. This should have been already put on, I kind of almost feel guilty for not filing the actual missing persons report because I'm trying to let the case get set, and actually I went on the Department of Justice website over and over and over the other day, and I don't know if it's because I'm a smartphone or whatever, I can't file the missing report on either my son or my daughter. It won't let me into their system to file the report. I can fill all the stuff out, but it just never does anything. So I'm going to go ahead to the news. And I'm going to go ahead and contact a lawsuit attorney. And so I don't think my son would give a fuck about contacting me if he's going to go on the run for 10 years from the police. Have to look over his fucking shoulder every day with his wife about breaking some no fucking contact order. Would you agree there, OPP? Are you down with OPP? Yeah, you know me. Who's down with OPP? Every last lady. Oh, my bad. So he brought me back to the 80s, man. Or was that 90s? That was 90s, my bad. So I don't disagree with you, but are you hearing what I'm saying? He's possibly dead, and it could mean a matter of life or death. So even if he was being kidnapped in a life or death, I still think he would try to Dad, fucking Marshall has me. Dad, Marshall has Adriana. Dad, I'm being fucking held hostage. He doesn't even have to. There's ways my son, I know him. I had full custody of him for 8 years. I was dad and mom. Single parent. So he can send me a name that nobody else would know that I called him, and he could have and fuck the no contact order. Yes, no, he doesn't have a job. He's not on paper. He's definitely, you know what I'm saying, and he doesn't work on paper. He fixes vehicles and has a good reputation in the state for being one of the best, and travels all the way to the state line because he's been held by the county on probation, and he stays within the state of Oregon, and people meet him at the Washington border. He's met at the California border for people to have their cars fixed, tuned right there on the side of the road. He is excellent at what he does, and he's honest. He made a mistake. He broke into some. They were just living in those, hanging out in a bunch of vacant buildings, and they got charged with vandalizing, or whatever. But they were just living in them. They were vacant. And then one they did break in, and the guy told them that the guy was a pedophile and been locked in jail for years. They thought they were being fucking vigilantes. They got suckered by a fucking rapist, and they didn't even know that. That's part of this case as well. You know that, girl. This case is so huge, man. So why would you go on the run in a yellow truck and look over your shoulder with your wife and then sell the wife's car? Now, I know that the cops knew about the black little Honda, but I was going to buy that from him. That brings up question. Why would Adriana sell Marshall the car? She could have sold that car to anybody. This wasn't one of these cars that my son had put a bunch of modifications on. It was a stock, bone stock. I actually wanted to buy the car from him. Asked him, I want to buy the car from you. So, in the past, because it was one of those, it got like 40 miles to the gallon. It got good fuel efficiency. So I needed something like that to go. It's like today I wanted to go get a Berkey water filter, but I don't want to go into town. I don't even want to go into town at all today, so I'm not going to go, and already, just don't want to drive there. Hold on, I'm going to get my ice that I made here. I want this ice in my cup. She's charging back up there. That's commercial. I'll tag her more of a larger ice machine. I don't know how many watts that thing is. There you go. Cool. Right on the old police package vehicles with all the extra wiring and heavier alternators. What a pain in the ass, Carl. A lot of extra stuff on a police, vehicle and an ambulance and a whole different suspension, whole different, drive line, whole different wiring system. More of a specialty. That's all. F the police, but you know what I'm saying? Good for you. Make a living off them tyrants. So. Okay. So, I'm going to play this. And if you miss some of it, it's okay. I'm just going to play it, let you listen to it. Try not to interrupt. If you just can't hear it, you're not going to be able to hear it. And some people were able to hear it yesterday, and some people were hear it not, and so or not hear it. So I just find it extremely alarming that I'm reporting the death of my son to a judge is seated in the same county that I'm reporting the potential death or kidnapping of my son and daughter in, and he doesn't stop, and he just refuses it. You'll actually hear him say, I don't know what you're talking about. Like he's covering his ass, guys. He says, I don't know what you're talking about, guys. If they know that, finds out that this judge knew about this fucking case, this judge is in some serious hot water, irregardless, because of what he did to me. You're going to see multiple crimes committed by a judge, be it a witness, okay, if you can hear it. Is your name right?
Thank you. This is case number 24CR27997, Seekers Tracy Werner. Mr. Werner is with us by telephone. Mr. Werner, can you hear me okay? Yes. And Mr. Palmer is here by telephone. Mr. Palmer, can you hear me okay? Yes, Your Honor. And Mr. Charles is here in person. We're hearing Mr. Palmer's motion to withdraw as Mr. Werner's attorney. Mr. Palmer, would you like to be heard? Yes, Your Honor. The attorney-client relationship between I and Mr. Werner has degraded to the point I don't think we'll be able to repair it. Because of that and his adamant statements about trial, I believe it's best to proceed with alternative counsel. And could you give me a little more?
So we just want to take a pause. Can you hear that at all? I don't want to waste your time. You can't hear it. It's clear enough in person. It can be heard in front of a jury, or I can make it out, but I know some people yesterday were saying they couldn't hear it, and some people were saying they could. So he said the reason why, because there's an attorney-client privilege breakdown, which is a standard thing to say. They say that every time. And then he says, because I'm adamant about going to trial. Which means Paul Palmer took the case thinking he can get me to take a deal. And I've never taken a deal. I actually have text messages to Paul Palmer, the counsel, that says, if you ever say plea agreement or plea deal, you can remove yourself as counsel immediately. Don't even continue. File motion to dismiss yourself as counsel. We're not going to do anything but to go to trial. And this day, they try to send me to a bogus trial, guys, and I have all the proof of it now. So the judge said, you're going to trial, you're going to trial. And I said, well, no, we're not, because it would be a mistrial. And then the attorney backed out and said, holy shit, it will be. I won't just try this once. I'll have to try it multiple times, proving that they were just about ready to send me to a mistrial. So I'm not going to be tried by this county. I cannot get a fair trial. I don't care what they do to me. The only thing they can do between now and then, and they're probably listening now and they're so fucking desperate, they'll just do it, is kill me between now and Monday. That's the only option. Saturday night special, right? Or Sunday. Otherwise, Monday, I'm not going to deal with this anymore. I'm going to file a lawsuit. I guarantee you, with the recording that I have in front of you, that I can go to any lawsuit attorney and they will take this case. Carl, can you hear this at all? Are you hearing the recording? Can you make out anything? Because I'm about ready to report the death of my son and he ain't going to do anything. He isn't going to do anything. So, now I don't know. Watch. The attorney said he quit because of lack of attorney-client privilege breakdown, which they always say. He didn't get appointed until March. He quit in the end of April. April, May. First part. So he only had the case for a couple months, then he quit. I have, under cellular data, will show that when he took the case, I explained to him in detail that I called Donahue, the largest attorney in Bend, I believe, one of the largest in the state, said they looked at it for a couple of days. They actually took looked at it and said, we can't take this case. It's too huge. You're talking about literally, we don't have the bandwidth to do this case. I have the email still. We don't have the bandwidth to take this case. It's too massive. And the state of Oregon is trying to take me to trial through this county in a 2-day trial. As I've told them over and over again, in open court. This would take you years of investigation. You're not investigating the case. I have 40 plus people, not even include the SWAT team that came out, on my list of people in my call as witness in my favor under my Sixth Amendment, my right of suppression of evidence, the right of discovery and suppression of evidence. In my case, if they're going to take me in a Sixth Amendment trial, that I have right to call witness in my favor. It doesn't limit how many people this is what they didn't do. They didn't even have any witnesses summoned. Who would they have put at that trial? Who would have they have put at the trial? Who would have been sitting at that jury? Would have been 6 of their best friends that come out there and just give me a conviction. We'll pay you a couple $100 a day, man. Give you $500. We'll have dinner at the end of this thing. Get rid of this piece of shit that will not shut up about exposing the corruption in our town. We're supposed to be a good old hillbilly town with no corruption out here. We don't do nothing. We're clean as a whistle. We don't do none of this shit. No, they're running the shit. The farmers run the cops out here in this town. For the love of money. Yeah, money. The love is the root of all evil. So follow the love of this money and you'll see right where it leads to the police and the farmers. And they want me to shut up about it because they want this town to just be clean as a whistle. So somebody had to do it. The town is known for corruption. It has a reputation of that. Look it up. Christmas Valley, Oregon. Christmas Valley, Oregon. And this goes a lot further back than that. These people have had it out for me for quite some time because I was pointing out Mulhern County Police Department. Look up that police department. Totally corrupt police department. Hey, we got actually, it's called a corrupt government. Check it out. It's called Donald Trump is Joe Biden, is John F. Kennedy, is George Washington. They're all part of the same family. Our military industrial complex. They don't want veterans like me telling you we don't need military outside our border. That won't fund them. I'm an enemy of this state. They probably consider me a homegrown terrorist because I tell you we need to bring all our military home and stop fighting, policing the world. We people dying in our own streets, children, women, citizens, veterans. Notice veterans come last, not first. Veterans serve the B system, but hey, come out of my people. So let's continue. I'm getting ready to report my son being murdered in this county, and the judge isn't going to hear it. He's going to say to me, he doesn't know anything about this, which I believe 100% to be a lie. I think if they put him on a polygraph, he'd fail it. He's very aware of this case. That's why he drove 4 hours over here to try to shove this case into a trial, whether I liked it or not. And that's why Judge Vandenberg didn't have enough balls to come sit in here again at the change of attorney and hired sent the best over here that they had to send to try to shut me up and get me to go to trial. So let's continue. He's going to call me nutty, gibberish, tell me it's like speaking to a wall, tell me that I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't have any legal idea what I'm talking about, but I'm going to make you represent yourself. Hey, listen, you don't know what you're talking about. So if you don't respect our authority and we have to appoint one other attorney you don't get along with, you're going to have to represent yourself. That is a right of a failure. That's a violation of my Fifth Amendment to adequate counsel. That is a violation. And that judge should be disbarred today. He should never serve. He should be in handcuffs right now, sitting in a fucking arraignment because I have the evidence against him, awaiting his fucking trial. And then all the other people who come forward that this judge, Pat, he's a criminal. I know what they're doing here. They thought they can get away with this again, and they're not. They made probably the biggest mistake that they've made in this case. Somebody out of jurisdiction, okay, out of jurisdiction to come make a ruling on a case that he has nothing about. They were trying to just railroad me, brothers, sisters, proof. So I've called for a change of venue because I cannot get a fair trial. It's been reported. I have shown you. I've done live streams. Go back on this ministry and you'll see me do specific live streams about change of venue and all the qualifications that this case meets it. Months ago, this case met it. Paul Palmer said he was going to file a change of venue for judicial bias. Now I have judge bias. 2 biased judges. Jury bias. I can't even get a jury trial. That is your right, a jury trial. You have the right to a jury trial. You have the right to face your accuser. You have the right. So all these people that are in my case, I have the right to call witness in my favor. I have the right of suppression of evidence. I still have the legal right under the Fourth Amendment to protect myself under affirmative defense, protect myself from a legal prosecution. So if they went to a trial, they would have to excuse all my civil and criminal actions. I'm not liable. It's called justification defense, excuse defense. They would excuse and it would not be heard. They could not bring it up in trial. So I cannot get these judges to do that. There's no way. They're trying to railroad me. And I've already called for many months that I will not hear these people not give me a fair trial. I cannot get a proper jury. And now this proves it. This is a change of venue. This guy's going to try to send me to a trial without even summoning any jury members. You guys, I don't think this has ever been done before. I think what was witnessed again has never been done before. So let's continue.
What's going on between you and Mr. Werner? I believe that the essential disagreement stems from I was exploring some issues on which I had indicated I would file a motion. Ultimately, in the culmination of my research, I determined that motion would not be meritorious. I believe that was very frustrating in Mr. Werner. Hey, Mr. Werner, what's your take on all this?
I have been denied. It's been 407 days. My right of due process has been failed. I was grenaded to the face, and I have not received any counsel. So Paul Palmer's never given me any actual counsel. I reported that my son could be murdered and missing to the Josephine County, and he did not follow up after the Josephine County. I did report that my son could be murdered or missing. My daughter, to him, I have it all recorded, and he's not following up. I also did record that
Mr. Werner, I don't know what you're talking about.
There we go, guys. There we go. Listen. Do you think Judge Wolke knows anything about Elijah being potentially murdered in Josephine County? Right here, right out the gate, this judge stepped on his dick. He stepped on his dick. I guarantee you put this judge under a lie detector. He knows about this case. That's why he was brought over here, guys. So right out the gate, Father told me, Luke 12:11, you be without counsel, and they'll throw you in front of their men in their black robes and their magistrates and their synagogues. Do not worry what you shall say. I'll give you the answer. Father was telling me what to say, obviously. This judge, straight out the gate, says he doesn't know what I'm talking about. Carl, do you believe that? Do you believe that, Carl? The judge says, I just reported my son murdered, missing, my daughter. It's been reported to Josephine County. He's a seated judge from Josephine County. He drove 4 hours out of his jurisdiction. Not even in the same circuit. Drives 4 hours over here, and now I'm reporting this death, murder, kidnapping of my son and daughter, and he tells me he doesn't know anything about it. Right there is going to put that judge in prison. Pat Wolke is a criminal, and for that he was lying. And I don't think he would pass a lie detector test saying that he didn't know anything about this case before he drove out here 4 hours away. Does that make sense? This guy drove 4 hours, guys, away. I tell him my son has been murdered in his county, and he does not stop the proceeding and take a recess and go, listen, Tracy, now we got to figure this out because they're covering up for my son's death or kidnapping. And I just reported it in open court, and let's continue. Now, I don't know that I'm talking to a judge from Josephine County. That's what's crazy about the whole thing. I have no idea that this judge is actually from the county that I reported my son murdered and called the Josephine County Police Department reported, please go look for my son and daughter. Here's where their vehicles are at. And they wouldn't go. They refused me call for service. There shows that the motive for, again, Josephine County is involved in the death and missing, along with Marshall Radonich, of my son and my daughter. Why would they send a judge 4 hours away that doesn't even preside on the case, doesn't even know anything about the case? Are you telling me the judge never opened the file on the case? Then why would he preside over the case on whether in pre-trial, and I'm going to trial in, this is the 10th, in 6 days from this date, I have a trial date in the 16th. That I'm going to go to trial, and he has never even he hasn't presided over the case at all. Why would the presiding judge not be there? Because they sent this guy to try to railroad me, guys. And now I have proof. So I can't live in fear. If I can make it till Monday, God to protect me, I will be going to the media. I suggest you take whatever of these recordings that you can and you go to your local media immediately for my protection. Okay, and the state of the people in the state of Oregon, they can do this to anybody tonight. They can be planning a SWAT raid against somebody again tonight. Totally unjustified, totally illegal. And I have all the evidence. So if you care about this country at all, you care about the people in your community, they do this to people in your towns too. They get away with this a lot of the times. And if they get away with this in this lifetime, Father will pour out a just measure. Nobody will escape judgments from what they've done. But hey, as a dad, I want to know if my son is alive or not. I don't think that's asking too much. And I've been pleading to the courts that my son has been murdered. The last time I was arrested, I said the same thing, and they didn't listen to me. And that's been months ago, and nothing's been done. So I actually went and did my own investigation, and that's how I came up with all this information, because they won't look. I discovered, and then I went down there, and that's when I made the discovery, because they won't. There's no, Dan Spencer was sitting in the courtroom the other day with his investigator. Why are they not out there looking for my son and daughter? Actually, when I walked out of the courtroom the other day, I looked at Dan Spencer because he sit out there and he smiled and he smirked at me, guys. And in open court, I said this, and I don't care. I said, don't smile at me. My son is missing and could be dead. Right to his face. Right as I walked out, because he's the first seat I got to walk past. He's sitting right there. His investigator right there. I go out and he smirks like, ha ha, motherfucker. Ha ha ha. So I said to him, to his face, don't smile at me. My son could be missing or dead. That's why they sent the Josephine County judge over here. That's why they sent the Josephine County judge over here. And I'd already said it, but I said straight to Dan Spencer. I'm telling you, Dan Spencer might be involved in the murder of my son and daughter. And his investigator, John Mogul, because their stories don't add up at all. They sent John Mogul out here for a summons to my son's trial in December, right? They visited me in November for his December trial, but he went missing back in September. He went missing in September, but they gave me a summons to his trial in November for a December trial. And then when I went to his trial, the state police told me he went missing in September. Wouldn't you know that Elijah will be heard in open court in October? Over the phone, he was over the phone, but Elijah was in court in October, so the state police can't even get their story straight. The state police should be put under criminal investigation. Every one of these SWAT officers that came out here, the SWAT officer that told me there that day that Elijah went missing in September, well, you know, that's rather convenient. That's the same time that the state of Oregon and Lake County dropped my daughter's charges. They kidnapped her, and they decided after May, June, July, August, and September, 4 months later, to drop my daughter's charges because they had kidnapped her illegally. Those words were exactly from Paul Palmer. When I first sat down with him, the only counsel, he didn't give me counsel, he just looked at the case. But he said, yeah, that's a kidnapping. No warrant, no signed judge warrant, no probable cause on a warrant. That's kidnapping. So if my daughter is still alive, I can guarantee you that my daughter will have $100, $200, $300, $5 million lawsuit. Here's the reason, guys. They don't want this. State of Oregon does not want to pay out this lawsuit, guys, and it doesn't matter. I don't care about the money. This ain't about money. Now this is a matter of accountability. So I have to do this. You mark my words. Monday morning, I will be in the possession of either the media or or I will be at, a lawsuit attorney, and I'm not gonna settle the case. Never would and never will. But there'll be no settlement. They will be lawsuits, full civil lawsuits, so we can hold these people criminal liable. And I will sue every one of these people's bonds because they will not be able to operate at their job anymore. Not out of vengeance, but I have to. I even said it, so you're gonna hear me say it in this thing that I have to sue. I have to now, and I got to keep my word. I've kept my word all the way along, so I'm gonna keep my word now. So, you want to donate? Start a GoFundMe. Take the story, make a story out of it, cop it. I don't want you to do it for views, but if you know somebody who might be able to, help with, maybe, like I said, I don't think I'll actually have any issues obtaining a lawsuit attorney now. A little bit of an issue before because I had I don't want to. What I'm going to now. So you're not going to believe what you're about to hear. So this is insane. They have never been done before. What you're about to witness, I don't think has ever been done before. I'm about ready to report, again, the murder of my son to the county of Josephine County. This judge is from Josephine County, and he does not say anything about it. He actually just said he doesn't know anything about this case, which I don't 100% feel if they put him on a lie detector. Somebody briefed him on this case. Remember when I said when I walked out of the courtroom on the 7th where my attorney, Paul Palmer, forgot to show up to court, guys, that is a Sixth Amendment violation, fair and speedy trial. Yes, I believe they did. Yep, and I have all the evidence of it now. I know we hadn't talked, but yeah, and I have all the evidence. I mean, other than his body. So I have the motive. I now have them sending to Josephine County 4 hours from my location to Lakeview on a case he doesn't preside over to whether or not the attorney can quit or not. Through all the jails in Oregon, he's not sitting in a jail. He has not been sitting in a jail. So anyways, let's go ahead and continue on. Now, remember, this attorney is from Josephine County. He has said to me that he knows nothing of the case. And now I'm getting ready to, again, report. Again, we'll go back. We'll stop. So if Bishop's in here, we'll go back over this again. So let's go back just a little bit. How far are we in? We're not even there very far, but we'll go back a little bit. Here, let's go ahead and go all the way back so you guys can listen here. One more time. So they don't even know, the attorney doesn't even know his name. This attorney, this judge doesn't even know his name. Did I say your name right? So now he's gonna reside on a case that he doesn't even know the district attorney's name. Pretty ironic, don't you think?
Mr. Werner is with my telephone. Mr. Werner, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
And Mr. Palmer is here. My telephone, Mr. Palmer, can you hear me okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Charles is your person. We're hearing Mr. Palmer's motion to withdraw as Mr. Werner's attorney. Mr. Palmer, would you like to be heard?
Yes, Your Honor. The attorney-client relationship between I and Mr. Werner has degraded to the point I don't think we'll be able to repair it. Because of that and his adamant statements about trial, I believe it's best to proceed with alternative counsel.
And could you give me a little more detail as to what's going on between you and Mr. Werner without the attorney-client?
I believe that the essential disagreement stems from
I was exploring some issues on which I had indicated I would file a motion. Ultimately, at the culmination of my research, I determined that motion would not be meritorious. I believe that was very frustrating to Mr. Werner. Yeah, Mr. Werner, what's your take on all this?
I have been denied in 407 days. My right of due process has been failed. I was grenaded to the face, and I have not received any counsel. So Paul Palmer's never given me any actual counsel. I reported that my son could be murdered and missing to the Josephine County, and he did not follow up after the Josephine County. I did report that my son could be murdered or missing. My daughter, to him, I have it all recorded, and he's not following up. I also did record that
Mr. Werner, just hold here. I don't know what you're talking about. What's the problem between you and your attorney right now?
He's not provided me any counsel I can legally sue. He's provided zero counsel for me. So he's failed my Fifth Amendment right of due process and adequate counsel. So he's not adequate counsel. He's provided me nothing. You'll see nothing on the record. So he's done nothing. He even forgot to call in the other day. So he's definitely not adequate counsel.
You quit talking, I'm talking now, okay? What I know is that this allegation arose back in May of 2024, so we're way late on this case going.
It should be dismissed immediately.
Mr. Werner, don't interrupt me, or else I'm going to hold you in contempt.
For holding in contempt.
Mr. Studenberg, as your attorney, he had to withdraw for the same reason put forth by Mr. Palmer, and that is that the two of you couldn't get along, and I suspect it was, given the fact that it's happening again, I suspect it was your doing and not Mr. Studenberg. And now Mr. Palmer's in the same position of wanting to withdraw for a breakdown of the attorney-client privilege, or the attorney-client relationship. So what you have to understand is, if you want to have an attorney, you have to understand that the attorney has a lot more expertise and knowledge than you do. And the attorney is under an ethical obligation not to file frivolous motions. And so if your attorney says, I just can't file this motion even though you want me to, because it is obviously frivolous, then that's not a lack of representation. That's just a good job as an attorney. So I know that it's set for trial next week. This is an old case that needs to go to trial. So Mr. Palmer, I'm going to deny your motion to withdraw. I want you to do your very best for Mr. Werner. And Mr. Werner, I would advise you, if you don't want to have a result in trial, to just take your attorney's advice during the trial.
Okay, sir, do I have the right to call witness? Do I have the right to adequate counsel? Do I have the right to a speedy trial? Do I have my Fifth Amendment right to adequate counsel? I've not been provided that. I have a very large list. How have they even gone through and looked for a jury selection at this point? So there's been nothing filed. If they want to do that, that's fine. I'll go ahead and file a lawsuit then at this point. And I have to do it for, they haven't even, I was grenaded to the face, and that should drop the case immediately. And I was provided counsel by Dan Spencer, my son's attorney. That's co-counsel. I know this case very well, and that's fine. But Paul Palmer's not adequate counsel, and I can prove that. You can't go to trial. He hasn't done anything. He has not provided any witness. Is Ryan Solberg going to be there? Is Lily Frank going to be there? Is Richard Greer going to be there? Is Officer Black going to be there? There's been no witnesses even called or summoned, so we can't have a trial where there's no witnesses. I have the right to call witness under my Sixth Amendment in my favor.
What about my son and missing daughter at my case? The case is because of them.
Mistrial, even if
well, Elijah, not her.
If the courts want to do this, the court's going to do whatever they're going to do, but they should immediately open the case. The case never even opened up.
you're gonna make me go without an attorney. I'm gonna have to go to trial without an attorney. Never been done.
I'm able to hear you, but remember, I still have the right to due process, and that's been failed. So I suggest the state drop the case immediately.
Why I want to represent myself?
Remember, under my Fifth Amendment, I have the right to adequate counsel and right to due process. So immediately drop the case. Okay. So I'm going to give you a chance. I'm going to give you a third chance with another attorney.
He's going to walk himself backwards, huh?
Anything happens, if you butt into what the attorney's doing, if you try to micromanage what the attorney's doing, if you try to impose your lack of legal knowledge on an attorney, then the same thing is going to happen. The attorney's going to say, I don't want to have anything to do with you.
My lack of legal knowledge. I just made you walk your case back there, Judge. At your trial, so you know there, Pat.
Yes, do you understand my son and daughter are missing, possibly murdered, sir?
Don't talk gibberish about your murdered son.
But I reported this to the law enforcement.
You're going to have to represent yourself. Nutty things he calls me.
You say that my daughter is dead, potentially, and my son is dead, that's nutty? Mr. Werner, you interrupt me one more time, Mr. Werner, I'm going to hold you in contempt. I'm going to bring you down to wherever you are and put you back in jail. Don't interrupt me. So my question was simple. You understand that if the same thing happens with this third attorney that I'm not ready to let you have, the same thing happens with the attorney says, you know, he's making irrational demands on me, etc. Then you're going to be representing yourself at trial.
I'll be representing myself at trial. Goodbye, Pat.
Okay, so that's my order.
Going to prison. Pat's going to prison.
I said earlier, I'll appoint a new attorney for sure.
I'll appoint a new attorney.
You better get along with this attorney. You better be ready to go to trial. Well, nobody's made a motion to continue the trial unless you're ready to make a motion.
Going to make a motion to continue? We go back on the list. Fail my right of fair and speedy trial again. They go to recess. So, probably never been done in open court. I don't think a judge has ever threatened from a different county. Somebody doesn't know anything about the case, doesn't know anything about Phil Studenberg, doesn't know that it took them 6 months and they already had violated my right of fair and speedy trial. So think about it. When I reported Elijah missing, murdered in Josephine County because the judge Vandenberg would not drop the no contact order if either of them are still alive and can testify and were still alive at that time. If one of them, maybe my daughter or my son doesn't know, I don't know. I can't get any answers. Remember, they refused to call for service and go even look for him instead of threaten to arrest me, just like he threatened to me back in there because they said I was nutty for saying that my son and daughter were murdered and called it gibberish. And then when he said it was nutty, I said, is it nutty to talk about my son and daughter being murdered? He said, if you interrupt me again, I'm going to come bring you in here from wherever you're at and throw you in jail. This is hazing. This is harassment. This is badgering. This judge is from 4 hours away. He got up at 4 o'clock in the morning, guys, to drive here if he didn't get a hotel room before. They set this shit up. I'm telling you, when I walked out the courtroom the other day on the 7th, and I looked at Dan Spencer and said, my son, don't smile at me. My son could be missing. My son is missing and could be dead. He brought this Josephine County. This is huge, guys. No more on this. No more. I'm done. I played Mr. Nice Guy. I try to let Father, and Father's coaching me here. Remember, I'm not with counsel here. I don't even have an attorney anymore, but I'll be going and taking this to the media. This alone, they would pick this up with a SWAT raid. And that recording right there, I guarantee any attorney would be foolish not to take the case. Is worth hundreds of millions of dollars. This judge would be looking at two separate, multiple crimes committed. Multiple crimes, okay? Multiple crimes, okay, committed. Well, I took the money last time, Buffalo, and I paid off the ministry. So I don't have any qualms about that, or I think, Father, that's what he wanted me to do. So the ministry can serve whether I'm dead or alive now. See, that's a beautiful thing. I'm just one man. The ministry serves the body, not me. I'm just some dude. Father is the head of this, Christ is the head of this. I'm just one dude who opens the ministry up. So, right, you got to be careful. So they work for the bar. A attorney, whether you pay that $5 million OJ attorney, he works for the bar. He works for the bar. They all work for your merchant number. So they're really not going to care. If you can give enough money and they think they can make enough money, though, they'll go ahead and they'll take the case. In this case, they'll see hundreds of millions of dollars, and they'll take this. I've looked at this. I'm going to have to do this in a civil court so we can hold them criminally liable, because they don't want to convict their own. They all work for the same team, kind of like politicians. Whether you realize it, they're all part of that same too. A politician is a lawyer. So basically, they're both work for the bar, whether you like it or not. Yes, they sure do. They took an oath to the bar, especially an attorney. They don't take an oath they take an oath to the bar. They separate themselves under the Washington, D.C. District Criminals. So this is a whole separate side of this country. People have no idea about how these attorney works for the chief of finance, which works for everybody, works for him. Even that paid attorney's working for that chief of finance at Charez. See, he came in, and Charez is on this case. The old district attorney, he's not even in on this case anymore. He's out. The old elected sheriff, he's out. This case is so old. That's why when I call the like the second largest attorney in Bend, one of the largest in the state, it's merchant law. It's all merchant law. It's part of its contract. It's old paper contract, and they failed this contract. They got to pay it double back. This all will be put under the same, like I said, every minute that they have, they've already, remember, I've already in this case, I've already told you guys in this case, in open court, I don't care whether it's been filed on paper or not, and it is a paper contract, it's on its record. Father will do the same, will all prevail in the end of this case, because some attorney will come in and pick up this case and realize how far into this case they can't convict me anyways, guys. I've never been arrested under a capital letter name. That's why they came in and threw the best that they could at me. Remember, they already sent 30 men with the SWAT team out here, with the all armed to the teeth to try to get this case closed. It didn't work out like they thought. Well, it just didn't work out like they thought here. This guy came from 4 hours away, which is going to show guilt. And you immediately hear him when I'm telling them my son was murdered in his county. He said, I don't know what you're talking about. And try to just push me to talk about the case. Put him on a lie detector test. He was briefed before he ever came out here by Dan Spencer, Dave Vanderberg, that this guy won't shut the fuck down. He's not going to take a deal. He just won't do it. And that's why you heard Paul Palmer come in and say, I quit because I've had an attorney-client privilege breakdown. They say that's standard. Like I smelt an alcoholic beverage emanating from his or her person. It goes down in the police report. They say the same thing. They're out. The judge has already decided whether they're going to quit or not. That judge came in there and was going to let Paul Palmer quit. But that didn't turn out like they thought, did it? Yep. So, not hearing this, guys. Not hearing this. This is probably one of the biggest mistakes made in this case so far. It was one thing to think when my son and daughter were still alive, guys. It kept me as a little motivation. Now I'd like to know, I'd hope I'm not wrong, but it's really starting to point in that direction. Everything I've been wrong in this case so far. They have every bit of motive. They lose this case, they lose hundreds of millions of dollars in lawsuit. Guys, that is a constitutional violation of my 5th Amendment, 6th Amendment. That's cruel and unusual punishment, what that judge did to me. My 12th Amendment has been violated. My 8th Amendment has been violated. My 14th Amendment has been violated. My 4th Amendment's been violated. They took my 2nd Amendment from me. There hasn't been, if I fit the minute, all my rights have been violated. I only actually have one right left and remember, I'm not an American. I don't want to be American. I don't want to live in this country any longer. I want to keep the ministry here and serve the people within this country, come visit here, just like I want to go visit a bunch of other places. I just want this to be one more stop on my list, if Father so chooses. But remember, I'm going to Ecuador. I don't want to be in this country. There's nothing about this country that I love anymore. And especially if my son and daughter are gone, I don't have any reason to even be here at all. I only stayed there for them. I'm involved in all of this because of them. Remember, I had no criminal record. I'm just a veteran out here doing my thing, living the American dream in the desert, and was already planning on trying to get out on the road. And I'd been screaming on the live stream. Anybody who looked at this, if they brought in a case, they go, this guy tried to get away. This guy had been trying to get away and go on the road. He stood here for his, son, and, he had to do it. So I don't have regrets, whatever happens. But you see that Father stepped in. That judge said, you're going to have a trial. Bishop, do you see what that judge just did to me? He was going to send me to a trial. Just on the 7th, at pre-trial, Paul Palmer forgot to show up. Inadequate counsel. Not only did he forget to show up, he forgot to call in. So then they have to call him, and it takes him about 15 minutes to get on the phone. To get him. They freak out. They're losing. They're like, holy crap. They really are starting to panic. They get him on the phone, and he says, well, I forgot to call in, and I'd quit a while back. I just forgot to call in to say that I quit. And I have record of that. So he hasn't provided me any counsel, period, other than, remember, call the cops where they think my son's killed at. He said, I called there. They won't give me the transcripts to the call. Okay, go over their heads, go to the feds. The state was involved. This is obviously dirty, foul play here. If they won't give you, an attorney, the records to the phone call where they just threaten me to throw me in jail because I'm calling for my son where I think he's murdered and my daughter in this county, and here's my evidence, here's 40 pounds of silver, here's a federal passport, here's my daughter who could be being raped, here's my son, he has a warrant, he got every reason to go there now. There's a 7-year prison sentence on his head. Please don't kill him, please don't shoot him, you guys already shot him once. I didn't even know they had grenaded my son and daughter at that point. I didn't know back then that there was a second grenade thrown at first they threw it at my son and daughter, then they threw it at me. That's what woke me up, was the grenading of my son and daughter. So extreme excessive force at the SWAT raid. Then hit me in the face with a grenade. Extreme attempted murder. You don't throw a hand grenade at somebody's face, guys. Seriously, it's one thing. I had no idea, and I'm glad Father held this back, and I didn't find this. I'd only found this one out where I knew this is the one they hit me in the face with. I didn't know that they had hit Adriana, my daughter, a complete innocent victim that they dropped the charges on, guys. They dropped her charges and hit her in the face with a grenade. They should have brought her to the hospital. If they grenaded her, she was an innocent party. Even if they arrested her, they should have brought her to the hospital. You don't grenade somebody. She didn't have hearing protection. They should have went in and had her checked, as well as my son. Irregardless, should have went to the emergency room, then to jail. If they had a case, they thought they had a case. They didn't even have an arrest warrant for my daughter. That's why they dropped the case. They grenaded her. I have to do this for Adriana Massey, my daughter, guys. I got to keep going for her. These people are just trying to throw me under the bus. You heard that. They had me going to a 6 days from now, a case with no jury selected at all, and no witnesses even summoned. And I got 35 witnesses, not to include the state police, in this case that came out. That would be an addition. And now we've got Pat Wolke on the case. It's unbelievable, but it is a reality. Some people, they get to live in this just nice little easy world, I guess, little speed bumps along the way. Some of us, we climb, just mountain after mountain, just never ends. As soon as you get going down, boy, you're going right. This one's just been an uphill battle for me. So I'm thankful for Father to give me, if I would have known that they would have hit my daughter in the face, I may have even reacted different, that not her in the face. It would have hit her. They hit me in the face with a grenade. They definitely rung her bell, and now I couldn't figure out how could my daughter potentially be kidnapped. You know what I'm saying? Be kidnapped. and my son be going by, how could somebody have something over him? They both suffered a concussion, like myself. All of us had to suffer a concussion to make this work, and all of us went with our hands in the air, and my son was even shot with hands in the air. And then I go send the police out to go where they have a 7-year prison sentence on my son, and they didn't go get him. It's because he's not alive, and they're trying to cover up, and they get me in prison. I can't talk about it enough. They probably just exit me stage left out the back door. There goes, whoop, there goes Pastor Revelation. Just didn't have a big enough following. Nobody started the GoFundMe. Nobody contacted the news. You guys tried during this, before the SWAT raid. I know did. People gave this a lot of effort. They were calling Lane County, telling them, you guys, this dad has got all his evidence. You're harassing him. He's live streaming all this. You guys were watching this happen. You're not seeing that he has all the evidence. And he not only did his son do, he got in trouble, but he did the probation ×2. And you're still now, he has 3 months left on his probation, and you're still trying to throw him in prison. No wonder he said, no, you're not going to arrest his son. He has the right of affirmative defense, justification defense. So, this is excessive force, and thrown at the face is attempted murder. I think this officer should definitely face attempted murder charges. This one throwing it in is different. You know what I'm saying? Yes, it's a concussion grenade is what it is. A concussion grenade, a flash bang grenade. You don't know anything there, apparently, Zach, anything about SWAT, how tear gas, a flash bang is a grenade, concussion grenade. A tear gas canister or a smoke canister, and some people might confer to it as a smoke grenade, but this is a concussion. Okay. So it is a grenade. So, boo-hoo, you got flashbang. Okay, cool, Zach. See you later, dude. Thanks for coming in. Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you. So, but either way, brothers, sisters, I didn't even know that my daughter and my son, and now I see how they have maybe not been in their right mind and could be easily coerced. Why isn't anybody in my daughter's family look for her? Why isn't it something they're being silenced? Like, I can't even get my son's mom to look into him. I called her after 8 months or 9 months or something after he didn't show up to trial. Like, what's going on with our son? You haven't called me at all. He's been with you, but I don't want to break this no contact order. And, this is our son. What the hell is, cops came looking for him. I think they got him. I think that's what I'm saying. There we go. There's more evidence. Cops came looking for Elijah. So I'm pretty sure they came and they always go after him to get to me. Evidence will show it. It's a proven targeting case. They attacked the people around me. Kevin got a ticket for going 8 miles an hour of the speed limit. He wasn't speeding. There was a cop right there. He pulled out right in front of a cop, pulled down. We were almost, and then a cop came out of nowhere and then I got the cop in court saying he wasn't even going the right direction, and he still got a ticket. He hadn't had a ticket in 20 years. He drove 2,000 miles or something back to fight a ticket. I don't think you can stand on this little no yellow light town and people go 65 miles an hour because they're going 80 out there. Slow down to 65 they said he was doing 43 in a 35. That's 8 miles an hour over the speed. That ain't even hardly speeding, and he wasn't speeding, and they still threw the book at him. He didn't understand. I was like, dude, you were guilty before you ever came in here. Rick came there the same day and had a stroke. He presented a whole case because they were going after him, and he literally put, hundreds of hours into his constitutional right and put on a really good, and he said to Tracy, I couldn't do it. I couldn't even hardly breathe. And he did. He left and he had a stroke over this. These people are absolute tyrants here, and they do whatever they want. I remember calling John Kligo when my son got in trouble, and his exact words, if you summons due to a court of law, is, Tracy, they do whatever the fuck they want out there. Tell your son to be quiet. And, if he was in any other county right now, I'd had him out by now. But, yep, they do whatever the fuck they want out there. So, yep, keep his mouth shut. This county is known for it. So it is what it is, guys. Maybe I shouldn't have moved here. Could have moved to some other town. And without that, I would have figured there would be something going on there, and I'd have figured it out. A dog doesn't see evil and not bark. Okay? I'm a dog. I'm a shepherd. I lead the flock. That's what he sent me here to do. I'm not a wolf, although people think I'm a wolf. It's okay. You know, it looks a lot, the wolf looks a lot like a dog to the sheep, right? You know, they both have pointy ears, tail, and canine teeth, but the dog leads the sheep away from the wolf, right? Warns them, don't go down into the water, but that's okay. It's hard for people to recognize. Most people aren't even sheep, to be honest with you. They're just kind of bad, going along with the flow, and that's all right. Father knows us by our hearts. He calls out to our hearts that are continuously filled with wickedness, and he fills it up with daily cross. Who shall come after me? That's what I tell you. That's what through me, he tells you, he leads me to lead you to the word, because I have to be charitable with the light. Don't hide that light in a basket, put it at the top of your house, let it shine, not like pride to rise above others. He is the top. He is the head of the church. He's severed. Father is the judge. He is Father. But under this covenant, he covers us for the sins of the world, that we will not do the things as he paid the price in flesh to cover the Gentile nation. We must follow after him, conform to his image. Romans 8:29. I also did foreknow the ones that I did predestine to conform to my image. And he stood against the halakha, the law, perverted law, the Haggadah. They had made their own law. And that's all I'm doing here too, just standing up for my son. So I don't expect not to be suffered, persecuted, and potentially martyred for his Shem's sake. It says that you will be persecuted for my name. My name is Shem. Shem is the authority for my law, for standing for my law. Not this perverted corporation. I'm a constitutional republic soldier, army veteran. I took an eye to the Constitution, God-given, natural, organic, color of law, Black's law, law of the land. It's always been here. God protected, constitutionally protected. That's what I took a note to, not some flag. I piss and wipe my ass with American flags. I don't care about no flag. Burn them. I don't care. Don't wave flags in here. False flag. Burn it. Do you hear what I said? Diary in the genes, runs in the genes. Good genes, I'll shit on that flag. I don't care about, I didn't take a note to a flag. I took a note to the Constitution. Don't get upset. You wouldn't know the difference between passion and anger. What are you talking about? You didn't ask no question, idiot. I'm elaborating. I'm not having any conversation with you. Move along. Protected by, governed by the federal to protect your inalienable constitutional. The federal government is not put there to make laws. Congress was. It is to protect the God-protected natural organic law of the land. Constitutional right. Grow up. So that's what I am. And when I take a note to that, it says the very first order is a military police in the United States Army for any soldier is do not quit your post till properly relieved. So pound sand if you don't like that. Oh, well, let's go back in time. Kick rocks. Don't build your house on sinking sand. Oh, if you pound them rocks, turn them into gravel. Keep pounding them till you turn them into sand. He said, don't build your house on sinking sand. He's the Petra. So where are you building your house? He's the foundation. Nobody's sovereign, Mike. There's only one sovereign. There's sovereign immunity. Qualified immunity is this was titled qualified, means they can, there's certain things are protected. Cop could tell you, I'm not going to arrest you, just blow in this little tube and you're going to get arrested. If the cop can't break the law, they have to follow the Constitution. Remember, they can't arrest you if you committed a crime. So, okay. So there's no sovereign. That's a fallacy. There's only one sovereign. Sovereign is Father. Father is the creator of the law. There is no luck. There is no free will. There's no such thing as, no free will. No such thing as luck. No such thing as fortunes. You can't believe in a God like people think, because belief is not a thought in your head. So you can't say, well, I believe this is what the law, there's a difference between legal and lawful. There's a difference between Title 18 statutes and Title 18 revised statutes. There's a difference between a constitutional republic and a corporation. This is not a constitutional republic. This is a corporation. That's why they sell your debt slave labor number, your merchant number. As again, Bishop Stoner was in here telling you about, your constitutional right is protected. And if you suffer for that, then Father will cover you. So what if you suffer? Wrestle not against flesh and blood. Paul said, we're not under that law of flesh. You're going to pay. Too much the lips, as Paul said, we must go through. That's tribulation. Do you think tribulation comes without suffering? It says you must endure to the end. So this is part of what they've changed it. This is a corporation. It's the Washington District of Criminals, okay? Criminal is actually a term of accounting. Crimes, code, criminal code, statutes, ordinance are not part of the original Constitution. They were not adjudicated through House, Congress, and Senate. See, I took a note to that. original constitutional republic. And so I'm a constitutionalist. I'm not sovereign. I'm not a nationalist, which you could file to be a state national prior to this forming of this corporation. There were 13 colony states, original nation states, and it was a constitutional republic. You can file to your state attorney and you lose all your benefits to the corporation, but you don't get Social Security, you lose any benefit, but you now become what is known as a state national. I don't have to claim that. I'm a man of the land and soil. I'm born of this corrupt dust. No matter what they do to this body, my day of death's already written. I will go back to this corrupt dust. I'm a man of the land and soil. I have organic rights, natural land of the soil, land and soil. That's what I am. I'm an organic man. I claim organic rights. I don't have to claim state national, but I refer that you could, and that's the best way to get them off your ass, or at least to start asserting your rights so you don't be judged by a corporation when the dead raise from the ashes and the dust. Father's going to go, okay, my son stood against the corporation, and I made another corporation 2,000 years in the future. Once was a blessed nation, a constitutional republic, but they took it from the people, and they fell and willingly took the mark of the beast. Their man. 666 is the number of man, not a devil. Satan. 666 is the number of man, but people are too idiot to even understand the scriptures, because remember, they go by some other Jesus. And if I tell religious people there's two Jesus, they freak out on me, but I don't have to worry about turning a goat into a sheep. Remember, he was the Lamb of God, not the one with breast. So it's not very even hard in this modern day calendar world where they've sprung the new year in the middle of the winter. Fools, April, they're idiots. The shepherds were in the field with the sheep at the time of the birth, and we're not supposed to be celebrating anything. The worst thing you can ever do on this rock is celebrate birth. Well, there's only 2 birth dates in all the scripture. One, Satan, Herod was trying to kill Christ, the Hamashiach. Remember? And they love it. They do it backwards, what Ecclesiastes 7:1 says. Remember, we're not supposed to mourn death. We're not supposed to celebrate birth. And they do that exactly, right? We're supposed to actually celebrate death. We're actually supposed to celebrate anything under this covenant, remember? Not even one day. No Labor Day, no Martin Luther King Day. We give all glory to Father Shiloh, the Redeemer, the bride, the ones that suffer for his Shem's sake. Remember, the thalipsis, tribulation. You must endure to the end to be saved. Sozo, you got to endure to the end to be saved, so you can't be saved. No such thing as free will. Father created all things, so there's no such thing as sovereign, because Father is creator and writer of the law. Sovereign means you're the writer, you're the creator, you have authority. He's the authority, brother, sister. So put that light at the top of your house. Who's your authority? Who's ruling who? He is the head. We are the body. Your brothers and your sisters and your mothers are those that do the will of the Father. He commands us through Luke to carry our cross. There's always that sister. That's the sister chapter to Matthew. Who shall ever come after me, deny yourself. That's idolatry. That's exactly why he divorced his bride Israel. They went after other gods, self-will, not free will. They didn't listen to Father. They didn't go after his Torah, 613 statutes, commandments. The Old Testament was the law. Remember, I'm not under the law. I don't go by Moses and Aaron. I'm not under the laws of the 10 Commandments. I'm not bound by, sealed by fate or law. I am destined. Didn't you hear what I said? I also did foreknow the ones I did predestined. That's prohorizo. I define what I'm saying. See this dartboard here? He said, I pull him to my light. Let's pull it down here. Dark and light. Horizo. I am the horizon. He didn't say I'm the light. He said, I am the aletheia. I am the truth. Let's go back. I am the hados. I am the hados. I am the aletheia. I am the horizo. I am the way, the truth, and I am the divider. I am the separator of the dark and the light. He didn't say I'm the light. Every a.m., the morning light would come up at the horizo, the horizon. That's why he said, I am the horizo. I'm the separator. Do not think I came to bring peace. I came to bring a sword of division. The backbone of this ministry, Matthew 10:34-39, right? I came to separate a son from his father, a mother from her daughter, a mother-in-law from her, father-in-law. A man's enemies be the one of his own household. You are your biggest enemy. I am my biggest enemy. That is idolatry, because we go after our own self-will. No such thing as free will. Father already knows what decision you're going to make on the other side of that, and you have options, but you have no. Thank you, Elijah John Werner, for help refining this ministry. He told me that, Dad, you make it sound like people don't even have a choice. God knows and makes them do everything. Well, but yes, son, he knows what they're going to do. He's a creator and the writer of all things. Well, you need to explain that to him. They're not. I love you. I love the ministry, Dad, but it doesn't come off like that. And I know you love this word and you're trying to share the word because that's what we're supposed to do. But you say that There's no such thing as free will. People think they don't have any options. Oh, okay. So you want me to explain to him that self-will is like A, B, or C, but he knows which door we're going to take. He knows what we want before we even ask for it. He's a creator. He's sovereign. He's the writer of all things. He said, I create all things, everything that ever was, everything ever written, everything that ever will be, everything not written. I, Father, do these things after my own counsel. I create good. I do all these for my own pleasure, and I create evil. So don't question him, because I fail that all the time. His timing, I try to pick a time. Remember, a day on this rock is like 1,000 years with being with the Father. Yeah. And he's not in the sky. He's inside of you, in case you would figure that out. That's what all these religious people believe, that he's somewhere in the sky. Or non-believers. Atheists some of them figure it out. They hide behind the name atheist, but they mock people, and you shouldn't mock them, called Sky Daddy Jesus, Booby Jesus. Let me see them booby Jesus. The one with breasts, birthed in the middle of the winter, Christmas. Religions, Catholics, Mormons, Presbyterians, Baptists, all of them, they're vain. It's worthless, as he says in the book of Jeremiah 10. But they don't want to hear what the Lord say, O Israel. And that's a spiritual Israel. In the book of Revelation, I am pastor, been arrested under that actual name. Apocalypse is to lift off that cover. See, there's lies that have been hiding in your flesh, and he pulls us to his light, prohorizo. That's what the truth is. If I didn't call out to their hearts that are continuously filled with wickedness, you must be born from above, not again daily. Take up your cross daily, deny yourself daily. Correct? Follow after me daily. If I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, not one of them would. So you're not doing it, see? Father's sovereign. You just never had explained to you in definition. His definition, you need to keep your eye on aletheia. I am the hados, means translation. You're going after your transgender Jesus, the one with boobies. My Father doesn't have boobies. My Father didn't even have flesh. He visit one day a year as the horizo, pure, unadulterated light. That's right. If he's anything, remember, he said he has eyes of fire. He'd come back with fire. So you better remember the promise of the rainbow. Don't be fornicating with this other gospel. As Paul said, this other Jesus, this birthed in the middle of the winter, Sex Pistol Jesus. It's a stick up. Let me see your decima. Everybody get their hands up. Right? You have no idea what I'm saying, do you? Most people don't, because they're not in the Word. Stay in the Word. Be of the world. No, stay in the Word. Be not of the world. Be in it, but be not of it. See? We're not wrestle not against flesh. This is worldly things. Where's your treasure? Is it in a higher place? You leaving your treasure here on this rock? You can't take it with you when you die. So what do you worry? Is it going to be there when you get to that higher place? And that's not in the sky. He said to meet him in the sky. He said to carry a cross, and nobody ever carried a cross. Nobody's ever hung on a cross. It's torture. They stretched him back so he couldn't breathe. Why do you think they've been doing these pneumonia rituals on you? Crown rituals, like a halo around the sun? Like the white devil or the red devil? Which devil are you choosing? You thought that was good and evil? The halo is the serpent. The crown, watch out for that scorpizzo. Remember the false teacher? Bam, he'll come around and sting you with that tail. Poke you. In warp speed, baby. Are you on the list? Remember, he's making a list. He's checking it twice. Going to find out who's Krampus. Naughty? Or nice, right? That's the one who ate his kids. Yeah. Remember? The one with breast, Baphomet, the one that Trump has his house decorated with, a modern day version of this. Going right here in your own New Mystery Babylonian. 40% of the resources are consumed by this rock, North America right here, with their extension of all its tentacles, like the octopus. They love that octagon, like the eye, well, the hive mind, like his bee sting. Did you get stung by the spelling bee? Did you go to school, drink the tap water, started spelling curses in cursive? And yes, going with the flow. Remember, you went to school. Shh, be a good student. Watch the government mind control you with their television. They'll send signals, waves, millimeter waves. They did. Remember popcorn? Honey, I need some popcorn at the movie. Flicker rate. You don't even like popcorn. Shut up, honey. Just give me some popcorn. Get yourself some of them little things in the toilet paper tube. The chocolate in the toilet paper tube. Anybody remember those things? All right. Anyways, got to go back in time, like Charlie Chaplin. This Fosti. He's the guy with the. Here we are again in the modern day wheel worship. He said, "I am the horizo. I'm not a pole god, Jesus Christ, birthed in the middle of winter. Their Christo Masse, their Masse is eating of human flesh. Are you on this wheel worship calendar going to try to tell me it's 2025? See, learn not the way of the heathens, he said. Be not dismayed at the ways of the signs of the firmament. So you've been spun on some Yule wheel, and you're doing the same thing that Father outlawed, and they came to this nation of the Americans, slaughtered all these Satanist pagans that were living here, that were worshiping gods with heads and beasts like Egypt. They weren't native. They wandered from the northern, ice bridge at the, nothing of the cycles, super Heinrich, Dalton minimum, Spore minimum, Wolf minimum, Oort minimum. You know nothing about these glacial cycles, do you? The difference between, negation, taking away, an addition, add, subtract, like how about basic algebra? You take something from here, you have to give it back over here, like plotting like a number on a graph, right? Like graphene. They got you stuck, right? In school. Remember you used to drink that little cup of the pink stuff? Oh, the fluoridated. You got fluoridated and chloridated. Well, they had to keep the fecal or coliform bacteria out of your tap water. So those are, bromine is a halogen, fluoride is a halogen, right? Chloride, hey, they give you that on death row as your third shot to stop your heart. Remember, the heart is continually filled with wickedness. So who are you using as you use your heart? I made mistakes that way my whole life. Oh, for thinking with my heart, use your head. Put him at the top of your house. There you go. He's the head. Now he's steering the ship. You see, you thought you were in control of the vessel, huh? See why you need to put him at the top of your house? Don't let it shine. Pride. That was the Old Testament. Father had a favorite. That was the heavens. Remember, they never hung anybody on a tree. Oh, yes, trees, not crosses. What is a cross? He said, carry your cross. It was crucified. He was crucified for standing up against the law. Does anybody want to hang you from a tree? Does anybody want to put holes in you? Does anybody want to rip your beard out of your face, stripe you? Are you getting your stripes? I'm a military veteran. Are you earning your stripes? Are you a soldier of God? You don't have to be a veteran of the military. The United States Military Uniform Code of Military Justice, the commander in chief. No, that's no joke. That's some serious stuff, like even over a 5-star general with 1,000 military bases in all 180 countries. Now, that'll make you shut up. Won't it? If you drop democracy and freedom bombs on people, make them pay for oil like a mafia, make them pay for it and force them. We're going to come back and get our fee every month. You hear? You don't do it, we'll drop some freedom bombs on you and some democracy bombs, and we'll instill central banks. We'll inflate your currency and we'll extort all your resources, and we'll make our dollar worth more than anything. And so, Team America, love it, or we'll come back and we'll kill you with all the greatest military in the whole wide world. Remember? America loves you, and we'll kill your children and your women too. Not just your finest, because we've got 1,000 military bases in all 180. So we're going to come everywhere. We're like Visa, MasterCard. We're everywhere you want to be. Man, that's an old jingle right there. We had to put it out there. I think that's the right one, right? Visa, MasterCard. Oh, wait, maybe it's just MasterCard. Maybe it's not Visa. Did they do it both? Remember, I'm old school. Apologize. I just lightened it up. But hey, we're mafia. This is the money changers. Get it through your head. So this is why I suffer, brothers and sisters, because I don't like people like me to tell you the truth. Under this covenant, we're not even supposed to have any American Express everywhere you want to be. Okay, thank you. Where'd I come up with Visa, MasterCard? Darn it. The old albino buffaloes in the house. You guys better watch out. There's no such thing as white. Well, it's not a color, so there's no white people. Can we call you the Caucasian buffalo? That would not be politically correct. My bad. We'll stick with the white buffaloes. Okay. You can be a white buffalo. That's all right. That's actually pretty cool. That's pretty rare. Not too many times you'll see a white buffalo. Look at what we did to this country, guys. You realize I was actually talking with Kevin about this the other day, about, how the buffalo used to roam through the northern hemisphere and shit all over the land. Apologize. But it served a purpose. And that industry's all gone. What we done, this, came over here and fell from grace, if you will, fell from a blessed nation. We came over here to genocide everybody over here. They were pagans. We're like, here, have some blankets. It's sleepy time. You feel comfortable and warm? Well, Father is working here. Remember Nebuchadnezzar? Remember all that? All right. And we're Solomon. All right. Never mind. I'm going to stop. People have forgotten their history. We're under this new covenant. That's what was hard for me to understand, but it was Father's will be done. Remember, if you start going after pole gods, like tree gods, gods on poles and with men and heads and beast and man bodies, and that's the old Egyptian Satanism. Christianity, old school modern day Christianity. So that's why Father allowed. See, I never did understand how did Father allow the genocide under this covenant? We're supposed to not be killing anybody, and he allowed the genociding. Well, I just was stupid and young and immature in my faith, and Father had just, because I was thinking with my heart, not my factual statistical brain, that they were pagans and they were Satanists and they were not Christians. Some of them came because they were Puritans and converted over not to this modern day Christianity, because that's what they were actually fleeing, Catholicism, which is Satanism, which is Christianity, and Baptist and Mormon. And it's this going after this Pope with this communion and this crackers and grape juice ritual where they eat the body of Christ and drink the blood. That's cannibalism and vampirism. It's a Yule Wheel festival that was celebrated for thousands of years. The pagans celebrated this, and it's the swastika. It's the Yule, the feast of the Yule. It's the equinox ritual at the 9/23, which is what they're doing right to everybody right now. Not the date of 9/23 or like 9/11. That was the date. They're doing the 9/23 rituals on everybody right now, which is this Fausti 1945 ritual of the Second World War, which is now the Third World War. The seventh king will be revealed as the eighth king. No other platform, no other ministry, no other channel, no Rumble, no X, no Twitter, no YouTube blogger has covered this. So I'm blessed to be here, and I think that's why Father keeps me here. I don't think that's why they couldn't do what they needed to do me the other day. You guys, the other day I was following these cars, and I've been in, like I said, I got in a 5-car pileup where I got hit, hard, and I didn't get charged in the accident because I cleared the car in front of me, and then the car came up behind me, shoved me into that car. I was really trying to get this guy off my brakes yesterday, and there was a pretty large wreck in Bend. And man, I swore I was going to hit that car, and I came right through into oncoming traffic, and I threaded the needle and went right through traffic. But it was either hit him or get hit. I'm like, well, I think I'd rather get hit than hit him. Either way, I'm going to be in trouble. It's my fault. I mean, I was trying to get this guy off my ass. He just wouldn't. It was the same thing when I got in that 5-car pileup. So, but I turned and came out and drove right through the 2 cars and then back onto oncoming. It was very like, woo, boy. But now I realized I needed to be there for the case. The case that, this case, I needed to have this on the 10th, so this could be documented. If I would have hit that, I guarantee I wouldn't be able to make it to that case. I wouldn't be able to pull that off. And Father is the one. So he does some pretty miraculous things there. I just got to tell you, the other day, man, it was, boy, that was a big motorhome, and it was bunching up. Everybody was just going just way, 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 way too fast. Like everybody was going fast. Like everybody was a passing lane. It's on going from Bend to Lapine. And if anybody's ever been down that 97 highway, they'll know that people will get a little impatient because there's a lot of areas where you can't pass. And when there is, so people pass, and it just kind of gets everybody go a little bit faster. So the time that we come out by where it clears out by Mount Bachelor would be your west, and to the east is that mobile home park. You get up there almost in between where you come back, and it kind of separates back out that field, that motorhome. I could kind of see it, and it was real large, big back end. So I'm not sure, it might even be in a 5th wheel, because I didn't get to really see the front end. And I'm serious, I didn't look back, and I always check my mirrors. So it could have been one of those massive 5th wheels, towed by a big 350 diesel or something like that. But I thought it was one of those bigger motorhomes, not a coach, but these ones with still like a van front end, but a very large back. And I started seeing that back end kind of do this. And it's when I was like, man, something's going on with this thing, because they normally don't do that. I mean, it was just out of nowhere. And that's what's making me brake check this guy and trying to like, get off my ass, dude, slow down, get off me. And, I wasn't like brake checking him. I was starting to get in my brakes, and I don't ever hit my brakes. I keep a good following distance. And there was a couple cars, like I said, in front of me, and I could see that. And then it went bam, and it hit the ground, and that tire came off the back, and it came up. I mean, it bounced up, and then I seen the back of it come up. It actually, this time it lifted up, because it was going down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up. And then it went up with that tire came up, and then it bam, slammed on the ground. It just to a straight halt, and that car went bam. And then there's a car in front of me, bam, and I'm like, I'm gonna hit him. There's just, I can't get this guy off my butt. I can't get hit in the back. I can't get in the back. I can't hit in the back. Because I've already been in 3 rear end accidents that were not my fault, and one when I wasn't driving, and I just drove through it. And I'm telling you, that 4Runner, it did a super job. So, and I know now why, because so there's times again, guys, that Father, he's going to protect me no matter what. So even if it's to give me more hell, like, because the day was just an absolute nightmare, but I did steer through, and the guy actually behind me, he came up, that guy was on my back, and he's like, give me the, like, damn. And I think he must have followed my line, because he was right behind me. He must have, I didn't even look in my mirrors. I was too focused on going through the 2 cars and getting back into traffic, not to even look. And I've had a CDL since I've been 21. I would have not known how many more cars had piled up. But there was a spread of when Kevin and I went by there, and you could see where that car had hit that motorhome, and it pushed that. You can see the skid marks, how it was sitting there, went bam, and slid the whole. So they must have hit it really, really hard. But I now know that Father did that, so I could go testify on the 10th and be. And I was trying to do everything I could, guys. I mean, I have a CDL. It's a good thing I know how to drive, and I understand, and was paying attention. And like I said, yeah. And so a couple people probably wadded up. And so I think the good thing is that thing hit the ground. So I don't think anybody got up. I was a reconstructionist. This is what I did. I don't think anybody got up underneath that car. You can see that they really pushed that motorhome. I mean, I think they hit it because it was down. It wasn't up. So I don't think that second car went up underneath. I don't think that was that fold up under that motorhome. I think they hit it and probably watered their whole front end up, and pushed them with it. And that second probably car smacked them pretty good and folded their front end up. And then I was whoop right and I whoop right back into traffic. But it was a reason. I'm like, Father, you're not done with me yet, are you? And in my head, brothers, I'm telling you too, I hit that car. I explained this to Kevin. I'm like, dude, I told him, I was like, I want to go back over. I want to explain something to you, Kevin. I don't understand. I said, man, I hit that damn car. In my head, I hit it. I know I was going to hit it. I just didn't have enough room. I couldn't get this guy off of me. We were all going way too fast. I know from a commercial vehicle, I'm not in a CDL. I'm just in my 4Runner, but it just takes a certain enough time. I can tell you what I never did, guys, is I never hit the brakes, okay? As a matter of fact, I smashed the gas, okay, is what I did. I never hit the brakes. I never once hit the brakes. I never once touched my brakes. I just had to, you know what I'm saying? And I just, instead of hitting the brakes like I would hit the brakes, I smashed on the gas pedal, and I seen the cars. I'm like, well, it's it. There's only one hole. I'm either going to flip it, but I don't want to run into the back of this car because I don't want to get hit from behind. I'd rather pull into traffic and get spun around and roll over a couple times, go this way than just getting clobbered in the back again. I couldn't take another rear end accident. I would be hospitalized probably. It would probably never walk again if I get hit one more time. I've been in 3 major 5-car pileup, major accidents, felony hit and run, just back is hammer. I broke my back for the second time in a car accident. So no more getting hit from the back. So I'm like, dude, that's what made me pull it, because I'm seriously in a moment's time thinking about my back. I'm like, I can't let this guy. And I'm watching him in my mirrors, because guys, I'm looking in my mirrors the whole time, and I'm watching him. It just got going. I just pay attention, and I seen it coming. The Father gives some of us a bit of an intuition. If you're a good driver and you're covering your brakes, if in the time when you need to, and you're getting, and you're going to have that space. And I had just enough, guys, because I'm telling you, in my mind, I hit that car. I'm like, I hit it. I knew I hit it. I'm like, dude, you're going to hit that car. You're going to hit it. And I steered out of the way, and I didn't hit it. I still hit it, but I didn't. You know what I'm saying? There was no impact. I totally cleared it. It was just my mind was like, trying to prepare, and I steered, and, and like I said, I don't know how like I said, that Jeep did a beautiful job at just turning, and I had a little bark that's what I was trying to tell Kevin. I said, Kevin, I don't think the tire bark that I got was a squeal. I think it was from me smashing that gas down, because I wanted to go back, and there was no striation left on the pavement. You know what I'm saying? I didn't even leave a mark, there was marks on the other, but I didn't even leave a mark where I was at in the, but that Jeep, man, did a great job. So 3rd generation 4Runners, guys, are amazing vehicles. We started talking about how amazing Toyota suspension is too, guys. Amazing suspension. I'm thankful that I have it's just some $3,000, third generation 4Runner, but it's a good little rig, and it steered right through that, guys, and it didn't wobble. It just steered over, and I'm out of oncoming traffic, and I'm over on the emergency lane facing the wrong way, but and pulled back out onto traffic, because actually those couple cars, when I went into, there was a little break in traffic. I pulled out, there was a bunch of cars, and I don't even think those cars up in front of me even saw it. So I kind of barely caught the eye of the car that I put through. I think his eyes got a little, I think it was a he. I think it's a little bit of the eye whites got a little big, but he didn't honk at me, and he didn't even steer and try to steer out of the way. He just kept steering straight. So, it was just kind of like probably not, you ever seen a figure eight race where they kind of thread the needle a little bit? So I just kind of thread the needle and went through the cars, and I was thankful, because I was like, well, thank you, Father. I could have easily hurt that person or hurt myself, or I got hurt, and I'm totally safe. And the Toyota did an excellent job, and I'm so blessed. You must not be done with me yet, because I could have easily rolled and got hit and flipped, and anything could have happened, I think I had some groceries or something in the car. Something could have hit me in the back of the head. Who never, anything could have been possible. So I'm thankful that he kept me going. Guys, I'm gonna hop up here and actually throw my shorts on. It's getting a little warm here. Scoot back up. Scoot back. I know the puppies are in here with the dad. I don't know what's going on with the Taggy. I think he's feeling this court date. He is, huh? What's going on with Mr. Dog? What's going on with the boy? Huh? Mr. Petty. Okay, that goes the wrong way. There we go. We'll make some more ice cubes here. See if we open the windows in here. We're out on 2B's probably be the night again today, huh? Yeah, I think I'm gonna make me some coffee. I haven't had coffee in a couple weeks. Make a cold coffee. Let's do that. Let's do that. Give me a minute, guys. Good. I haven't made any coffee in weeks. For some reason, I want to make some iced coffee. Some iced coffee. Cold coffee. So, what's that looking like? What are you boys doing? Boys being good? All right, good? You seem pretty out of it, Buggy. What's going on with my babe? My baby all being like that. All right, hey, I'm making, like I said, I'm making some coffee. I haven't had coffee in weeks. So, get some water going. It's just, that's got kind of that cup there. Appreciate you hanging tight. Oh, yeah, that's not the shirt going out there. It's hot out there.
Get in where you're at, Dago. You need to get in where you're at, baby. We don't have any coffee out here. We don't have any coffee. Coffee's in the cabinet. Biggie big. Can I get in there behind you, Biggie? Oh, my biggest guy. You're not doing very good. What's going on with you, Doc? What's going on, Biggie? I don't have any other copies. I gotta get in here just for a second. You're such the best guy I ever had. You're the best, biggest puppy dog in the whole wide world. Oh, back too hard. I haven't got me in a while. You know what? You don't want no caffeine. You don't want no caffeine. Oh, that one's empty. Empty. You hungry yet? You want your breakfast yet? You didn't even eat your breakfast this morning. You're being weird. You're being a weirdo, Bobito. There's a copy right there. You don't like so. Regular. Oh, it's regular. Just regular. Black silk. Haven't had any in a while, huh? Okay, you can lay back down. Thank you, babe. You're the best guy I ever did best. On that. Now, some great. That could be. Is that could be in here? Probably has more in here. Which cabinet doesn't have the creamer in? Nope, that's all. Yes! And 7. Get in here enough, do I? Ooh, there it is. much ice we got in here. Oh, we only got one run. Let's make some ice there. Bill sure not be getting hot out here. Let's go ahead and end the stream, guys. Come back up for the end of the day here. We'll do another stream. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Difficult time to be in this flesh, but you know, it's not supposed to be an easy walk. So try to remember that. Father's path is not an easy path. The only way to the Father is through the Son. And so he was crucified, and we're supposed to follow after him. So I hope you're out there earning your stripes, if you will, your spiritual stripes. It's a spiritual Israel. It's a spiritual covenant. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done. Are you ready for thy kingdom come? That's the wedding feast of the lambs. So this is what it's all about. He's our prize. He's supposed to be our treasure after we die. That's what we're supposed to be, inheriting him, the wedding. So we're supposed to be the bride. He's the bridegroom. So try to remember that. Although it gets difficult, difficult is the path. Again, narrow is the way that leads to the straight gate, and that only comes with suffering. So through much suffering, it will be, you spend all your treasure while you're here, you ain't gonna have nothing, no reward at the other end, right? So is he your reward? Is he what you're running for? That's how I know. That's the only thing that keeps me going, knowing that he saves the best for last. So he always comes through in the end for me. And I know that I'll get to be there with others that are probably walking in that same narrow path. It all leads to the straight gate, the ones that are on the narrow path. Not the broad way. Broadway's that's the big city. That's the do what you want, do as thou will. Do Father's will. That is the word agape. So walk and follow in his commandments. 2 John 6 is to love the Father, and that is to walk and follow in his commandments. So I hope you're doing what he's commanding you to do. That's exactly what Scripture says. What are you telling me different? You rebuke me with Scripture there. Discharge, general discharge. Tell me where it says it's an easy path. He said, who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves daily, take up your cross daily, and follow after me daily. Does that sound like an easy path? Go ahead and rebuke me with the word there before I get out of here. We'll have a little discussion. You some lollipop religious idiot.
going after some other transgender Jesus, birthed in the middle of the winter, your Sex Pistol Jesus, your one day Sunday sit down day Jesus. Buffalo's like, okay, let's see what we got here. I gotta get some popcorn for this one. Come on, rebuke me with a word. Use the word against me. Show me the light. If I'm in the broad way, love me. Love thy neighbor like thy enemy, like thy love thyself. I'm gonna put the word back on you. And then if you're a viper, I'll throw you out of here. If you're swine, low energy, tell some unclean, aletheia. Can you define anything in the Greek lexicon? Do you have a dictionary? You know what a dictionary is? You ever define any words that come out of your pie hole, your face, your lips, whatever dialectus glossa you speak, language? Is it foreign to you? Then it would be alien, correct? So speak up. You don't type very fast. Speak up. He said, look up for your redemption. In order to be at the wedding feast of the Lambs, you have to endure to the end. Does that sound like an easy Jesus? Endurance. Does it sound like it's easy? Endurance is a marathon. In case you ain't never run one. In case you never ran any miles. It's a long race. Long suffering. He said, long suffering. Correct? Yes, that's what the word says. So you can't even rebuke me with the word. It's not on your heart. He only wrote it on the bride. He doesn't love everybody. Most people go to hell. Can't be saved. You have to endure to the end to be saved. Can't believe in Jesus. Believe is an action word. You put legs on your faith. Faith is how we are saved, and faith alone. You're an idiot. Can't even rebuke me with the word. Showing you to the narrow way. This is too much for you, I know, because you're on some Sex Pistol, birth in the middle of winter Jesus, religious Jesus. Take your other Jesus somewhere else. I don't read a Bible. I read the scripture. Bible means book, you idiot. Know what the hell you're talking about. Hell's not a place. Hell's not below your feet. Neither is earth. Hell's the word bis, knowledge. No knowledge. My people shall perish for lack of abyss. I'll throw them in the abyss. That's what you call hell, but you don't know what you're talking about because you're some religious idiot. Idiot's not an insult. Idiot means you don't know what you're talking about. That's giving you credit that's never even graced your ears or eyeballs. It means you just don't know. Otherwise, you're an ass. It means you have an unwillingness to learn. Stubborn, like a mule, donkey. Stop acting like an ass in here, and you won't make an ass of yourself. Self-will. No such thing as free will. So kick rocks. Kick those until they turn them into gravel. Remember, all the nations, no stone to be left upon another. Are you on some other kind of stone? What are you smoking? He's going to bring the fire. You ever play Smoking Fire 52 pickup? Not 52 weeks in a year, is it? In your little world over there? Mute. Bible is now whenever. No, that means book, you idiot. Speak up. You're not saying anything. Trying to give a lesson here, or I was actually just trying to get out of here, and then you speak up and you make. Father did it. Father made you come in here. Thank you, Father, for general discharge. I think he's like diarrhea. He's like runs in the genes, huh? Shit for brains or shit pants? I don't know. You tell me. Diarrhea. It runs in the genes. Get it? Good genes? All right. Don't be mad at him. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He isn't even able to make any kind of, not even a yod. Not one single jot or tittle has come out of his face pie hole. Remember American band camp? Hey, this one time in band camp, they're more entertained by some other Jesus. They heard it on television from some guy on YouTube. Maybe some guy on TikTok. When they can sit down with a word and define. Remember lexicon? So, thank Father. Please thank the Most High, Yahweh, Mahim, Hamashiach, the one who came in flesh to fill all the sins for the bride, the ones that they were not doing the world. And they were persecuted and crucified because they would not do the world and their bodies would suffer. But he said in Paul's writings, wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, powers, put on the whole armor of God. Remember? Wherefore I say unto you, rulers of the darkness of this world, spiritual wickedness in high places. So that's our battle. Don't wrestle your brothers and sisters, We're not under a flesh vessel covenant. He fulfilled that flesh paid, not a piece of paper. Bible written on a piece of paper. He paid in flesh. Know what the hell you're talking about? Hell's not a place. He said hell is what? By definition, hell is bis. The word bis, no knowledge. Bis, bathos, busos, B-U-S-O-S, B-A-T-H-O-S, or B-Y-S-S-S, all means K-N-O-W-L-E-D-G. Do we need to do some of this romper room with you? One bad. Oh, that's Sesame Street. You getting puppet like, remember, said he believed no man. Be sure no man deceive you. I think you're being pulled by the puppeteer. Who's your master? You can't serve two masters. Remember, if this was going to cause you to sin, would you cut it off? The eye, would you pluck it out? You could commit a sin in your head. Remember, the eye is the lamp of the body. It's supposed to be single, remember? If it's filled with light, then the whole vessel, the whole lamp is filled with light. If it's filled with darkness, then the whole vessel, the whole lamp, they don't mix. Oil, dark and light, water. Remember, oil and water, dark and light, they don't mix. You got to be pure. Purify yourself as he purified himself. Stop partaking in these worldly traditions of men. They want you to go after this other Jesus, this sit down on a church pew one day. We do this every day, Jesus. What's this guy on? He's on the Jesus juice. Leave below. No. Get away from him. He won't stop talking to you about Jesus. Do they run away with you? Warning, may start randomly talking about Jesus. Are you that guy or gal? We're equally yoked under this covenant. Man and woman, Jew and Gentile, good and evil, black, white, brown, red, and yellow is all flesh, correct? Not everybody. God does not love everybody. He hates most people and sends them to hell. He creates them as vessels of wrath fitted for destruction. He creates them for the hate, the sin that they create. He created them to do those sins. And then he judges them for the sins that he made them do, and then he throws them in hell for creating the sins that he made them do. That's the Father that I love. See, there's more than one Jesus. Your sky daddy is in the sky, right? My Father is not. He's inside of me. He's not in some house or temple made by hand. He, through his Father's, right, fulfillment of his birth of the Son. Not the Son God, Baphomet with breasts. Get out of here, Jesus. Your other Baphomet Jesus. Your Sex Pistol transgender Jesus with breast and flesh of, I don't know what size they are, but go tweak your Jesus somewhere else. Excuse me of being on drugs because I know the word. Remember, it would be prosecuted, persecuted, martyred for my Shem's sake. Maybe conform to my image. He said, follow after me. Does anybody want to hang you from a tree? Does anybody want to whip you? Throw you in a cage? That's the Christ that I love. They killed him for Christ's sake. Christ means anointed in oil. Remember, the eye is the lamp of the body. So hope you're not having some affair with this other Jesus, fornicating with this other, having fornicating I's and O's and U's. Well, adding jots and yods and diddles, as he said, don't even add a thought, idolatry, pornea, or I'll blot. Don't add a thought or I'll blot your name out of that book, as you call book. That means Bible. It wasn't written on paper. It was written on stone. You've been smoking some other dragon pen or something. Been to that dispensary. Should have been growing your own natural, organic. Remember, if it's bare seeds, saving your own seeds. Now you're going by the clone. Are you even real? Let me see your belly button. That's a Bob song. Show me a belly button if you ain't a clone. All right. I had to throw it in there. Oh. I was supposed to get off here, but Father said they want more, not the other Jesus. So remember all this nonsense, guys, with this red heifer cow nonsense. This is all being done by the script. They know exactly the word. These elitists, these 8 families, these purple people eaters, you know, kitty touch much, can't keep it in the pants, keep it in the family kind of people. Eat your kids, Moloch, Santa Claus, ho, ho, ho. You don't want all the hoes are out, ass Santa. You know, Satan Claus. All right, you know the clause. You lost? Oh man, are you not lost in space? Are you corkscrewing and spinning on a ball, nose down on a wave? I mean, a millimeter wave on a ball, through time and third block or rock. Are you in a block or a rock or a ball? I think of third dimension. I think about trapped in a cage, right? Kennel cage, mind control. Got to hit it with the mind control. So I was dinking off. I went outside and was making coffee anyway, so you didn't really miss anything. I just came back in here and somebody knows who Father is. Yahweh, Rahim, Hamashiach, in the flesh, Father. We only have one Father. He said, call no man Father, call no man teacher. That is the word prophet. So I'm not a prophet. There's no prophets walking this rock. You know, anybody calls himself a prophet, they're a demon. They're a distributor of lies and fortunes. And so that just eliminates the whole Mormon church, doesn't it? Oh, the temple. He said your body's a temple. Told you so. It's in his word. The word is infallible. I think General Discharge just discharged all over himself. I think it was more than a discharge. I think he displaced his whole, well, never mind. Better not. Lost in space, right? Hey, if we're on the rock ball or rock from the sun corkscrewing at 1,040 miles an hour at warp speed through time and place, through time and space, then why do we need to go to space? Aren't we already in space? I'm just trying to be real with you. If we're on a ball in the middle of corkscrewing in space, on a ball, on a rock, or whatever shape you want to do in your, stick your square peg in her triangle hole, whatever you're. If you're corkscrewing through time and space on a block and a rock and a ball, third dimension from the sun, through corkscrewing through time and space, then why do you need to go to space? Aren't you already in space? I don't know. I think it's a question that should be asked. And sometimes, you know, scientific method means you dispute the known with theory. So that is a theory of mine, that we're spinning around on a block on a ball. I mean, corkscrewing on a rock, third dimension from the sun, through time and through space. So welcome to space, right? You're in space. We're all out here in space. Wouldn't that make, on the ball camp model, or whatever band camp, your flat camp, ball camp, pan camp, Peter Pan, ball, well, pan like a pan god, like a flat flute, where you stick your flute in whoever somebody else's round hole, remember? It's okay. This one time in band camp, you know, they're entertained by movie gods, television gods, broadcasting with their stick. Broadcast means actually sow seeds. With a stick, huh? How about a yew tree? You know how to pluck the yew bow that cut off your bird finger? That's your bird finger, and they would pluck the yew bow. You pluck the yew tree. That was actually to make a bow. And this is called your bow finger or your bird finger. Remember, like the bird, the feather, you know, like the bird, and they would pluck the yew bow. So pluck yew, all right? Pluck the yew bow. It was a yew tree. How about that for some dialectus gloss, some scriptural, biblical, historical record? Well, how about just record? I don't think that's biblical. Well, everything's biblical for scriptural. Bible is a book. So are you writing the book? Are you part of this book? Remember, in the end, Revelation, it talks about a generation. That evil and adulterous generation will look for a sign. The only sign that be given is the sign of Jonah. Are you in darkness, like 3 days in the belly of the whale? Will you rise to the occasion, like Christ in the tomb for 3 days, and he rose again? Daily we must die to self and rise again daily. So do not partake in unfruitful works of darkness. Do not judge them by their cover. You'll know them by their fruit. Rebuke them with the light. Father created man and woman, and then they created Adam and Eve. Imagine that. Nobody ever wants to talk about that, huh? Why was the serpent already in the garden? Wait a minute. There was darkness, and he formed the light from the dark. He baptized this rock, was overcome with light. Harizo, hallelujah. They're idiots. Holy rollers. They're religious idiots is what they are. They act like they love the word, but they don't know the word. It's not in their heart. Remember, seek and ye shall find. That's not a job. That's not the winning lottery number. That's the aletheia. That's the truth. That's why you use a lexicon. That's why you use a concordance. That's why you use eSword. You use your apps that you use in this modern day. Ask and you shall receive. He'll show you where it's at. Just where I told you right there. It's in the word. Knock. He said, don't sup with vipers. Well, nobody wants to talk about that. They don't love the word. They don't love the word. That shows that we're not in this 6,000 year idiocracy Christian cycle, you know, If man evolved from apes, why are there still apes? You know, they don't even pay attention to this rock. You know, there's many hominoid species that have been here before, but they're in this calendar wheel, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. You know, birth in the middle of the winter. And he tells us not even to celebrate anything, let alone the birth of the sun god, Satan, Jesus Christ, in the middle of the winter. The one with breasts, Baphomet. Jezebel, remember? She went after this Baphomet god, sun. That's Baal worship. Baal, the sun god, and tree worship is grove, Baal in the grove. God split the kingdom for the same exact thing. Ahab married Jezebel. Now they've turned it into a fallen angel and giant story. Giants, Anunnaki, not the word Nephilim. Nephilim means bully. And most people have been bullies. I've been a bully. I've been a demon. Demon is a distributor of fortunes or lies. Same thing as a Nephilim. Nephilim doesn't have to do how tall or inches and feet a man is. That's the word Anunnaki. They don't even realize Gaza, the one Trump said he was going to go down there and clear everybody out and buy Gaza. That's where the champions, the Philistines, Palestine, hello, Gaza, the Anunnaki. It was called the land of Anak, but people don't know their history. They're lost in space force balls in the sky. Space force, fallen doesn't mean from the sky. Fallen means from grace, from the heavens, meaning from the ruling class. Heavens are above your head. Not. No, think they are not. Heavens are not above your head. The firmament is above your head. The waters separate us. Just like he is the horizo. He pours out that living water on the fish, Fomahawk, for the deceived. And he pours out that living water that says, go to the man with the vessel. And I'm telling you, it's about the eyes, the lamp of the body. So, yeah, you can't change the word. It's not possible. You know, you can't go in and add a jot. So people, what they do, they add their own Jesus. Paul wrote of another Jesus. So there I go. I talk to these religious idiots and they go, no, there's not two Jesus. You know? So isn't that hilarious? Just absolutely hilarious. You only speak in hypotheticals. Well, we don't speak in hypothetical. We only speak the aletheia in here. Okay, so you can take your subpoena. Okay, somewhere else. You can take your poetic justice, your what is it? I'll call it your Babylonian brain waves. Somewhere else. Unless you can speak the aletheia, the horizo, the Hokadesh. You don't make any sense like America makes, not even one penny. No sense at all. So you have no definition in you, do you? You're a translator, right? Go after some translation of your own. Remember, poetic justice trying to come in here and sound like you know what you're talking about. What are you going to subpoena? You going to call out? What are you calling out to? He said, if I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, not one of them would. So stop speaking your hypocrisy, not hypothetical. You're a hypocrite. You don't know what you're talking about. You say you do, but you don't. That's called hypocrisy, not hypothetical. Like, okay, let's play a game here called game theory, right? Game theory. You know, you ever heard that term? Well, they do. You have to define. You want to find Father. He said, I am the aletheia in the flesh, correct? He said, I am the hados, I am the aletheia, and I am the horizo. So he divides the day from the night, the dark from the light. He is the separator. He is the condemner. We're not to condemn a man under this gospel. We're to judge him with righteous judgment. Show him to the light. Rebuke him with light. Do not partake in unfruitful works of darkness. Show him to the light. Love thy neighbor like thy enemy, especially thyself. Don't fall off the boat. The man's enemies be the one of his own household. Matthew 10, 34 through 39. The man's enemies be the one. You are your biggest enemy. I am my biggest enemy. Idolatry. One who believes their own Jesus. One who believes their own lies. Anybody who adds to the text is an idolater. Anybody that is the word Nephilim. You're a bully. You're pushing your bullshit on somebody else. Apologize for the cursing, but hey, I'm a flawed man. I make mistakes. I'm not, still to this day. I'm a work in progress. You have to endure to the end to be saved, so you can't check out early. Rebuke means about face. It means you stop doing what you're doing. So maybe one day don't shoot an angel. You don't know what their messenger is. Messenger is the word angelos. Angel is a messenger, so don't shoot the messenger. take it up with Father. You just don't love his word. You have a problem with the word. So I see that no thank you. Took his no thank you bite in here and left. We used to have to eat that. Remember the whole plate? You didn't have to take a no thank you bite, but I did that with my son. He had to at least try something once. If he didn't like it, he didn't have to eat it, period. His sister, which was not my daughter, I didn't raise her, but for 8 years, or bring her into the world. But for 8 years, I just put it on her plate and just put a small amount and told her, I don't want to hear whether you like it or not. I don't want to hear your opinion. They're like, you know what? The backside, everybody's got two cheeks to the same hole. So you like it, great. If you don't, keep it to yourself. Yeah, but if you get on their common core, Father Yahweh, then 2 + 2 = 5, and 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes, maths to them. And they're touching kids at airports still to this day. Now that ain't right. Well, that would be actually like, country grammar, like hooked on phonics work for me. We were doing numbers, but Father does it all by the number. But 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes doesn't math to me, and 2 + 2 doesn't = 5. That doesn't math with you either, right? But that's what they say. 2 consecutive earning quarters of negative earnings is not a recession. No, it all has to do with the unemployment numbers now. They moved the goalpost on you guys. So Father doesn't speak with marbles in his mouth. Actually, under this testament, he said, don't add a jot. And if you change even a thought, pornea, then you've changed his word. So that means 0.01. That's the other gospel. So, it is. That's the other gospel. Paul spoke of another gospel. Christ spoke of many Christ, many Jesus. So you add to his word, you are going after another Jesus. You've made up your own version of the agape is the word. 2 John and 6, it means to love Father, and he commands us to take up our cross. So if you're not taking up your cross and going out and sharing the light with others, then you're not a disciple. If you're not going out and being crucified, then you're not doing what he tells you to do. You're just some lollipop religious idiot that thinks you can sit down one day, fun day, Sunday, and not do this 7 days a week. 365 days on their lunar Gregorian calendar. So, just like, it's not 2025. Apologize, but you've been lied to. The year is not 2025. The New Year's does not start in the middle of the winter. April Fools, you idiots. The Hamashiach was birthed when the shepherds were in the field with the sheep. And I think you've been lulled to sleep. The whole world's going off a cliff, and you're the only one running the other direction. They're going to call you crazy. So are you the black sheep of your family? You've been set apart in prison because you won't do the things of this world? Welcome to the gospel. Because when you stick to the gospel, you don't add to it, and you suffer because of that. You go through the narrow way, not the broad way. Broad is the way that leads through the wide gate, and that's where most people enter by. So straight is the gate, and only the way to the straight gate is through the narrow path. The only way to the narrow path is through unperversion of this world. Stop translating everything. Define one word at a time, or don't even talk about it until you figure it out. Otherwise, you're the first person he's going to deal with come the 7th trumpet. Shofar, the ram's horns will sound. The false teachers, prophet, anybody who adds a jot is a false teacher. Correct? So if you add to his word, then you are a false, that is the word scorpidzo, or the false teacher. And he said, or prophet is the word teacher. He said, call no man teacher. And there is no prophets. So I'm not a prophet. I can predict things. No, I don't make predictions. I tell you, this is what they're doing. This is what they've done in the past, and this is what they're going to do again. Remember, even King Solomon said there's nothing new under the sun. So I'm not a prophet. I just pay attention to the word. I love it so much that it's not hard to see what they're going to do. They're going by the script, you idiots. Focus. Not like orange juice, concentrate, Okay, no worries. Much love. I appreciate everybody who loves these truths, and there aren't many, and most people love the other Jesus, or they go after a religion, and they're all vain. There's not one place in this house by hands that Father dwells. Our body is a temple, and that's where Father's at now. He's not in a church. It's actually the church that hung Christ. So I don't think that these people will fend very well come judgment if they were hanging out in churches. So it was the Catholics that killed Christ. No, it makes it hard, and it makes it all come together. That's why he wants us to be refined like gold and silver, like being put in fire. You're not going to get pure until you've been put under a hard, high heat. And you're not going to make steel hardened, correct? Until it comes together. So that's what steel does, right? In the process of making it. So you can't drop 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes because that doesn't math. And there's never been a steel building ever erected, ever. Sun has a magnetic field. That is called the heliosphere. Helio meaning circle, like the sun, round. Heliocentric model or geocentric model. One has the rock that we live on is the center of the universe. Uni, that's pretty funny. That's stupid, but we'll say it for dialectist's sake, conversation. Tongue. There's no such thing as speaking in tongues. So it's called the heliosphere. And the inside of the heliosphere would be the solar corona, called the solar corona. Like a crown, like a halo. Like he said in Revelation 3:11, I come quickly, let no one take your crown, right? That goes around. That goes around the sun. Like the sun, he said there'd be signs in the sun and in the stars and in the moon. There would be signs like the Magi were watching Jupiter for the sign of the birth of the Virgin, of the birth of the age, on a star, upon a star. Hey, speaking to a Magi. The helix sphere. No, helio means circle, sphere, heliosphere, sun. Sun is helio, sun. Yes, I find him in mathematics too, Father. Absolutely. Well, not Father. He said, call no man Father, but Yahweh. Without the vowels, no vowels, and I believe it's H-I-L-O. Is it helio? H-I-L-O? Helio, like helio. Helio meaning sun. Helio meaning yeah, I apologize. I think it's yeah. Or that's Hilo. That's Hilo like Hawaii. My bad. It has the same. But we have what is called a magnetosphere. The sun has a heliosphere, and this is the magnetic canopy or protection that protects us from the solar wind or the protons, the ionized, deionized gas, plasma. It's electric. The sun is electric. So that's what it means. It means sun. So helio means sun. So heliosphere is the sun's magnetic canopy that it has as well, that the two magnets that stick together, if you reverse the polarity, turn them around, they won't stick together. That's why we have a magnetosphere. The sun has a heliosphere. It's that gap that protects us as well as from, the sun's electric energy, plasma, that is ionized and deionized gas. But the sun is not a ball of fire. The sun is electric. So remember, we have a magnetosphere, and when we see these solar energy pounding our magnetic canopy umbrella, that bombardment of that magnetic protection is called a aurora borealis, or a northern lights, which should be up towards the northern BZ, where all this energy comes in from the lower, we have an Arctic and an Antarctic region. That's why the toilet spins one way, magnetics, and the toilet spins the other way. Gee, magnetics, polarity. There's no such thing as poles. Ho, 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 Santa Claus, candy cane poles. It's called magnetic polarity. A pole shift, they talk about a pole shift, means that compass that's making that magnet point to, right, the magnetics point to the north would be flipped to completely 180 degrees. That's a pole shift. Otherwise, it's called a magnetic excursion. And we have many of these, and it normally ends up righting itself. It's been 780,000 years since if you went outside and the compass would be pointed to the south. We're way overdue. This used to happen every 360,000 years on this rock, like a clock. Ding! At the, ding! 360 degrees like a circle. We're way overdue, and we're right now in a magnetic excursion right now as we speak. And then actually the last time that it happened between the 40 and 45 degree mark on this rock that we walk. And we're, it's either going to right itself or it's going to completely reverse. Actually, every 11 years on the sun, every 11 years, The compass, if you were on the sun, you can't stand on the sun, it's electric, it would be pointed to the south every 11 years. Did you know that? The magnetic polarity, like red, positive, blue, negative, or vice versa, whatever you want to do, whatever model, once again, you want to use, they both work the same way. And it does it every 22 years on the sun. Gee, I wonder if it has anything to do with this great gas giant up there that has an 11.9 year rotation. Oh, revelation or revolution, like a circle. Revolution means you just keep going around and around and around and around like a rat on a wheel and you get nowhere. That's why they want you to revolution and fight with each other. I want you to evolve, have an evolution, go around the system. Check out here. I'll show you another way to do it. Check this out. Hey, I made ice cubes. I lost my interview. What are we at here? As a matter of fact, let's check our ice cube count here and see how we're doing on ice cubes, because I'm making. Jesus is coming soon, and I can tell you for sure. Well, I can tell you, you're speaking with a Magi, and it says that nobody knows the day or the hour. Soon, you don't have any idea of time, because a day on this rock is like 1,000 years with Father. So don't pick a date. Don't be a date picker. You can get 99 of them right, one wrong, and nobody will care. Like you commit one murder, and nobody's going to care about the 99 lives that you saved. See how that works? So don't predict his coming unless you actually know. It says not the Father in heaven is the only one who knows, not the heavens, not the angel, and heavens isn't above your head, right? Not the messengers that are on this rock, that walk this rock, because the messengers in heaven are not on this, in somewhere in the sky. So let's not confuse that. When it says not the Son, not Christ Jesus, the Hamashiach, born of Bethlehem, the Lion from the tribe of Judah. So we know which king we're speaking of. There's two kings. Remember, he said, Revelation 3:11, I come quickly, let no one take your crown. Revelation 9:11, there's a king that they have over them. So careful. Like I said, careful. Nobody knows the day or the hour. That's what it says. Not Christ, not the angels in heaven. And that means the messengers that are the leaders of this rock right now. That's what the heavens are. The ruling class are not above your head. So they don't know. Christ doesn't know. Only Father knows the day of his return. Remember, it said there was signs in the stars and in the sun. I am a Magi. You know what a Magi? I'm one of these 3 years old when they came into Bethlehem, born of Bethlehem, not of Nazareth, you idiots. You're blasphemous swine. I rebuke you. They gave 3 gifts, and he was almost 3 years old. He was not a baby. That's your homosexual, transgender Jesus. Baby Jesus birthed in the middle of the winter. Baphomet Jesus. Yeah, your cracker Jesus birthed in the middle of the winter. So don't think you know the time, because you probably think it's 2025. It's not 2025. God's not in the sky. Heaven's not above your head. Earth's not below your feet. Neither is hell. So don't speak on the word. Don't speak on the word unless you know what those words mean. You must define the words that you know what you must know what you're talking about. So, but I will tell you this exactly. It says there will be signs in the stars, sun, and moon. Okay, it tells us in Genesis for times and for seasons. Okay, I can go on and on about this because I'm a Magi, but I'll try to keep it simple for you. Remember Paul's writings, though. It said you will see the day approaching. So don't forget what Paul wrote, because I know Paul loved the gospel as much as I love the gospel. He probably loved it more than me. But I love Paul's writings, and I love that the gospel is Paul's writings. You can't take Paul's writings out. It's not the gospel without Paul's writings. So Paul's an example of exactly what Father does to a man of sin, a mass murder, somebody who worked for the church, the worst of the worst of the worst of the worst you can bear. You'd be a tax collector, for Christ's sake. He flipped over the money changer tables for selling doves and fining, changing the money, converting. Okay, but try not, don't make a prediction, please, on the day or the hour, because nobody knows the day or the hour. But it does say you will see the day approaching. But unless you can actually quote biblical scripture to know where you're at, can you tell me which book we are in scripture right now? Which book are we in? And it doesn't go in some chronological order, because I can tell you Satan fell like lightning in the book of Revelation, which is the last book, which wasn't even written at the time of the Torah, the Old Testament, correct? the first 53 books in Scripture, and he was already in the garden. So serpent had already fell like lightning, Barack Obama, to this rock from grace before we were ever here. That book ain't even existed yet. So careful how you read it, because it don't read like some love story, like some Western or some novel. There is some chronological time events, but it don't read like that. I just showed you right there. Serpent was already in the garden, and that book ain't even been written yet. What the hell's going on there? Remember? Leviathan, that crooked serpent, before he'd ever created Adam and Eve. Man was already here. It is. It's a history book. It is. It's telling you exactly. That's why these elite know what's going on with the book. It's like a history book. It tells us what is to come. It has to go by the jots and tittles. If they want the Antichrist, the key, there's two kings. They just have their no kings. Look, here's a king. Here, this one here. One crown. Oh, I'm out in the desert. It's pretty ashy there, but two kings. One has the key to the pit. And until every jot and every tittle comes to pass, they're not going to get that key to open up the pit. It has to go exactly by what the Scripture says. Period. There's no other way. The only way to the Father is through the Son, and they know that the only way they can get that key is to make everything in Scripture says exactly. They can't change a jot or a tittle. That's why they keep trying to do these things over and over and over again, these rituals over and over and over again. They're going to get it right. Eventually, they're going to have every jot and tittle come to pass, because Father creates these evil men to do these things. Father creates evil. Read the book of Isaiah 45:7. Father creates evil. Father creates calamity. Father creates all things. Father creates vessels of wrath fitted for destruction. From the foundation of the world, he created them to do evil things to his bride, to test his bride, to see if they'll have their names blotted out by self-will. You understand? So unless you study his word, you're not going to understand his word unless you're actually studying the text that it's written in. There's slang. People say all kinds of things today. I could say, like, you know, I'm standing up here in the little tiny town. We got dunes out here, and some of these outfits come out here are more than $1 million between the trailer and little side-by-sides. And I said, old man sitting there, 80 years old, got at least, a couple decades or so on me, few, or, well, not quite, but, and, I say to the old man, I said, man, do you see that outside? I said, that thing is flipping sick. He's like, yeah, I don't know, that's nice. If I'd have said he's flipping sick at the time of Christ, they'd have got the Catholic priest come out, thought you having a seizure or a demon, and they would sprinkle holy water on you because you said something that was flipping sick. You want me to go get you want me to go get the priest? No, I'm cool. No, wait a minute. You need a jacket? No, man, it's all right, man. I'm good. Wow, did you see that? That's fire. Whoa, you may get the fire department out here? No, that guy's that was crazy. Wait a minute. Crazy? Would you speak some sense? See, you speak a whole different dialect. I only study Father, I only study out of these books right here. They're always nearby. I only study out of the Interlinear Textus Receptus. This is the canonized version where they took in the 12th century and they pulled every word out and defined it. These are the rejected texts here. The 22 that were taken out, two different Enochs, two different authors. People say, oh, Enoch. You don't even know there's two different Enochs, which Enoch you're reading. So there's two different Enochs, two different authors. I stay out of the Dead Sea Scrolls. I've read all of these. I've read them and I go through them, but I don't talk about them in this ministry because you don't need them to get to Father. You don't need the lost books. They took these books out during the canonization process. If we flip it around here, let me flip it around for you. This shows the Interlinear Textus Receptus. See, the only accepted text where they took every word out. This book means Bible. They took every word out in the 12th century and defined it with the dictionary, a lexicon, Old Testament Hebrew, New Testament Greek, and the books that didn't make the canonization because they lacked definition or they weren't in line with this gospel, with the Old New Testament of the 66 books. If Father wanted 67 books to be in this canonized process, brothers and sisters, there would be 67. I know there's 22 taken out. I have them all right here. I have more books that are not even part of this, okay? I've studied this text like a freaking madman, okay? So, interlinear Textus Receptus means this is written in the original Hebrew in both languages, and if you open up, it's coded with the Strong's Concordance. My concordance is sitting over there. The concordance is where you find the one word that you're studying. First, you define the word, then you take the word and you study the sentence that the word was written in. And it's in a separate book. You can be lazy and you can use that. That's why it says it's coded by the number. There's no other version of scripture that you should be reading. There's no other book you should be reading, okay? You can read those, but you got to build your house on the rock, the Petra. Once you do that, you can get your brain and wrap your brain around which Enoch you're reading, and which author, and go into and read Lilith. That's not even in these books. Jasher and the Gospels of Thomas and all these aren't the gospel. Until you get the gospel base down, I wouldn't recommend studying anything else. It's all been translated. So you don't want a translation, that you want the actual little definition of the words that were spoken in that time. The book has idioms in there, and an idiom and an idiot is two different things. Lot's wife was not turned to a pillar of salt. I bet you I can go in every church across the whole world, and 99 of them, I'd say 999,000, out of all of them, out of a million, maybe one. And I went up to the pastor, and I went up to the man in the pulpit, like I'm standing here sharing this word with you, okay, sharing this gospel with you, and ask them and show them a picture, and he warns of imagery about idolism and imagery, and show them a picture of Lot's wife, and show them, because there's images of Lot's wife being turned to some pillar, and say it says in scripture that Lot's wife, in the Bible, Lot's wife was turned to a pillar of salt. Was she turned to a pillar of salt? And they're going to tell you, yes, I'm a cat person. I love my kitties. So I have two best kitties in the whole wide world. So anyways, ask your priest, ask your pastor, ask your deacon, ask your reverend. That's an idiom. Lot's wife was not turned to a pillar of salt. So I guarantee if you want to find that priest or pastor, I hope you're not going to some Catholic church. That's straight up Satanism. I hope you're not going to any church. But ask whoever is in charge, supposed to be leading the sheep, standing in the pulpit, sharing, supposed to be a dog, not necessarily a wolf in sheep clothing, but a dog. They're acting like they're a shepherd, they're causing the flock to scatter. That's actually called the scorpizo, is what it's called in scripture, okay? Or the false teacher, because he's the one who divides. He's the one who separates. We let his word be the divider. So make sure you pay attention. Like I said, people are not going to get this. You got to stick to the word. He is the word, and he cannot be changed. He is undefilable. You cannot, and he demands that you don't add to his word. So go ask your, pastor, and go ask whichever ministry you're on and some other churchy channel or religious idiot channel. Bring him in here. I'll rebuke him with the word. I'll put the word up. I don't care if they're a biblical scholar. Bring your best scholar to me. And if not, I have the man that will absolutely flatten them with the truth. Just put them back in their place. It's Jim Brown at Grace and Truth Ministries. He has been a huge influence on this ministry. It's Grace and Truth Ministries. This is High Desert Faith and Truth Ministries. So I mirror predestination. I mirror the gospel here. And when people want the gospel, I show them to the narrow way, because that's what he says to do. So don't start reading texts that aren't defined. There's a million translations. There's only one interlinear Textus Receptus canonized in the 12th century, where they pulled every single word out and defined the word. So the book is full of idioms. It's full of parables, cultures, customs, different customs in different times. It wasn't during the 44th administration, he made homosexual marriage legal across the United States. Before it was not. That's a huge shift in culture, correct? Yes, things are acceptable in a certain time, aren't acceptable in a different time. And so those are called culture. Cult of personality. What do you think that song's telling you about? Anybody ever hear that song? Exactly. That's what that song's talking about. So different culture at different times. You used to not even be able to kiss a woman. Okay. They're another one of these people that think they're they're saying that the seventh day was Saturday, you know, and it was, but they have now put themselves that they are the elect. Like these are the chosen 144,000, which is blasphemous. That's no different than those people in Israel saying we're the elect. That's no different than Christians saying we're the elect. It's all flesh under this covenant. So it's definitely not a religion. He said he does not dwell in temples. He said that the most, so I tattooed my hands with that, the Most High, the Most High, and I'm not under a physical ritual, the Most High, thank you so much, White Buffalo, appreciate it, does dwell in temples made by hands. Our body is a temple. The word is written on our heart. He is the word. Who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves daily. Take up your cross daily and follow after me. He will bring you to this covenant. He does it. I do appreciate so much, White Buffalo. I give all glory to Shiloh. Remember the Magi? Remember the Magi? They were many Magi. They were looking up at the scepter. Remember the first sign they saw was the Star of David. Remember, it was when Jupiter conjuncted with the morning star, a star upon a star, which was the birth of the age. I have this right up here for you so you can see this and teach this often. Okay. You see this conjunction of these two stars. Probably I've got clothes up there from here. It's all right. I don't care about my house here. I'm in a cabin. So this star right here was known as the Star of David. Okay. When it was the morning star between 2 and 3 BC, we saw that conjunction. We moved from the age of fire, sacrifice, blood, fee, fine, forward, ritual to let vengeance be mine. You can't have sex with your sister. It's not eye for an eye. We're under this let vengeance be mine, meek, not weak. So when we saw this birth of this age between 2 and 3 BC, we left the age of fire and we came into the age of deception, where the deception was put over the church. So most people are very unaware how the celestial firmament can talk to us through even the birth of Christ. This is how Herod knew to have his firstborn child, because the birth of the king would be birthed. They knew this was coming. It was professed in the firmament, in the celestial firmament, the birth of the king. Isn't this beautiful? That it was the firmament declared his birth, not some man. It was the Magi. As I said, that I am a Magi that was watching this sign in the stars. Sign in the stars. He said there'd be signs in the stars, sun, and moon. Okay. They knew to watch and they continued to pay attention. They didn't fall asleep at the wheel. Okay. Well, they were on camels, right? But they continue to watch. So we thank Shiloh. I'm getting at, trying to give you this gem here. Okay. White Buffalo, it says, remember, they stayed watching. They continued. When Jupiter moved to opposition, it pointed to the head of Leo. Remember, Leo, he is the lion. Leo, with the scepter shall not depart from Judah, the lion king. Remember, he's from the house of David, the Star of David. Jupiter conjuncts the morning star. This is known as the Star of Bethlehem or the Star of David. This star that the Magi were watching, but they continue to watch. And when Jupiter moved opposition, it stopped at the head of Leo, declaring Christ now the high priest of the church. Not Aaron, not Levite, not some physical. Father's not going to come visit anymore as a spiritual light, perfect light one day a year. Now that light is inside of us, and he tells us to put it at the top of our house. So when Jupiter moved to the opposition, it pointed to the head of Leo, crowning Christ the king, not the Antichrist king, but Christ the king. The scepter shall not depart from Judah. That's what was known as the scepter sign. So that's why he's the king from Judah, right? The Lion King is how Disney mocks him. That's what that movie is about. It's about people who don't know scripture. Disney constantly puts scripture in their movies. The scepter shall not depart from Judah till Shiloh returns. That is our Redeemer. Shiloh is our Redeemer. We call him Yahweh. We call him Christ. We call him Jesus under the modern day translation of his name, Yahshua. Joshua. Okay. And so he's our Redeemer. So the scepter shall not depart from Judah till Shiloh returns. So people like me were birthed to be a Magi. So you would be given the celestial signs in the firmament that nobody's paid attention to. Like, for example, This sign back here that happened in 2 and 3 BC happened back 10 years ago, brothers, sisters. A whole decade has passed, and we hadn't seen that in over 26. It never happened again. You understand? It never had happened again. Not even one time. And this happened back in 2015, and you weren't falling on your face? How come every one of these churches wasn't celebrating the birth of Christ again? And not even celebrating, but edifying the birth of the King again. It happened, the birth that birthed an age. It birthed a whole generation, right? Pisces, Vesca Pisces. And not a single soul that I know even cares about it. So I'm not having the best day either there, Cheryl. I'll tell you, it's been quite the... Oh, hey, I think we got enough to make coffee. Yeah, iced coffee. Give me a minute, please, brothers, sisters. We'll be back. We'll have a... see what's ailing Cheryl here. I apologize. That thing, I'm going to turn that off. It's making a bunch of noise if you can hear it. It's my power inverter. I need to get a new one. It's about 7 years old, maybe even older, 7, 8 years old. It's really old. It's really old. It's really, really old. Hey, it's still working though. Stop making all that noise, would you? We're gonna have more ice cubes than we know what to do with. Okay, that's good. Get some more in my cup. I think these are gone. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We're gonna stir this up with something here. You doing, my biggie that I love? You okay, big? Make sure you drink lots of water, biggie. Whoa. All right, iced coffee for me today. I haven't had no coffee in weeks. Iced coffee. Here we go, iced coffee. I haven't had any coffee in weeks, guys. So we put some creamer in here and some coffee, some ice cubes, and we'll do it iced. Ice, ice, baby. Ding, 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 ding. Oh. Man, oh man, oh man. Coffee. Haven't had coffee in forever. Ooh, coffee. Oh, that's strong when you don't drink it every day. Trying to get all cold. Stir this cream in there real good. Get real cold. Get these ice cubes. Make it all freezing cold. Make me a Dutch Brothers coffee for nothing. Now let's get the last 3 ice I got in here. Oh man. Well, that tastes just like going to the coffee store there. I don't go to the coffee store there. I don't know how many times you've been to a coffee store. Not many. I don't know how many times I've actually paid for a coffee from a coffee store. Not too many times, I can tell you that. Must have had a girlfriend or something wanted coffee. That probably wasn't for me. I would never budget a $6 or $7 coffee. All right, I think I got all my ice cubes are gone. Let's see. Grab a few more of these ice cubes here. Oh, pardon me. Oh, coffee. Coffee. All right, I think we got it iced now. That's about as iced coffee as you're going to get. All right. Here we are, a trip to Dutch Brothers. Cool. Okay. Hopefully you gained from that. So, isn't that beautiful, though? See, what Shiloh is, whether you realize it or not, Shiloh is the one who redeems the bride. Shiloh is the one that said he would come back, he would leave this place, he would go to where his father's house was at. Remember, it was a mansion. It was a house of many rooms, obviously. So, isn't that amazing? You know, that he leaves these celestial signs for us to see. And we saw, remember, at the birth of Christ was the Star of David, or the Star of Bethlehem, when the morning star conjuncted the king's star. And we saw that happen again in our generation. What a blessed generation are we to see the same sign that birthed the Hamashiach. The Star of David has not happened in over 2,600 years, and now it's been a whole decade and since that has passed. And I swear nobody cares. I'm like, you guys, we are such a blessed generation to see, you know, celestial signs that were spoken of by Christ himself. He said there would be a sign of the second coming of Christ in the firmament, in the stars. He declared that twice, as he always declares two witnesses, to make it a contract under this covenant. Remember, not of the Old Testament, but under this new covenant. $250 a month for two people. For what is that for? Wow, coffee. Almost forgot what that tasted like. But again, these celestial signs were left. He spoke of that second coming of Christ. He gave that second witness to John at the island of Patmos. Remember, there were two Johns, not John the Baptist, but John that was, you know, the gold mines at Patmos. They'd sent John there, and obviously they didn't know what to do with John. Well, obviously Christ had kept him birthed long enough to stay alive till he was martyred, but kept him long enough so he can give him that revelation at the island of Patmos, give him that book that we are in right now. We are in the last book in Scripture right now. The firmament declared it, not me. The handiwork of the Father is declared in the firmament. We find that in the book of Psalms 19. Read it over and over until it's written on your heart. Seeking you shall find, asking you shall receive, knocking I will come sup with you. So he does birth magi's like myself who can read the celestial clock without being fooled by a perverted time clock. That's why I bring you to the perversion of the time, so you don't get fallen by this twisted age. That is the word froward, to twist, F-R-O-W-A-R-D. That means to warp or to change, to add, or to, you know, give it your own spin. So you don't want to do that. Don't do that, okay? There are markers up there that will tell you where we're at in this celestial time clock. That's why it's there. They've used it forever, brothers and sisters, and now they've perverted it. And you think some clock is on your wrist or some on the wall or by some number. The clock isn't a number. Clock, that's not numbers. That's not how that works. I mean, it is, but you've lost track of time. New Year's does not start in the middle of the winter. April Fools, you have been fooled and you have been going by this other calendar. And he tells us, don't go by calendars. Don't celebrate. Don't go by calendars. Don't do these things of men because they will deceive you. You understand? So, okay, that was it's a lot of money. And if that's something you want, guys, have the things you want in this lifetime. Get some things, but don't overdo it. Don't be gluttonous. You want to go get coffee? Go for it. I'm not telling you. Go get tattoos. They can't steal your tattoos, baby. Best I've ever spent. Look at this. I don't want to see no skin. I have been thrown in jail. I've had all my silver and gold taken. I think they killed my son and daughter and took my son and daughter from me. Seriously. Well, Father did it. Nobody, he made men do it, but I think my son and daughter are dead, but they can't take my tattoos. I can still teach. If they throw me in prison, I can teach with my tattoos unless they throw me in the hole. So I'm in General Pop. I'm going to be, this is my scripture. This is my ability to share the word. How blessed is that? So, you want to spend money on something, get some things out of life. Just be moderate, please, in all things. Don't overdo it. All things in moderation. So that's why I don't have a full body tattoo. Otherwise, I probably would by now, because I got a lot of things to say. Well, the scripture does, and I have a lot of ways to share it. And this is just one way that I can take and share what I love so much. Father made me love it, not me, and share with you these celestial markers. You guys, we are literally days away, well, weeks away from the same tetrad. I don't have this for no reason on my arm, okay? We're coming right back like two bookends, like a Gemini, like two bookends that, hold up the books, like a Gemini twin. We're coming right back to this date on August 12th, guys. You're missing out on the most amazing time where Father left these beautiful time markers. Let me turn this off so it quits making that noise. Probably it's getting a little dark in here. I got to turn that thing. I can't stand that thing's getting scratchy. It's not even buzzing. It's so. He left these. Well, but listen, Buffalo, tarot is something that actually I understand that people don't, because see, there's no such thing as free will. There's no such thing as luck. So tarot cards are incorrect. Do you know tarot cards are actually correct? What are you talking about, Pastor? I thought you said you didn't do. I don't listen. There's no such thing as luck. I'm not going to sit here and try to get you to pay me $5 so I can blow on get my goat skin. I'll stitch it together and I'll make it so I can be a ventriloquist and White Buffalo. This is your grandma. Your lottery numbers are lucky number 13, 25, and 73. It don't work like that. Tarot cards work, guys. I'm a Magi. Listen to me, but they don't use these tarot cards properly. And don't even fall for this. Don't even worry about it. It's nothing you even know about to worry about. This isn't tarot cards work. If a tarot card reading was to work properly, brothers and sisters, they need to know your birth date, when celestially you were born and what date. And that's where you start the cards. It's not shuffle. It's not magic. It's not by chance. That's not how tarot readings work. These tarot card readers don't know anything about tarot. Some of them do know how to read the card, but they're not properly doing a tarot reading. And a tarot reading is going to be the same for everybody. It doesn't do this sequence of things. There's a certain, the word is cosmos. Listen to me, brothers and sisters, please. I don't want you to fall for this. The word is cosmos. Cosmos means an orderly arrangements. There's an orderly arrangement that those, do you need to go outside? I think my puppy needs to go outside. You need to go outside. You're looking at me like he wants to go outside. Go on, Pats. Come on. You want to go outside, doggy? He's staying inside. Let me know when you want back in. You won't be back out there long. You come back in and eat your bananas. I'm not sure what's going on with you. Something's happening. I know. Dad's not happy about this. But come back in when you want in, Boggy. So, August 12th is when we come back to the bookend, to the same place where we were at. That's it. That's called astronomy, not astrology. I'm not picking out any kind of day. I'm telling you, we're returning to where we were at. Making a prediction. We were here. We're coming back. It's a revolution, right? Coming back around to come back around. So that's all I'm saying. So there's nothing end of the world. Like when I'm telling you 923, I'm not talking about the date of 923. I'm talking about these 923 executive orders that they passed. And on the birth of the second sign that we saw where Christ said, and he gave that revelation to John at the island of Patmos, which was the Revelation 12 sign of the birth of the Virgin, first in the stars, he said. And then, right, first he was birthed In flesh, his second coming would be in the celestial firmament, in the stars. He gave that revelation, or what is known as apocalypse. It's the same exact word. It means to pull off the veil, to lift off, like they veiled Christ's face. They put a cover over his face after they killed him. Okay. And to lift that off, that's why I am Pastor Revelation. I will reveal things to you that nobody else is talking about on this rock, because he blessed me with time that I traded instead of chasing tail and fame and fortune. And I had one kid. I got married once. Okay, thank you, Father. That was a trip. Both of those were crazy. I love you more. I love you more. And so he made me trace bis and trade the bis for time, right? So my time was traded for bis. So people are like, man, you know a lot of things. Well, how do you think I know what I know? Most of these things I learned from other people's studies as well as my own. But more of what I know is from other people. I don't, you're a know-it-all. No, I'm not. I'm still learning. Every day I'm in a study mode. So you got me all wrong. You think I know everything, and you act like you're Mr. Know-it-all. Stay in this channel. You have people go, oh, he's Mr. Know-it-all. I know a lot of things. How about that? You know, and there are some things I can absolutely almost master in a short period of time. But then I'll move on to something else. That doesn't mean I've forgotten what I've learned. Some things are like riding a bike. Some things are like a second language. If you don't grow up learning it, you're going to lose it. It's a use or lose kind of thing. So to me, knowledge is the most valuable thing on this rock. And then if you've been given celestial knowledge and have a celestial eye and can understand the celestial bis, then this word means something completely different to you. Many are called, but oligos, it means a fraction, a puny of the whole, or chosen, brothers, sisters. And I didn't choose this. I didn't ask for this. My life is a living nightmare. Right now, I can't even believe that I'm even here in flesh. They've already tried to literally kill me. You can see, if you want to see proof of it, go look at the live stream. There was a SWAT team out here over 412 days ago or something, 14 months ago or something, and tried to kill me. And I believe they've killed my son and my daughter now. And I've reported this, and there's nothing I can do about it except for put all my faith in Father, that when he's ready for me to be revealed to me, if my son and daughter are alive, I have to keep fighting to the end if I want to be saved. So, what I'm trying to tell you is that the sign we're given can't be correct because of the calendar thing. Okay, so yeah, that's why I don't care about any of these things that these people say, because they don't have the calendar. I have the calendar above the head of my head. It's called I'm a magi, and I can read the celestial firmament. It says in the book of Psalms 19 that the heavens declare the glory of God. The firmament declares his handiwork, and the firmament is declared above your head. There is a clock above your head, and I don't listen to these idiots on this ground, because it's not 2025. The year that is a Gregorian lunatic calendar. It is not 2025. We have not been here for 6,000 years. I have been here for millions of years. I am a spiritual Hulkadesh ghost, and I will ghost the hell out of here before too long and get rid of this meat suit. And they try to take it from me, but they can't. They've tried. You've seen what that judge just did to me the other day, try to enslave me and throw me in a rape cage, and it wouldn't happen until Father's not done with me yet. So I am a spiritual entity having a temporary meat suit experience. You are hung on the flesh. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not judging you, condemning you. I'm judging you with righteous judgment. Most people I know, they're very hung up on these worldly, fleshy things. And he tells us through Paul's writings, wrestle not against flesh, because we're not under this flesh covenant. So I am a spiritual being having a temporary physical experience. Okay? You might be hung on the physical. I'm not. I love that there are others that love this truth like me, but it's not easy to find these people, and Father brings them to me. So all glory to Father. All glory for Father for making me a magi, because there aren't many people who can give you the celestial bis. They're going to give you this other clock until the birth of the sun god in the middle of the winter, Jesus Christ, is that's who you go after. It's Satan. You go after Satan. You worship Jesus Christ, you go after Satan. There's more than one Jesus. Christ is a pagan term. Lord is a pagan term. All these words you speak out of your face doesn't make me better than you, but you're not sitting down. He said, I am the aletheia. That's the word truth. And so few is oligos. That's the word oligos. Oligos are drawn through the narrow path to a straight gate. Broad is the way. You're not cutting anything off because you're staying in that same wide gate, that wide path that leads to the wide gate, only through narrowing of self. Outstanding, Tyler. We'll give glory to Father. Just read one word at a time, Tyler. Just slow down. Dude, I'm telling you, Tyler, the best thing you could do is go over there with your books. Go see Jim Brown at Grace and Truth Ministries. If you never come back, awesome. Love you. If you come back, I'll give you what Jim Brown can't give you. Jim Brown is 99.8% unflawed. His only flaw is this celestial teaching with this 23.5 degree reason for the season. He was birthed here for the gospel. Obviously, I was birthed to share the gospel, I just share it. I'm not a teacher. I don't consider myself teaching the gospel. I share it because I have to. I'm a watcher. I was put in this position. If I don't, my hands are bloody. I don't want this blood on my hands. I want to tell you this is what happened. You make the decision. I don't condemn you. I graciously judge you. Jim Brown at Grace and Truth Ministries. Tyler, you're going to love this, okay? Because what I want you to do, the best thing you can do, Tyler, is to unlearn bad teachers, bad habits, okay? Say, me too, lazy studying, okay? And every word that goes in your head from now on, I don't even want you to read it if it's not the right word. Just do one word at a time. I don't care. Don't even try to read it like a book. I used to get the Charlie Brown, Tyler. I'd be reading it thinking, okay, I got this. I think I figured it out with it. And then, wait a minute, I just read that last week and I'm getting a total, I know I'm not supposed to make anything wrong here. What if I got the wrong meaning? I'm scared of this book. It scares the hell out of me. I like to read it again. I get a roll. Start reading. Okay, I got that. Charlie Brown on the phone. Thank you, Father, for not letting that in and giving me wrong teachings of my own bad teachings. You know what I'm saying? Scared of it, huh? Like, man, I don't want to get this wrong. I got to get it all right. It says, if you add to this book, even a jot, we're getting, whoa, look at that, standing up on end. If you add a jot or blot or tittle or anything to this book, I'll blot your name out. You got to get it right. Don't add at all. You got to make it. So it was like, I set it down for almost a year. I set the scripture down and didn't read it. I was using other means. But listen, the best thing you can do is slow down and then unlearn your bad teachings and relearn and make sure every word that goes in now is the aletheia, the truth. So you know that you have the right definition of that word. That's how, Brother Jim will help you and I'll help you to study. I won't help you. The word does it itself, but I can give you the right tools, the study tools. So as again, we give all glory to Shiloh because he's the one who created all these things. And he said, many are called, but few are chosen. So he brought you here. Whether you do with this word is not my doing. I'm just being charitable. As he said, I'm supposed to be charitable with this agape. So I'm showing it to the light because he said I have to do that. So I give all glory to Shiloh, especially for the blessings of the ministry. Thank you, Shiloh, for bringing the people here who have abundance. I don't even need it at this point. Well, I do because I probably need to get some counsel and not pay off the ministry, but Father is going to provide. Yes, that's right, Tyler. And so you are set apart. Tyler says it's a narrow way. Now I can't talk about things with even family because they're stuck on with this. Oh no, God loves everybody, Tyler. Don't worry about it. Forgiveness of sins. You don't have to be rebuked by Father. No, you don't have to walk in repentance. No, you don't have to endure to the end. No, God loves everybody. Oh, free will. Oh, just speak in tongues. God loves everybody. Yeah, you can believe in all these things are false. None of those are true. None of those are true. So, Tyler, welcome to the narrow way. Welcome to be imprisoned. See, you're in your own little prison now, aren't you, Tyler? Yeah, you're just sitting over here and they hate you and they don't love you. You've been set apart from your family. This is the word theolobo. You're giving me chills because I know that it works, fathers. It works. This word is theolobo, okay? This is what Tyler, this is what Brother Jim will teach at Greek. He is literal walking lexicon, concordance. He knows this word way better than I do. So theolobo means to be pushed from this side. okay? From your family. And maybe you go to your coworkers, okay? You go to your coworkers and you don't go to the white elephant party and you don't bring candy to the Halloween crap and you're trying to keep your job, but you're not partake, but then they hate you. They're like, you could probably lose your job over this if you don't start participating in our little pagan holidays there, white buffalo. Okay, you hear me? All right, Tyler, if you don't start participating, you're a non. Why you got to be a Grinch, huh? Hated by your friends and your family. You're not standing around the water cooler talking about all these things. You've been separated. Even at your job, hate you. Your friends hate you. This is the narrow way, brothers and sisters. This is the word theologo. Push from both sides. It's a noun. And the Greek always makes sense. It was an old Jewish book written in Greek. The word is theolobos. Theolobos is to be pinched down because it's got a grip on your life. It's got a grip on you so you can fit through that straight gate. How do you think you're going to fit through a narrow opening, a straight gate? People think of narrow, they think it's like this. No, narrow is like a sieve that comes to a straight gate because it's a process before, like, forgiveness is not reached down here until you 180 degrees do stop turning from your broad way and start to deny yourself daily and narrow yourself. Then you walk in repentance after being rebuked, and then you're forgiven. See, forgiveness is a process. It doesn't come in without being rebuked by Father and then walking in repentance. That's how forgiveness works. That's why your idiot family members aren't your family. Don't worry about it, Tyler. That's not your family. Your family's not your blood, Tyler. You ever been part of a brotherhood? Okay. I've ridden, motorcycles, two-wheel, brother. I'm a veteran. It doesn't have anything to do when a man's got your six. That's your brother, right? Got your back. So actually, your brother isn't your brother. Your brother's going to be with who your family, Tyler's who you're going to be with after you die. Just so you know, let me cut right to the chase with you. Make it real. Stick home. You came for the truth because Father sent you. Well, let me give it to you. Okay? That's not your family. Your family is your brothers and sisters who are going to be with on the other side. You have a mother. I am mothering you right now with this bis. I'm giving you instruction. Hey, go see my other brother, Jim Brown, who will help mother you. Because you have a father, and the Father is the Word. So we give you the Word. Your brothers and your sisters are those that are in the narrow way. That is your family. Your father is not in your father is inside you. Your father is your head of the priest, right? Father is Christ Jesus under this new covenant, not in the Old Testament. Under the laws of flesh, Aaron and Moses, thou shalt not judge. Yes, you're supposed to judge under this covenant. Father used to be the judge. It used to be eye for an eye. He made a testament, a new living will and testament. He came in flesh to make the amendment to the Old Testament, to make a new covenant with his bride. Divorced his bride that day on that tree that he hung from and called her out as a whore for cheating on his agape. 613 statutes commandments. You ever heard it put this way? So have a relationship with Father. Have a relationship with the Word. Don't worry if your family doesn't love this Word. It's because they're going after some other Jesus. That's right. He gave us the ability to discern. Do not sup with vipers. Use the Word as your discernment. He is the Hokadesh. That is the word spirit or ghost or holy. Ruach Hokadesh is the Hebrew word for Holy Spirit. Okay, so use that spirit, the Hokadesh, to rebuke others that are in the broad way. Show them to the light. Show them to the light. If they're in the broad way, judge them with righteous judgment. Do not condemn them. Father is the separator. He's the one who separates the wheat from the chaff. If they're a viper, do depart from them. If your mom is trying to get you to take her to the Outback Steakhouse because that's her tradition for her, Mother's Day, tell your mom, I didn't realize it. You're not my mother. Did you know that this Mother's Day is the Satanist tradition? We're not even supposed to celebrate anything. Mom, I thought I'd come talk to you but Dad's going to be pissed when we don't go to Cabela's and go get him his new fishing tag every year. He's going to be livid when we tell him he's a pagan Satanist. Now, Mom, I think I can talk with you. It tells us, honor thy father and thy mother in the Old Testament. And Pastor Revelation and Jim Brown and the word itself, Mom, says that your mother is not You're not my mother. You're my mom. In the Old Testament, it says, honor thy father. That's not dad. Dad is a Jezebel. Mom, I'm really worried about this. So look, we can't go do these blooming onion things anymore. I didn't realize this, but we're not even supposed to be celebrating anything. No more grandkids. I can't do we got to stop. He said, come out of her, my people. Do not partake in unfruitful works of darkness, right? Come out of her. Do not partake of these worldly traditions of men. I know. What's wrong with you, Tyler? Are you a freaking Grinch? You're a stick in the mud, man. Come on, celebrate, Tyler. Be a pagan. Eat and be merry and get intoxicated of the world. Get punch drunk on the world. Mix sin. Leaven. A little leaven leavens the whole lump. Remember that, Tyler. A little leaven leavens the whole lump. One lie and a 99 truths is still a lie. 99 lies and a truth is still a lie. To father a sin is a sin. So good for you. That is the narrow path, Tyler. When you set yourself apart and your family hates you, that is the narrow way. Look, it's a military term, taking flak. Okay, I'm a military police. Okay, that's an actual aviation, Marines fly, Army flies, but generally that's like an Air Force, type of term. When they fly those bombers into hostile territory before they had radar and all that, how do they know where their enemy was at? Because their enemy starts shooting at them. Oh, we're taking flak. Okay, drop it right here. Bam, truth bombs on everybody. So the term taking flak comes from, hey, unless you're over the target, you're not going to take any flak. So if nobody's giving you hell, you're living the easy jeezy life, guys. That is 99% of these religious idiots. Difficult is the path. Please, if you don't catch anything else in this lesson that we're doing, anybody who says peace and safety is a false teacher. There is no safety. We are now in what is called sorrows. Will there be intensification, intensity, and increasingly things are going to become harder. Not great again. That's Antichrist. Great again, peace, prosperity. Peace, or the word shalom, is a false teacher. Anybody who's teaching you peace, remember, go to his word. He says those who call out for peace or safety, sudden destruction will come upon those who call out for that peace and safety. Right? Does that make sense? So we're not peace and prosperity gospel here. We push the ellipsis gospel. That's right. Matthew 10:34 through 39, the backbone of this ministry. Tyler, you've been reading the word. Do not think that I came to bring peace on this earth. I came to bring a sword of division. So I divide the son from his Father. That's why I want you to read this every day, Tyler, to remind yourself why Father put you on this narrow path, because you're done doing the broad way. You're starting the narrow yourself, and it doesn't matter. Sometimes we get older before this process even starts, and you got a long walk because you got to endure the very last day. And even if you die, Tyler, when the dead raise her from the ashes, then your judgments will come. So have your loins girded in my service, he says. Have your lamps trimmed. The eye is the lamp of the body. Remember what I said earlier. And have extra oil. And be girded, have your loins girded in my service. See, that's beautiful. So that's good. So Father's calling out. If I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, see, he's making you do it, Tyler. I'm not making you do it. Father brought you back here because you want that word, and you know that I'm trying to show people to the word because I have to, not for gain. I'm not trying to gain your subscription. I don't care how many people come here. How we throw out 20,000 people sometimes a month. You know what I'm saying? So, isn't that a beautiful thing? Isn't that such a beautiful, beautiful knowing that Father creates all things? No such thing as free will, no such thing as luck, no such thing as speaking in tongues. You can't be saved. The only way to the Father is through the Son. You have to endure to the end. There's self-will, right? People are a bunch of Nimrods. They think they know what they're talking about, but they have no definition. They think they're such as free will, but they're vessels of wrath fitted for destruction. You'll know them by their fruit, right? Those that go through the broad way that leads to the wide gate because they're not willing to will, because they do free will, right? No, they do self-will. No such thing as free will. That shows you how much of an idiot somebody is. If you want to know what a complete idiot is, somebody who says there's such thing as free will. So now you know what an idiot looks like. So if you ever want to see an idiot, that's going to be somebody who's pushing peace. What is the motto of the Satan Church, which is MAGA? MAGA, High Priest of the Satan Church, MAGA, do as thou will, self-will, not free will. That's how fooled these thumpsters, because they're doing the same thing. They're like the trophy generation. They win. All I do is win. I lose, I win, I get a trophy. I win, I get a trophy. I'm the trophy generation. I was a child generation, but now I become adults doing the same thing at the generation that the children are doing the same thing. All I can do is win. I remember he said, I can't sin. I'm the chosen one. He's the Gentile Messiah. So people follow after this man, these traditions. See how easily people are fooled? He decorates his house with Nimrod. So anybody who's telling you that there's such thing as free will is a Nimrod. They don't know their ass like two cheeks to the same hole or two wings to the same dragon from a hole in the ground. They don't. They don't have any idea what they're talking about. There's no free will. If Father created all things, there's no such thing as man-made either, correct? There'd be no such thing as luck. So there's no such thing as free will. Father created all things. Exactly. That's a pretty good question. They're not, because they've been groomed, Jake. They went to public school and somebody influenced them, right? And influenced somebody who somebody who pushed them into, right? Well, influence is the same thing. Told lies to their vision. There's nothing free about free will. Somebody had a price if they did. Remember, it's not free. Dum, da, dum, dum, dum. It was about the right to choose. You're telling me it's a free country? Why is everybody in debt? You tell me this is a free country? Why is our national debt just hit $37 trillion? You tell me this is a free country? Why are all the generations enslaved by debt before they're ever born? No, I'm not influencing others, Tim. Absolutely not. You're totally incorrect. You only been here a country minute and you're already deceived. You're a foolish fool or an idiot, one of the two. You couldn't even discern. You have no discernment. I said, Father calls out to their hearts to seek after me, not one of them would. So I'm not doing anything. I'm supposed to just share the light, being charitable. We know there's between charitable and influence, do you? Nope, you have no discernment. But that's okay. Most people go to hell. Most people think that you can believe in God or believe in Bigfoot. Most people believe in Bigfoot. Most people think we're spinning around on a ball or a block or a rock, third dimension trapped in a cage, or spinning around, corkscrewing third rock from the sun through time and space. There's nothing in Scripture that says there's space. There's nothing in Scripture that says there's big feet. Oh, wait, I got proof. It says that Anakin Skywalker, oh, wait, hold on, wrong. Darth Maul, wait, hold on. Chewbacca had Wookiee with an Ewok. And now we got big feet because that's what it says in Scripture, right? So, Rick, imagine this. Imagine Rick Moore says, imagine there's no heaven. Well, imagine Rick doesn't even know what heaven is. How much you want to bet? 99.99999. And I'm not going to bet because there's no such thing as luck. That Rick doesn't even know his ass from a hole in the ground. Ass is stubborn like a mule. I don't know yet. We'll see. Rick doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. Hell means no knowledge, not a place. Hell's not a place. So heaven's not above your head. So imagine there's no heaven. He says, imagine there's no heaven. There's no heaven. Heaven's not above your head. So imagine that. Most people think heaven's above their head. That's crazy. God has never been in the sky. This is exactly why he divorced his bride Israel, because they thought gods were in the sky. God's in the sky. Ask people, you walk down the street, do an organic man on the street video. Do a video, guys. It's nice to serve others. Show them to the narrow way and ask them, where's God at? They're going to go, where's heaven at? Where's hell at? Where's earth at? Wrong. That heaven's not above your head. You know what I'm saying? Heaven's not above your head. Hell's not below your feet. Earth's not below your feet. You don't live on a planet of Chewbacca's, or Wookiees, or what are they? Abominable snowman. That's what they are, right? What are they? What do they call those things? They're white, furry, big feet. They got the AI things doing them now, guys. I can't stop watching them. So yeah, you can't turn a goat into a sheep. By definition, guys, the Greek word is porneia. That is called self-will. Once again, Father gives you choices, but he knows which avenue you're going to take, which door. What do you want? What's in the door or what's in the box? Remember Monty Python, Let's Make a Deal? Anybody with a paperclip? All right, anyways. You got to bookmark these people, man. They got to remember where they're at. They're lost in space. They go back and forth in chapters and they forget where they were at, in time. They think it's 2025. There's not 2025. These people are absolute lunatics. I live in a world full of lunatics, guys. 99% of the people worship Satan that I know. Many are called, but oligos are chosen. Satan is the adversary. The adversary is anybody who adds a jot to a scripture. So that's Antichrist, not the seventh king that is being revealed right now as we speak as the eighth king, like the 1945 ritual that's being revealed again, that will put American citizens back into work camps like they did during World War II. You start with tariffs, remember? Oh, wait. Blockades, tariffs, embargoes, and then what was it? Pearl Harbor, and then Nagasaki, Hiroshima. So expect bombs over Baghdad. I mean, in your backyard in America. Maybe someday, soon, coming to a neighborhood near you. First, it's flood. How about rain bombs? That's what it looks like happened in Texas, right? Hey, rain bombs. Hurricane Helene, there's another rain bomb. Holy crap, have you seen? There are many cities that are flooding out right now. Remember, he promised of the rainbow? I've seen enough of this hokey pokey. Turn yourself around, Lot, get your wife, get out of town. I'm bringing the fire. Oh, hey, 44 made homosexual gay marriage legal across the United 44 Corporation. Here we are. Cult of personality. Sasquatch, there we go. Listen, free will, you're an idiot. We're just making an example out of you. You have no definition in you. So that's what's funny about you. All this time, you've been taught all this stuff, and you can't even turn from your wicked ways with your stupid name. There is no such thing as free will, and there's no such thing as luck. So you're the epitome of a Satanist. You're the epitome of a Baphomet. Well, the opposing you must go after sun gods and lunar gods, and then tell me, let's just ask real quick and see is it 2025 free will? Is it 2025 free will? Free will, everybody's watching. You can't troll this channel. You go troll every other channel on YouTube and you can get places. But guess what? Not in here. You won't get, no weapon formed against this gospel will prosper. No fiery darts will penetrate the armor of God. So good luck there, free will daddy. Free daddy. Who's your daddy? Was that Indiana? Or wait, never mind. Corn syrup. You're on the corn syrup. Too many jabs. Did you drink the tap water? Did you get stung by? Did you drink that little fluoride, little pink cups? Remember that little Dixie cup? So tell everybody about your free will. Tell everybody how they have free will. Come on, Muppet puppet on a string. I've been playing you like a fiddle, huh? Oh, horsehair. Oh, you can lead a horse to knowledge. Oh, water, knowledge, living water. Poured out on Tomahawk, deception fish. Oh, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. You can lead a person to abyss knowledge, but you can't make them think. See? Are you just a brute beast, an ass? You are a Satanist according to your tag, because there is no such thing as free will. So if anybody would like to see, now we've had to give this person plenty of time. If you want to see what a Nephilim is, a bully, a liar, a demon, this is it, free will. Because there's no such thing as free will. So this is what you would determine as a demon. One who spreads lies or fortunes to others is the word definition of a demon. Free will is a demon. And he's an idolater. Okay? He's an idolater. So that's what we do. We show him to the narrow way. There's no such thing as free will. The Greek word is called self-will. It is porneia. So no, you're not an atheist. You're a Satanist. You are the adversary, and we'll know you by your fruit. So no, there's no free will. There's no such thing. If Father created all things, then there's no such thing as free will. See? That's how easily you can debunk it. But free will is an idiot. So free will is running the Antichrist. And like I said, MAGA is the high priest of the Satan church. That's how much of an idiot you got to be to know. And their motto is do as thou will. Do as thou will. Do as you will. That's called porneia. This is exactly why he divorced his bride Israel. So this is a Satanist. By definition, there is no free will. There's no such thing as man-made. There's no such thing as being saved. There's no such thing as luck. You can't believe in Bigfoot. It's an action word. So we see him by his actions that he doesn't even know what he or she is talking about. So this is the definition of a Nephilim. Definitely not a giant, because that's the word Anunnaki. Anunnaki means giant. So there is no free will. There is no free will. You understand? No free will. So if you want to see an absolute Satanist, somebody's just fronting and they're going to put on their knowledge. Look, I'm opposing God. I'm opposing everything the Father is about. He wrote all things. So I'm going to put my label as, no, I get to control my life. I have to have the ability. That means there's no such thing as, right? If there's free will, then there's luck, right? And there's fortunes, right? See, you don't have any definition in it, and that's fine. Okay, so let's see. Oh, we got someone in here. Oh, they're just saying, just repeating themselves. Hey, would you at least try to make and change up your words there? Come on, you can at least, your spam in the chat. There's difference between coming in here and putting a couple different messages and changing it up. But when you come in here and just say the same thing over and over, then you're just trolling. At least come up with something original. So no free will, no such thing as luck. God doesn't love everybody. Most people go to hell. You can't be saved. No such thing as speaking in tongues. Okay, stop with all your pornea, your self-will. Shalom is the word peace. Anybody who says peace is an antichrist teacher. Those are the first people he deals with when he comes back. So it's not an easy Jesus. The road to the Father is narrow. Narrow is the way that leads to the straight gate. So don't worry about it. You're not going to convince anybody who does not want these truths that they're going to go through the broad way. They're not willing to narrow off their translation. They don't study the word. This is religion. This is the world. This is I love myself will, and I'm not going to willing to deny myself so I can enter to that straight gate. And it's a process. It just don't start. It could take a lifetime. So if they're not doing it now, you'll know them by their fruit. So don't worry about it, brothers and sisters. Could you put the entirely cosmos in a box and prove it? Jake, tell me what the word cosmo means. I don't even think you knew what the word cosmos means. Give me the exact definition. I already used it in the chat too. So give me the exact definition of cosmos. So goodbye, free will. You got a lot of teaching. I shouldn't have done that. Let you stay in here for so long. But you were. Give me the exact definition of cosmos, because you used it in your word. I don't think you know what the word cosmos means. The definition. I don't want your own version. I want the exact version of what the word cosmos means. Your fragmented process. Quit being an idiot. Words are deceptive, not perspective. I use cosmos to mean everything everywhere all at once. You're not the arbitrator of the definitions. Yes. Listen here, Jake, I'm going to throw your ass out of here because you're stubborn like an ass or a mule. If you let you speak the exact definition, you're saying you're giving your own translation. So you're using a word and you're changing it to fit your other Jesus, your other gospel. So the definition is defined by the lexicon Old Testament. If you want to change it, you're an antichrist, you're a Satanist, you're the exact reason why Father warns about people just like you. Words are deceptive, not perspective. I use cosmos to mean everything everywhere, and that's not the definition of cosmos. You're an idiot. So anybody who says peace is an antichrist. Those who say peace and safety, sudden destruction will come upon those. Yes, it is. Cosmos in the scripture, you idiot. So Jake is a devil and a deceiver and a liar and a Nephilim, right? A bully. So you're an idiot. You can't give the scriptural, biblical, or even a definition. You say it doesn't even exist when you use, right, when these terms are used. These are the words, I believe, that came out of your mouth, right? They're your words that you use there, Jake. So if you can't define what's the actual definition of the words you speak, then you're a translator, is what you're called. Transgender. Well, translator means multiple or your own version. You've added and then taken away from the book. So you can't define cosmos, what it means in scripture, and you're using it for your own definition. You've changed it, and so you are what is considered a Satanist. Correct? Yes. Satan means the adversary. Antichrist means the adversary, right? You're either with Christ or you're an antichrist. And if you add, yes, I memorized the dictionary, one word at a time there, Jake, so I know what the hell I'm talking about. How about this, Jake? Define the word hell for me. Define the word hell for me. or you got to go, Jake. You couldn't define cosmos and give me the definition of that. So I'm going to give you one more chance. I'm going to throw you out of here because you're low energy swine. You're not adding anything to this at all. So remember, he said, don't add, don't take away. So if you can add scripture, tell me what the word hell is. I want the exact definition of hell. I'll give you a hint. It's not below your feet. So there's a little hint. I didn't even have to give you a hint. Hell ain't below your feet, Jake. Tell me what hell is. Give me a definition, the exact definition of hell. And Jason, pound sand, because the words in the Old Testament, right, lexicon, and New Testament, right, lexicon, well, you could find some variation, but you're going to have to go to the times, huh? So you can't even define the word demon, Jake. Look at this, guys. Watch me make an ass out of this person. They're stubborn. They can't even answer the single question that I've asked them. Now you've got to define two words if you want to stay in here, Jake. First is going to be hell. And second, you're going to have to define the word demon. If you can't define either of them, you got to go. You can't even answer the question. You're making a total ass of yourself. You look foolish in here. If you can answer the question with the definition, you might know what you talk about. If not, you're a translator and you probably go after some transgender god. God's a title, by the way. Okay, you jeer at people who disagree with your definition. So look, guys, once again, do you see this is what I called him out as an ass? He can't define the word hell and he can't define the word demon. If he could, he would just give me the definitions. Does anybody else disagree with Jake, showing Jake has proved to be a fool because he can't even give the actual definitions? So I'm asking you the definition. If you can't do it again, Jake, you've made a complete ass and a fool of yourself in here. You have to define to stay in here. Give me the definition of hell and give me the definition of the word demon. If you answer with anything else, you've just showed everybody else in here that you can't even follow basic instructions. And I've been very patient with you. So last time, Jake, you're going to make an ass of yourself again? Or are you going to show everybody that you actually can learn? You could already looked up the definitions of both of these on the interweb. Got caught up in the net, the World Wide Net. So, Jake, would you like to answer the question for everybody? Definitions are based on common usage. It's not using the common usage of the corrupt world. You guys, listen. He can't define anything. So, bye, Jake. Don't ever come back here again. Jake the Snake. Okay, you knew I was a snake before you let me in. Roberts, remember that? Wrestling. This ain't some WWE. Well, it was WWF there, okay? You just got body slammed by the word. Maybe we'll Royal Rumble you. We'll just toss you out of the cage, right? Goodbye, Jake. Can't even define anything, guys. Would anybody else like to define the word cosmos? Since I asked him to define cosmos, he couldn't define that. Then I asked him to define the word hell, and he couldn't define that. And then I asked him to define the word demonic, and he couldn't define anything. So this is an ass. This is somebody who has an unwillingness to learn, okay? Do you understand? And I'm trying to be patient with them. This is what we're supposed to do. Give each other to reproof the word. This is what it tells us, the book. We're supposed to go back with each other, and iron sharpens iron. You're going to come against me, and I'm asking him for a translation. He can't try. No, I'm not asking for a translation. I'm asking for no literal change to the definition or the text, but he can't. He couldn't even define the original word cosmos that I asked him. He couldn't even keep track of the words that I was asking him to define. So if you can't define the words that you're speaking in here, go away. Go away. I don't care. Girl, your traditions of men, you Jezebel, go away. I don't care if you're a man or a woman. Girl, don't go away mad. Just go away. We're the bride, so you got your own little other raping of the word, and you're forcing yourself in a-holes and o-holes and, yeah, adding letters that weren't even in the original Testament. You better define the definition lexicon. You want to stand here today and speak English, Webster, you might be using the Old Testament Hebrew, lexicon, New Testament, Old Jewish book written in Greek, lexicon. Use your concordance, use your eSword app, or otherwise get out of here. I don't want to sup with vipers. I don't have to. That's what the Father says. Rebuke them with light. You're on some other Jesus. That's not what this is in here. So go hang out with all your people, let you lull with your little lollipop, lolly Jesus, and your Christian and your Catholic and your Mormon and your Presbyterian and your Protestant and your come here, Taggy. Taggy, you hungry? Hang on. You hungry, boy? You haven't even eaten your breakfast. You want breakfast? You want breakfast? For the basses? For the doggy? So, Jake the Snake, White Buffalo got that. Remember Jake the Snake Roberts? What he did, No, it was Sergeant Slaughter that did the Cobra Clutch. Remember? These people think it's like a big wrestling game. It ain't no wrestling to me. WrestleMania. Remember, guys? I knew where this was headed when I seen Vince McMahon body slam Donald Trump. I said, "There's your new president right there." People are like, "Dude, what are you talking about?" I'm like, "They're like, you don't even watch wrestling anymore." I said, "Well, there you go. They're grooming the next president right there. He's been saying he's going to run for president." People are like, "Dude, you're crazy, dude. Why do you say these things?" It's crazy. You say these things, and it's like seems like more than most of the things that you say come true, but they take a long time to come to fruition. No, I'm not making predictions. These people do these things. They put them in television. Hey, the Simpsons have never let me down. The writer, you know? I got the best study tools on the World Wide Web. That's right, though. Diligence, it does. Remember, that's the truth. Diligence has been reading the word. Because remember, he said, "Do not think I came to bring peace. I came to bring a sword to division." And the word cuts like a knife. It's like a double-edged sword. It cuts all the way to the marrow, man. It feels good. The pain, it hurts, but it's right. It feels good when it splits that lie, just comes spewing out of you. And the truth is revealed, uncovered. That's what the sword is. That's what the aletheia is. That's Father. Father cuts you like a knife. It's not a feel-good Jesus. Apparently, diligence has been studying with the word. I don't come to bring peace. I come to bring a sword of division that will divide. I'll separate your family members from you. I'll separate you from your own self. Your biggest enemy be you. If you love yourself more than me, you're not worthy of my kingdom. You love your daughter more than me. You ain't willing to give your life for my Shem, for my name's sake. That's a promise of eternal destruction. But if you're willing to give your life for my Shem's sake, for my Agape, for my authority, that's a promise of eternal life with me. The wedding feast of the lambs. Hallelujah. But nobody I know that's willing to narrow self, go through this narrow way. They want the easy Jesus. That's why many are called, but few are chosen. So nobody's changing anything in here. If I change something with scripture, you hold me to the fire. You rebuke me with the word. You say, "No, Pastor, this is not what it says." You're being a hypocrisy. You're being an antichrist. You're being a Satanist. You're going against his word. This is what his word says. Put the word on me. For Christ's sake, put the word on me. Did you go eat the rest of his food? I didn't even see that. I apologize. I just think my son, this is my boy. He my boy. He just loves a dad. He's my kid. He never cheated, lied, or stole anything. He's such a handsome guy. He's a handsome boy. Stop trying to nose me. I'm not a cattle. He's trying to nose me around and leave me like a cattle. So, but good for you, though, Diligence. Understand that we must be accountable. And even if we get away with it in this lifetime, Father will pour out a just measure. There we go. All right. Andre the Giant. Hey, listen, White Buffalo. I remember when I was at the LA Sports Arena, okay? LA Sports Arena, right? And I watched Andre Giant get out of a cab. He's a yellow cab. Man, that looked like he had to peel himself out with a sardine. He came in just a yellow cab. Like, dude, what's this dude showing up in a cab for? But we were standing out because we knew that's where the wrestlers showed up. My dad, we went there early, and that's where they come in on the backside. And he brought us over there and park. We used to go to we used to go to the sports arena and the Coliseum, and I watched Tito Santana fight Don Morocco for the intercontinental belt. I don't know how many times. Iron Sheik got the belt from or Hulk Hogan got the belt from Iron Sheik. Actually, Iron Sheik, Bob Backlund took the belt. Right? I mean, I'm old school. I go back to classy Freddie Blassie and well, not quite that old, but I remember some of those. But Bobby Heenan and Uki Kabuki. I mean, I'm an old school wrestler, but you guys, I'm serious. I knew when I saw Vince McMahon be body slammed by Donald Trump, and I was trying to tell everybody, you guys, you don't understand what they're doing here. This is a political stunt that they're pulling here. I'm never going to watch this shit ever again. It's garbage. Now, I knew when I was growing up, I apologize for but this is crap. They're pulling a political stunt on everybody. People are like, are you serious? I'm like, I'll never watch it again. So like, dude, that's crazy, dude. I'm like, yeah, I already don't hardly watch it, but they're grooming the public. I can see where this is going. This guy's been talking about being the president since the 80s. Okay. And here's just one more. People are like, dude, you're a nutbag, Tracy. I'm like, whatever you think, man. Whatever you think. And I wasn't wrong. Look at, I said in 2004, if you let them take away all your supersize, they'll take away all your rights. Boy, I'm getting that right again right now too, huh? Woo! So, I love wrestling though. I grew up watching that stuff, guys. My dad used to take us there and, keep us out of trouble. He'd go take us down there to the LA Sports Arena or the Coliseum or whatever. We go see these. I used to go to Santa Monica, California, and I'd get on my beach cruiser, my dad and my brothers, and we'd ride our beach cruisers all the way up to Venice Beach, where Hulk Hogan be out there working out at Venice, literally outdoors in front of everybody. This is the 80s, guys. Hulkamania's running wild. All the Hulkamaniacs, right? So my dad looked a lot like he did. My dad looked like Hulk Hogan. I've had actually people come up and ask him if he was Hulk Hogan before. It's pretty neat. He's actually got a picture with Hulk Hogan, and they look really. My dad had that same. Here, I'll see. Whatever. And he obviously, but this is a picture of my dad. So, but he used to take us and brother and I. That's right. Good stuff there, Tyler. Okay, the NWO. I remember that. They did that. I remember that diligent because I didn't watch it. Then they pushed him over to the dark side and he started wearing black. And they did their NWO, New World Order thing. I remember that too. Because see, I quit watching it. Honestly, about the time I think that Sting came out. I think that's what his name was Sting. The Undertaker was still a thing, but I think those were the same dude or something. They started doing that too with a lot of these wrestlers. You know what I mean? So, but I don't like how they political, and I know Vince McMahon had a business to run, but he turned it into a political agenda where it really wasn't politically motivated back in the day. I mean, there was a little bit there, but not much. I remember Classy, like I said, what was it? Oh, Adrian Adonis. Remember Adrian Adonis used to run around and, so there was a little bit of it in there too. They even pushed that stuff on us. Remember Adrian Adonis? Hello, little limp-wristed Adrian Adonis, kind of a chubby dude with blonde hair, but he wore like the rainbow colors. And so they've been pushing this on us. Don't think they didn't have that agenda being pushed back then when it was not okay. Everybody just had to learn how to accept him, remember? What about the Birdman? Coco Beware, right? No, he wasn't. That dude had a hole in his back like that big. You guys ever remember Coco Beware? The Birdman? Woo! Woo! Coco Beware. Oh! How about Hacksaw Jim Duggan? Oh! How about George the Animal Steel with the green tongue, right? Remember he used to eat the turnbuckle? Yeah, I know, I'm old. Like, man, this guy's bringing up all these. Remember the British Bulldogs? How about who was a tag team? It was Jimmy the Superfly Snuka and Ricky the Dragon Steamboat, baby. Ricky the Dragon Steamboat. Jimmy Snuka, he would fly off the top ropes. Remember the Snuka Splash from Hawaii? Oh, Piper's Pit. Oh, let's talk about Piper's Pit. Remember? Roddy Piper. We know that, Tyler, because he wrote it on our hearts. Remember? It used to be written on tablets and pounded out on rock. But in the book of Colossians 2:14, Tyler, he blotted out the handwriting of ordinances, all the laws of Moses and Aaron, and he put us under this. Remember, you couldn't judge under the Old Testament. Now we're supposed to judge with righteous judgments. Do you understand? Righteous judgment. So yes, under this covenant, you're on it, man. You know what I'm saying? He from the foundation of the world, he paid this price before, he even knew. He sent that flesh vessel. You know what I'm saying? And what a blessing that we are to know that we weren't under salvation. We weren't under repentance. We weren't under forgiveness. Remember, the wages of sin, one, under the law of Torah, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy was death. So I think it's awesome, you know what I'm saying, that Father has already put this on our hearts. He said, once written on tables of stone is now blotted out and written on the hearts of the bride. Would you shut up, idiot, Star Fox? Stop typing in capital letters. You'll be banned in here. Stop screaming like a little child, okay? Who are you to tell me what my damn sleep schedule is? What are you, my daddy or something? My dad died in 1989. Stop trying to be my daddy and stop screaming here like a child. I'm going to daddy you, okay? Stop typing in capital letters. You're not getting anybody's attention. Actually, you're going to get kicked out of here because that's only allowed for the moderators if they need to get my attention. So that's why we only allow. You want to type all capital letters except for one. I'm not trying to be some, oh, let me see your license, registration, insurance. But stop being a child. Sound like a baby. You don't need to scream in here to get somebody's attention. Why don't you just type? If it was that strong and powerful, you would need to put all capital letters, would you? So stop trying to be my daddy, okay? You're not. You just got schooled, okay? I'm the student, right? No, you're the student, and I'm the teacher. I'm not a minister. I'm not a reverend. I'm not preaching, so excuse me while I call time, because I'm going to take a few hits in the middle of this rhyme. Chiba. Oh. Dusty Rose, The American Dream. Road Wires, cheap. Nick Daniels. Yeah, what a time the 80s were. What they? Diligence. So stop trying to be my daddy. All right? Star Fox. Fox is 666 XXX. That's how stupid you probably are. Well, maybe not stupid. Maybe you're just an innocent, like a child, and you're just an idiot. You just don't even know what you're talking about. So stop trying to be my alarm clock. Nature Boy Ric Flair was my favorite. Yeah, Ric Flair. That's actually, remember, he was along. I liked, here we go again, guys. Look at, now somebody, I told him not to, oh, okay, not kept dilated. What do you mean my pupils are not dilated, you idiot? I had a drink of coffee. I don't do drugs. Drugs kill people, you idiot. Get out of here, you drug pusher. Yeah, you drug pusher. Oh, wait, hold on. I had some caffeine to drug. Get out of here, child. You're not gonna, it's not gonna work in here for you. Remember The Simpsons. Get out of here. You're out of your league. Go push somebody else's button there at your little nuclear explosion that you're having in your pants there. Yeah, your fission. Oh, fusion. Why don't you put it back in your pants and get out of here, child? So, sitting here pushing your drugs on people. Yeah, you're a drug pusher, just like the government, the number one drug pusher on this rock. The government's the number one killer. Oh, who's killed more people than government? Religion. So if you're religion or government lover, get out of here. You're not welcome in here. I don't sup with vipers. I don't cast my pearls before low energy swine. Swine are pigs, people in government, and people who have low energy. That's why we throw you out of here. I'm not trying to gain your subscription. Don't want you here. Don't let the door get you where the good Lord split you. Go push your drugs on someone else. It's my favorite flower that grows up out the dirt. I'm a medicinal cannabis grower. Different than these medicinal cannabis than the drugs that you push on people. You should actually grow it for yourself organically and stop going to all this space weed, rocks, farce, balls, genetically modified auto flour, just like you there, corn syrup. You little sweetheart, little corn syrup guy, you little sugar daddy. There's some of that corn syrup in that too, huh? Sucker. Getting stuck in your teeth, huh? Better use your head when you come in here. Be a drug pusher. I rebuke the government for not allowing the research of medicinal cannabis for the last, 30, 40, 50 years. Children suffering, right? And don't have any access to medicine. Oh, let's just refuse the children medicine. That's why the government is the number one drug dealer on this rock, because they don't want you to, they want you to take your big farm guy, snakes up a pole. Using cannabis, I've only ever had 3 side effects: happy, hungry, or horny. Imagine that. But if you take their snakes up a pole, fooled by pharmakia, oh, wait, that's 2 snakes up a pole. Aha, they'll be fooled by sorcery is what the word says. See, if I took drugs, how would I have a mind like this? So get out of here, you drug pushers. I rebuke you. You remind me of the government. Exactly. That's who you work for, and you don't even know it. You've been programmed by the government to be a troll. Troll people. Throw out your little line and try to get them hooked. Yeah, on your false government doctrine. Biggest drug dealers on this rock. Who's the number 1 drug dealer on the rock? Let's see if actually anybody has enough balls. Okay, enough balls to say who's the number 1 drug dealer on this rock. So, okay, Star Fox is typing in capital letters, so they got to get out of here. Chris is typing in all letters. Who is the number 1 drug dealer on this rock? There is a man that's dealt more drugs. Yes, the government, Afghanistan. I'm a veteran, of course, I know. Thank you for pointing out. Well, good for you, Buffalo. Good for you. Like I said, I mean, it's a plan. It's actually very rewarding to bring something all the way to its final, stages. And like, hey, I didn't have to inconvenience. I have my own time and effort into this, and now it's mine. So the number 1 drug dealer is there's a single man that actually outsold. He made a product and developed a single product that outpaced any real estate. Prior to the single selling of this single product, real estate was the number 1 single selling product on this rock. It outpaced all other, and it normally was commercial real estate. But there was a product that was produced on this rock in our lifetime, actually within the last 5 years, that outpaced all real estate deals. And they created this single selling product, and it made record earnings for this company as well as the other companies who participated in this. And there was one man who created this single selling drug. It was actually a drug. Is the single selling product ever. That's the state of the union. That's the state of the world right now, guys. Seriously, the most single selling product ever is that people are worried about a drug pusher like some guy, and I'm not saying selling some little dime bag of some cannabis or something on the street corner, when these drug dealers, these governments push more snakes up a pole, pharmakia, is the number 1 drug dealers is definitely the governments. But there was a single man that created a single selling product that outpaced any other product ever sold on this rock in the history of mankind. And there's one man who did it. So there is a drug dealer that can be pinned. They can't take away the fact, Jack. Can't take away the numbers. They can't take away the fact. This person created this drug. So who is the number 1 drug dealer? Rick Ross. No, it's not Rick Ross. Okay. And it's not Osama bin Laden. He was an oil tycoon. He didn't do 9/11. He was an oil tycoon, CIA trained operative. Coca-Cola is the drug. No, that's not the drug that was sold. The real sick Ross. Thanks for coming in, Tyler. Listen, Tyler, do you have Jim Brown at Grace and Truth? If you don't take anything from me today, Tyler, I want to give you the best blessing I can ever give you. You love, I can tell Father's calling out to your heart. You're hungry, and your thirst is not going to be quenched. You're never going to get enough, and just keep staying on it. It's all right, Tyler. It's supposed to be that way. You're just not going to get enough of it, and that's good. That's because he's calling out to your heart. Go see Grace and Truth Ministries here on YouTube. Unlearn and relearn. There you go. Come back after you go see Jim Brown and give me, I've never sent anybody in 3 years over there and said I came back. That guy was garbage. Everybody's come back and said, man, thank you so much. Tracy, that's a blessing, and I'm and it is. So all glory. Sugar's pretty good there, Buffalo. That's an amazing second, and they've been pushing that. But that's single selling. But Tyler, thanks for your time. Time's important, man. A thumbs up maybe before you go if you hadn't hit that. You don't have to, okay? I just like that organically people hit it on their own and don't even push for that. A tithe could be after. If you have time later, come back and comment on the video. You don't have to tithe monetarily to be a part of this ministry, just so you know. And the same thing with Jim Brown. Nobody's ever to make you put any money in no basket, okay? If you have the monetary gain, and you do, but don't do it unless you have abundance, either Jim Brown or over here, okay? Your ministry tithe here is your time. So thank you for an abundant time spent here today. And when you got more tithe the time, please come back. Hopefully eventually this ministry will tie you guys food, literal organic food. Brother Jim sends CDs. He ties the word. That's spiritual food, right? Spiritual gospel. But obviously I share that, but I actually want to send food. So thanks. Little food for thought there. Don't miss Brother Jim Brown. And I guarantee what Brother Jim Brown is going to help you do is unlearn and relearn the gospel. And you won't want anything else. You'll set all these other things down, I guarantee. And it'll take a little time, but you won't want any of these other lessons. They just don't have any substance. There's no definition in them. They're watered down versions of the milk. And he said, eat of the meat. Read to the book of Malachi. It says, tithe 10% of your earnings to a man like myself that's feeding you meat. And I don't want your money, remember? I want your time when you got more time. You cannot print time. Money's irrelevant. You can make more money. You can't make time and you can't print it. So when you have more time, I'd like to thank you. I'm a time robber. See, you just want to go and I'm here still stealing it. So thank you for your time, robber. So, hey, that's what I do. People run away from me. Get away from him. You start talking about Jesus, he won't let you go. You just sit there and get stuck to him like Velcro, like glue, like you smoke some indica, like you got Velcro on your ass. Apologize for the cursing. I'm a flawed man. Get up. Stand. Look up. For your redemption draw nigh. He said, take up your cross daily. That doesn't mean you can't sit down. Correct? It's to pick up your cross, carry it daily. He never said endure to the end to be saved. So you have to carry the cross to the day you die. I don't want to hear about it, soldier. You put that cross down, you're going to have to go back to the beginning. Skip, you're not going to pass go. You're not going to collect $200. You think this is some kind of game? You're going to go directly to jail. No, just kidding. So, anyways, thanks for coming in. Number one drug dealer on this rock created the Pfizer jab. Who created the Pfizer jab and warp speed? Who's the creator of the jab? Who's the creator of the jab? Anybody won? Anybody won? I got a number one drug dealer on the rock. Anybody won? Record earnings at Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson, Moderna. Anybody two? Nope, not two. Hey, wait, I got three versus now four. Anybody four? Anybody four? And 4.5? Just take a half booster. Anybody five? Maybe you got the half, This is how you vaccinate a cow. I'm a farmer. This is how you vaccinate a sheep. Nope, it's not Dr. Fauci, although he is the single number one paid government official on this. Yes, nobody outpaces his salary. Dr. Fauci. But who did Dr. Fauci work with to create the warp speed jab? Who's the actual creator of the jab? Said, I created it. I'm the creator, the king of the jab in warp speed. So it's not Fauci. He brought you the autoimmune deficiency syndrome back in the 80s. Yes, he did. Oh, you're going to stick it in and they're going to blow up. Now, remember Eddie Murphy at Delirious? I guess the next thing you do is and it blows up. Had everybody afraid of it? No. The guy that said there's no list. The guy that's an island boy. And not Musk, he's an island boy too. And not Diddy, we know he's an island boy. The guy that's on the list, on the Lolita. How many times has his name been on the list? The number one drug dealer on the rock. Put the money. Oh, where's the mouth? Oh, that's who the number one drug dealer is on this rock. The creator of the Pfizer jab. Record earnings at Pfizer. And the creator of the jab is who? Do you have any balls, you guys? Are you afraid? Are you afraid? He said, only fear the Lord. Do not fear who can take your flesh. Only fear who can take your flesh and your soul. So by the numbers, the math, you cannot change it. The number one drug dealer on the planet is President Blind 11. Okay? So don't worry, there's no spelling police in here, okay? No spelling police. Okay? So yeah, dude. Okay, yeah? Yahushawa? Yahshua? Yahuwah? I come in the name of my Father, the Shem. So, okay, so we don't do spelling police in here. No spelling police. People can spell something, and we're not supposed to change the letter, jot, yod, or tittle, but no spelling or grammar. We make mistakes. That darn spell check, man, that thing will make you stop spelling. It makes you lazy. Oh, there it is. There it is. Even words you know how to spell, that thing will make you lazy. Forget, spell check. See what I'm saying? I'm not wrong in that either, am I? And I ain't trying to be right about everything, but I definitely know that one. Hey, oh. So, no. Warp speed, President 4 + 5 if you skip Joe Biden, and 4 + 7 is 11. President Blind 11 is the number one drug dealer on this rock. He's the creator of the warp speed Pfizer jab. He created it with his development. He solicited the American public for $2.2 trillion, creating the number one single selling product ever in the history of mankind. So Donald Abaddon, Mr. Moneybags, 36 felonies, and he's still the pretendant. 4 plus 5 is 9. If you skip Joe Biden, and 4 plus 7 is 11, President 9/11. Blind 11 is what you are. They're still touching children at the airport. That don't add up to me. That ain't right. I don't care how many. There's never been a single flight, remember, not right, since the Wright brothers, where he strapped an ordnance to a child and ran it into anything. So why are they touching kids at the airport? So because he's a kiddie touch. Remember? The Gentile Messiah is what they call him. Remember? I can't sin. I am the chosen one. These are his words. Well, he's the king of Israel is what Netanyahu calls him. War criminal. Another one of his behind buddies. Been to the island, another island boy. So why don't you put the blame where it's at? The number one single selling product ever in the history of mankind was a drug. And the man that created that drug was Donald Abaddon McNugget, Mr. Scrooge Moneybag. Ooh, DuckTales. Woo. You've been played like jumping into piles of dollar bills, right? Dollars. That makes no sense. How about gold and silver? He ain't changed nothing, right? Now Bitcoin's how much? $116,000 or something like that? Mr. Blockchain himself. Who do you think brought the... Look at this guy. Follow the money, you guys. We have a freaking actor that's a freaking billionaire. How much money did he make on Hillary for prison? He's going to lock her up. He's going to build the greatest wall ever, and still you got the greatest jab. Yes, the single selling number one drug dealer on this would be the current administration regime. And not one of you will put it in the chat because you're all afraid. Be afraid. Be very afraid. You can't handle the truth, can you? It's right in front of your face. Blind 11. Are you that blind if you skip Joe Biden? You really think 81 million people voted for Joe Biden? He didn't even come out of his basement. Remember, like Clinton couldn't fill up a high school gymnasium. Trump selling out sports arenas. 4 plus 5, skip Joe. 4 plus 7, standing out in the cold, getting frostbite. Remember? I'm going to put Hillary in prison. Let's go back to the future. Let's go back in time. How many hundreds of millions of dollars was put into his bank account? Remember him and Alex Jones funneled in all this Hillary prison, buttons, banners, T-shirts, websites. Remember he's selling you tennis shoes, freedom Bibles. Well, with pledges of allegiance and Bibles, the president's selling meme coins. He made a meme coin. The president meme coined the freaking general public, and people made millions off of it. And others lost their whole. Yes. Then they came out with the Melina coin. Imagine that. So the number one drug dealer on this rock is Donald Trump. If you ain't figured it out, he's the one of the creator of the Pfizer jab. He created the jab, the warp speed jab. He's the one who declared the national emergency. If it could have had any cure for it in any state, they couldn't have declared a national emergency. It has to be all 50 states. See how that works? $2.2 trillion solicited. There's never been a single selling product ever for $2.2 trillion, guys. And that money went to Pfizer to create that single selling number one product ever in the history of mankind. And the number one drug dealer would be Donald Trump because he's the creator of that warp speed. He took I am the king of the jab. He owned that jab. So don't sit here and piss and roll around with me with your bullshit. I don't want to hear it. Start putting, calling the tea kettle black. You want to pussyfoot around, then go say, okay, there is no Epstein list. I'm tired of these people not speaking up about anything. So it's silly. It is so in your face. 4 plus 5 is 9. 4 plus 7 is 11. Who's responsible for dropping 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes? Oh, Mr. Warp Speed. The dancing Israelis at the bottom of the tower. He's supporting Israel. It all makes sense, right? I'm going to buy Gaza. He's going to send his son down there, Kushner. This will make great beachfront property. Looking out at the now the Mediterranean Sea. The beast out of the sea. What do you know? Oh, that's the sea that was talking about in Scripture when it spoke of the sea. Many seas. Sea could be the people. But in this case, it was the actual Great Sea. But now it's called the Mediterranean. The names were changed to protect the innocent, right? No. So, how come nobody wants to say this? How come the only blogger on the internet, and now the only other person saying this is Tyler Hansen, who's actually exposing Donald Trump as Elvis Presley? Shut up. Go look at it, the king. Go look at the king. Go look at Tyler Hansen's channel, The Fittest Flat Earther. And I don't do the flat earth crap. I don't care about flat ball, round, square, peg, Peter Pan, pie, ball god. I don't care. I don't do the spinning ball camp or flat or round. But go see The Fittest Flat Earther and go look what he's uncovered. Yeah, the king of rock and roll is now controlling the free world because he's an actor. He's always been an actor. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I was actually looking at his lips, the way Elvis spoke and the way Mr. Warp Speed holds his lips. He does this, and his, oh yeah. Go look at it, guys. Go look at Tyler's. He's got the same freaking, Tyler doesn't just bring up the face thing. He goes in and finds all the markings, guys. The earlobes, the everything. It all matches. There's only 2 pictures of Trump. One as a child, one he was in college. There are no pictures of Trump. There's no pictures. If you put the 2 Trump pictures into the AI that debunks whether it's an AI picture and it says both of them are AI generated. There's no real pictures of Donald Trump, but there's a shitload of pictures of Elvis Presley. Gee, I wonder why. And I haven't been, whatever. It is what it is. It's the president's name is a banned word. Okay, so call him Warp Speed, or call him the King of the Jab, or call him, the guy that has his house decorated with Satan in the Nimrod Tower. Nimrod's Tower is 58 stories tall in Manhattan, Babylon. And he has his house decorated with Mithra, the sun god, Baphomet, Baal, and Grove, Krampus, Satan, eat your kids. See, it's all, these people are spun. Froward is the Hebrew word. They've been perverted. They're adding or taking away that's froward. You're twisting it by adding, taking, or warping. That's the Hebrew word, froward. They're going after this other. They can't even see the dude has his house decorated with, the sun god Satan, Mithra. His house is literally decorated with Satan. Satan's tower was 58 stories tall. So, no, there's no lizard people. So I don't do lizards, Chris. No reptilians, shapeshifters. I don't do any of that. Gods in the sky, people, fallen angels. None of that scriptural. None of it. None of it. None of it. None of it. I rebuke all of it in here. I will not let anybody put that nonsense in here. They can't even define the words they speak of. I'm 1,000,000 years old. I'm 5 million years old, and I've never been with no lizard people, or I just keep coming back to this meat suit. I don't fall from the sky. I've never been in the sky. I raise just like from the dead and the ashes from the dust. I resurrect and rise again, but I don't come from above. I come from the dirt. I'm an organic man of the land. I've corrupt dust. I've been here many times. And I'll go back to the same dirt that I came from every single time. Everything you've ever seen, taste, touched, smell, held, your wife, your car, your house, I don't care what it is. It all came from the dirt, and it'll go right back to the dirt. And 100 years from now, nobody's going to know who the hell you are. And your job, before you even your obituary will be filled. Before they even have your little funeral, they'll have somebody replace you. Are irrelevant. You truly are in the bigger scope of things, unless you're doing Father's will. And then the bigger you'll not be famous, but you'll go down as infamous. And it won't matter what they say about you in this rock. It will matter what happens after you die, because that's what this is all about. You know what I'm saying? So please, brothers, sisters, do not be fooled by this man who decorates his house with Satan. You got to be that blind. 4 + 5 is 9. 4 + 7 is 11. Come on, blind 11. So this should be quite obvious. And I could not believe when because I ran into Tyler Hansen's channel on Facebook Marketplace on Facebook. I didn't even know he had a channel here on YouTube. But the guy is brilliant, and he was a school teacher, guys, and he stopped doing this, and he's very obviously taken his time to put together these reveals. Many of these actors are living multiple personalities, like Pappy, whatever. That's Robin Williams. No way in hell. That's Robin Williams. Nobody can be a doppelganger for Robin Williams. Nobody can even try to act like Robin Williams. Robin Williams, he is so ingrained in his body that he can't even act like another actor, because it's too obvious. So some of these people, lead these double lives like Robin Williams. Many of them come back. Kobe Bryant, many of them go to the chasms below your feet, and they rebirth as these new, they do this over and over again, brothers and sisters. Remember, King Solomon said there's nothing new under the sun. You understand? Nothing new under the sun. So Do you think Hollywood is rotten to the core? Yes, my dad, I guarantee it, there's people in this room, I don't know, I'm sure there's enough old people that watched my dad on television. My dad was on a regular TV series growing up. My grandmother was an actress. My aunt was an actress. My brothers are very wealthy and have, I come from that. And I hate it because this is where all this pedo and all this occultism comes from. I have family that's very wealthy. And like I said, some of you guys grew up watching my dad on television. And so I am the complete opposite of that blood that I was, birthed from. They are my makers. Father is my creator. So my mom made me to be birthed into this disgusting, filthy, wealthy family that I'm from, but I live out on nothing and I'm a poor man. And if I had the money that they had, I could already got myself out of this big thing that Father has me in, but I've been putting all my faith in Father, that I don't want it to be money that makes the deciding factor for these being accountable for their actions, but absolutely. Holly, wood, like that they brought, that's that broadcast, that wood, that stick, like Lord of the Rings and their little, I got the magic stick, kind of like 50 Cent, Yep. They're orchestrating you. That's what that stick does. And they're orchestrating this by the script. They're doing it by the scripture. That's why they put it in children's television, Adult Swim. Like I said, the Simpsons never let me down. Great study tools, commercials, radio, everything. Scripture is in everything, but you don't see it. There's very few things that are put out in broadcast. Broadcast means to sow seeds. And he said the enemy came and sowed seeds while you were sleeping. Don't go to sleep, brother. Says, I'm not saying don't get rest in bed and get you some rest, but don't spiritually go to sleep. So that's what a broadcast is. It means to sow seeds. Hollywood is to orchestrate. They're orchestrating the scripture, brothers and sisters, whether you understand it. They know these actors know this scripture a lot better than you do, better than all these religions combined. So Holly, like the holly tree, with all the stickers on it, or the Yule, right? Like their Yule wheel and their Yule, right? Plug into Yule, right? Pluck you. They know what they're doing. They're spelling you, right? Yeah, you're a number or a letter, capital letters. It does rule the world, but it's not so much Chris the money, it's the agape. Remember, there's 8 families, these purple people eaters. If you can't keep it in the pants, keep it in the family kind of people. You mix red and blue, you got purple, right? Still touching kids at airports, aren't they? 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes, that don't add up. Remember, it didn't matter if it was Democrat or Republican. They play the same game. 2 cheeks to the same hole, 2 wings to the same dragon. Oh, I'm like a bird, I want to fly. Yeah, you got to sit there like a duck in a pond. He said, be wise as a serpent and gentle as a dove. So. You know what I'm saying? But it's the agape that rules over somebody. Power corrupts absolute power. The love of money is the root of all evil. Remember, Jamie Dimon said there's gold and silver and everything else is credit. So what is money? This is money. Gold and silver are money, correct? Well, there's no gold, but hey, everybody can only have 8 ounces of silver a piece. Where's 2.5? Anybody 3? Anybody 3.5? Anybody 4? Anybody 4.5? I got a 5. It comes out of the ground at 8:1. I call that God's ratio. Every 1 ounce of gold, they find 8 ounces of silver. Silver is actually a byproduct of copper, zinc, or base mining. You know anything about money? Money's not pieces of paper or zeros and ones on a screen. You are a zero. You're a digit. You'd be tokenized like a Chuck E. Cheese token, like the Bear Time Jamboree in Disneyland, where you put the quarter right in. Oh, wait, you don't have to do that. You pay for your admission at the door. Take a seat, sit on the floor. It doesn't matter where you sit because the man in the gallery surely spit. Thank you for your very unkind attention. My next act will be the 4 corners of the round table. Memory sends the 4 corners, the angels to the 4 corners of this rock. Yes. 8-1. This is 2.5. I got 2.5, like a $2.50 bill. Anybody $3 bill, like Clinton? Oh, wait. All right, I'll stop toying with you guys. Money is the root of all evil, but most people wouldn't know what money is. Most people think money is a 0 or 1 on a computer screen. This is money. Hey, wait, I actually have some more money. I have something more valuable. Check this out. This is money. This right here. When you're laying next to a 1,000-ounce silver bar and you're starving, do you care how much this is worth or the value of this? Rice and beans, baby. The new gold and silver. Better get yourself a water filter. I'm bringing the heat right now, boys. Look at that. Gotta love that, huh? Woo! For the love of money. Maybe a life straw. Careful what you're sucking on. But hey, 100,000 gallons of water on this. You'll never have to buy another one again. This is like 2 Starbucks coffees. Nope, they'll buy the Starbucks coffees and they'll have nothing. None. Kind of like the meat that priests eat on Sunday. Get it? None. Isn't that great? You can tell that to anybody you want to know. I'll let you take that one with you when you go, if you'd like. No charge. You just ask them, what kind of meat do priests eat on Sunday? None. Get it? Like the penguin, black and white, like the Illuminati checkered floor. None. Get it? None. All right, never mind. You guys aren't very fun. I was supposed to be getting off here, but somebody came in and spoke up the word, and that's what you get when you ask and you shall receive. God's ratio is 8 to 1, guys. God's money is gold and silver. Gold and silver have never gone to 0. Rice and beans are pretty valuable too, if you ask me. So I wouldn't be investing in any gold or silver until you have a ton. Well, a lot, at least. A ton is 2,000 pounds, and you have a water filter. And then you can dabble in some real money, but this is money, if you ask me. This is money. How much do you think? How much is this bag right now of rice? How much is a bag of rice like this right now? Look at this poor bag. It's losing all its writing on it because we've been using it as an example. How much is this bag of rice right now? How much you want to bet here before the end of the year that this bag of rice will be $20? This same bag of rice will be $20 before the end of this year in their lunar Gregorian decimi 10 month. Well, they call it 12, but 10, right? $20. What's a bag of rice cost at the Piggly Wiggly? What's a bag like this? What's a single bag of rice? I'm not talking about the big bag, guys. I think that this bag here will be up to $20. Silver just hit $38, guys. Silver has only been $38 for 8 months in history. Oh, that's it. That's it. I think in 2000 or 1980, it was around over $38 for about 2 months. And in 2011-12, it hit it for about 4 months. So we've only ever actually, there's just a couple more months that it's been over $38. So you're seeing something right now that's, not been seen in the history of the civilization. Silver has never been over $38 for more than, it's been up to 50 now 3 times. And it's sitting at 38 right now. And I was trying to tell people buy it back when it was 15. And nobody listened to me. Everybody told me I was crazy, like Noah. And look at it now. So, cool. Sawyer Mini Buffalo is 100,000 gallons. Here is the Life Straw, which is another good product that I've actually used. Okay, this is the product I've actually used, but I would refer you now to the Sawyer Mini because this is 20 and this is like 12 or almost 30 now. But either way, my prices are old, guys. My prices are old. I don't even think they make this in this kind of packaging anymore. It's, some of this, but this is 100,000 gallons. You'll never buy another one of these, Buffalo. This has a bag in here, and it has the filter and all the. There's a plunger in there to purge, and it's a complete system. For I think it's under $30 right now, and you'll never buy another one of these ever again. Buy one for your wife. Buy one for your girlfriend. This is what people should be giving people as a gift, as a bribe. Give them something that they can actually use, So. This will filter 1,000 gallons. That'll last you a year, guys. This will last you probably the rest of your life. If nobody steals this from you, this filter will last you. I don't care how old you are right now. Why would you be buying anything else right now? Get this taken care of and then go buy, some other things. So these 2 things, guys, right here, man. These 2 things, just right here. You don't have to buy the fancy food. I'd get food that tastes good, food that you want to eat when things break down. As a matter of fact, I go to the store right now, and find the things that you like. because that keeps your morale up. When you have a military ration meal ready to eat, field ration, MRE, they come with, it used to come with a little Tabasco bottle. It was only 9 meals when I was in the military. Now there's like 40 or something, but they come with a little bag of M&Ms or something sweet because it's a treat that boosts your morale. Fine right now, I don't care if it's poison and it's sugar and it's something you shouldn't be eating. You're not going to be eating a lot of it later. But when you can't get it at the supermarket, the Piggly Wiggly, the Kroger, the Walmart, wherever you shop for your whatever, get those things that you need right now, guys, for your grandkids too. The kids are going to probably be showing up to your house, as things break down. It's not the end of the world, but eventually more and more of this is going to happen. So have the things, especially if things break down. Have the things that the grandkids like. You know what they like. They come over and hang out. Stop taking the kids to freaking McDonald's. You don't love your kids by taking them to McDonald's. That's freaking child abuse, if you ask me. Seriously, I'm rubbing it. I ain't kidding. So $24. Okay, how's that not worth that, guys? I mean, like I said, that's. Right now, you could almost buy 2 of these. You could buy almost 2. You could probably buy 1 of these and 1 of these, or 1 of these. Get this first. Go buy the big bag of rice and beans first. Then start buying, Mountain House meals, MREs. Go to some of these other company and get good quality products. So when things are broken down and you're working hard just to try to, not the end of the world, but things are hard. You want to eat good quality food. You don't want to be lacking protein. And don't go to some of these survival companies where they give you these buckets that are full of things such as rice and soups and pancake mix and things you can go get from the store and put in a freeze-dried 7 mil, not freeze-dried, in a Mylar bag with an oxygen absorber, and it'll last 25 years. You get this rice into a Mylar bag. It doesn't have any weevils in it. Doesn't, and it's bug-free. It goes in a bag. They are though, Scorpion, and they're garbage for a lot of them. Okay, so look into a freeze dryer too, guys. I've had 5 of them. Okay, you can freeze dry these meals, but there are companies like Mountain House. In Oregon at Bi-Mart can get that Mountain House meal for $7.99 for 2 portions. I can't make it for that price. That is nearly stealing it. And think about what I'm saying. When you're in a survival mode, you think you want to be cooking things, preparing food, chopping and grading, and you know what I'm saying, and skin. And no, you want that stuff already ready to go. So maybe you can heat it up with a warmer that doesn't make a big fire footprint, smoke. They have warmers that you can literally put in your meals that use, a chemical reaction to create the heat, and it's not a flame. They're flameless heaters. You got the hand warmers. You could use a hand warmer to heat your food. Same concept. There you go, a hand warmer. There we go. You can use hand warmers to heat your food. Now you can get that water even up to boiling. Absolutely you can. You're pouring that in a high quality, high protein meal. You're in a really tense situation. You want to be performing well. So you want to have a high protein. Buy the good stuff after you get some of the basics. People have lived off of rice and fish, maybe some canned tuna. Stay away from canned food, guys. Canned food does not last. It can rust. They put a liner on the inside of the canned food. Buy something that's dried, light. You can carry it and add the water back to it later. I know but I've done it. I've been through all this survival. Dried food is good, but freeze-dried is better. Dried food is fine. You don't need freeze-dried, but freeze-dried is potentially the best food with the highest protein level because it doesn't pull out the protein from the heat process of heating or drying like any other. It's cutting edge technology that's very old. It's not actually new. Okay, it's old. They used to take and do the same thing and take them into the Arctic and breathe these things in and let them out gas off and could do the same type of process before it was put into a machine. Okay, but 250 gallons of drinking water is a lot. Cool. I like to have thousands of gallons, Buffalo. I want to have at least 3,000 gallons of water storage at all times on this property. You know what I'm saying? When it gets below that level, I start getting all weird, because even I don't have the well dug, but even if I dug the well could dry up. You need something to have, for, when the well goes dry, when you can't leave the property, that, something that, I'm just saying, but good call. 250 gallons. Those ICBM totes are great, guys. Paint them black. paint them black. They won't get all the, put a cover around them. That water will last you. You could put a piece of silver in that water. It'll keep it from getting bad. Silver in the water, and the water will last, guys. This is the things that's going to be a whole lot better than sitting out there fighting people for the last bag of rice. And you don't want to buy this rice when it's $20 a bag, guys. These bags of rice, I think, are $2 and $3 right now a bag. You know what I'm saying? There you go. Ezekiel, exactly. Thank you, Buffalo. I mean, this is extra oil. When Christ said, put up extra oil, this is extra oil, guys. This is extra oil to me. This is how I want to feed foolish virgins. If Father says don't feed those foolish virgins, and guess what? They're not going to get fed. They didn't get fed last time, huh? Bam! The wedding feast of the lambs. They were not there for the supper. We want to sup with the lamb, right? It's all about a supper, the wedding feast of the lambs. Remember? So we're going to go to that, supper, the wedding feast. It's a feast. Yes, I know. I'm always on here, right? I'm like, it's what I do. Justin, these be my last days. They may come kill me tonight. I'm in a really bad situation right now. I have backed this state into the corner. Father has, not me, and they have sent a man to try to convict me and send me into a prison without even having a jury selection or witness. So Father protected me. I've got to use my time wisely here, and I don't have any other service. I don't do anything but the ministry. I have nothing else to do. This is my purpose on this rock. When I walk this rock is to serve the ministry and serve my prize. I put my beast after this, my treasure, not of these things of this world. I don't want it to fall out of my pockets. I want it to be a higher thing. So when I am lifted, my treasure awaits me. You spend all your savings now, you're not going to have anything later. So this is putting up my treasure for a later time and date. It's just part of what Father makes me do. So there you go. That's fine, though, Anthony. That's fine. If you are on food stamps and you qualify for it, thanks for not being too proud. It's hard to get a job in this country to even make ends meet. And I'm not saying whatever. If you qualify for it, I don't care if not. Go to a food bank and get more. And I get these things for other people. I like rice and beans. I like rice and beans. I bought that rice and beans straight out of the can. I like that, whatever that is. And I like to make my own, but that one brand. Okay. I plan on eating meat and steak and chicken and things that I have an abundance of. And people that are in the lower, coming into the community will eat the things like this, but at least they won't be starving. Well, that's wrong. You're eating meat. Well, whatever. They'll be eating meat if they can come along in the community and not be a threat, and we can extort their skill set and become a part of the community to be eating meat like everybody else, but it's going to take time. So people are foolish. He said, be charitable. So I don't have to give up all my meat. Maybe I'll put a little bit of meat in there, and how about just one M&M or two M&Ms after a week of eating rice? Now I put regular rice the first day, no vegetables. Vegetables the second day, white rice and vegetables the second day. Third day, I'm going to put chicken bouillon on them. Woo, and vegetables, maybe peas or something. Chicken, rice, and peas. No chicken, but chicken rice. Well, day 4, I'm going to do tomato bouillon, kind of like the Spanish rice you get the taco trucks. Same rice. I'll put some beans. Now I got rice and beans. Woo, Spanish rice, baby. Day 5, beef bouillon. Yeah, there we go. Egg fried rice. Maybe I throw an egg in there. One egg goes a long way. Thank you, Scorpion Milk. Exactly. One egg cracked in that thing, some peas. Now you got pan fried rice, right? There we go, Anthony. So when you do, that's what I'm saying. So, Anthony, I wanted to take my Mountain House meals and add my chicken casserole and add squirrel to it, Anthony. So that's 2 meals, okay? Anthony, you come hang out with me. You won't starve, but I need to extort you for your resource. Do you know how to hunt? Do you know how to set a fall trap? Do you know how to gather? You know how to collect mushrooms, berries? Do you know the difference between any of these things? I'll tell you what, I'll make a deal, Anthony. Today, what we'll do is today I'm going to hunt. Okay, I'm going to go down to the water and I'm going to try to set some fall traps, which I want you to just focus on gathering today. Any kind of, maybe you'll get some shiitake, maybe you get some chanterelle mushrooms. And I know how to set a fall trap. And I didn't catch anything, Anthony, for the fish that I thought we might get a fish, but I did get a squirrel because I set a fall trap, a nice fall trap or a leg or a snare, and you came back with chanterelle mushrooms and salmon berries. Oh, Anthony, I love you. I'll tell you what, I'll split this mountain house with you, okay? And I'll even give you the squirrel because tomorrow you got to go out and trap. And I've got some things around here. I know this. I'm going to go out and I want some. I know there's some things here in this. I want some roots. We need to put something in our bodies to detox. So there's certain roots that I'm going to go look for. I know. So, but for tonight, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this mountain house meal. That's why I'm trying to. You got to pay attention here to what it is that I'm telling you. This can be done. These are the reasons why I prepare for what I do. So, see this? Home style chicken noodle casserole. Okay? Watch this, White Buffalo. Watch this, White Buffalo. Watch how I take care of this. I mean, a good question to answer him. Watch. Will you answer him on this? If you've ever Anthony, if you put that squirrel inside of this casserole, correct? If you've ever hunted squirrel or eaten any kind of rodent or whatever, it is what it is. And we took that squirrel, correct? And we cooked that over an open flame. We skinned it. Obviously, if you must know how to skin the squirrel, right? Right? Yeah, I know that. But you need sodium. It's good for you. Sodium is a detoxifier. So you have to watch some of these meals, guys. Good content travel. Okay, good call. Some of these have high sodium, like Gatorade too, massive. So be careful with your water intake because these do have a lot of sodium. This is why it's better to get the freeze dryer and make them yourself, guys. Okay, but this does have a massive amount of protein. Okay, if we added something organic. So look, I come back, right, Buffalo, and Anthony's got chanterelle mushrooms. I've got a couple squirrels. I trapped a couple squirrels, and I actually I found some tree nuts or some pine nuts or something. So we would take and we would roast the squirrel on an open fire, right? Or actually cook that squirrel on an open fire. Then we would pull the meat off of that bone, and we would stick it in here into this chicken casserole. Listen, I don't think, honestly, Buffalo, that you'd be able to tell the chicken in here, especially we cut it. Now, the texture might be just a little bit different, but when we cooked it all together, that chanterelle mushrooms that he collected, right? He had a large number of chanterelle mushrooms, salmon berries, so he got some dessert. I got the couple squirrels. We have this. I'll split this with him because this is actually 2 meals. This is 2 meals. So this is, 2 meals in one bag. So the idea when I originally bought these was for somebody like Anthony, who's in an area where there's an abundance of squirrel. I'm in his area. We're going to take the squirrel. We're going to cook that on an open fire. And even by itself, it would be just fire. I guarantee you, it would just be superb, especially if you were hungry. But we're going to we're going to debone all that squirrel, and we're going to throw all that meat and add the chanterelle mushrooms to this meal. And we're going to eat like kings. You understand? We're going to eat like kings. Okay? There is, meals ready to eat. Okay? These are another, here's a chicken noodle, vegetable, and sauce. Very similar to kind of what we got going here. I prefer this. I ate these. I'm a veteran. These aren't fun to eat all the time. Every one of these has got some kind of sugar in here. So when I hit day 6 for my community that I was telling you that I'm building, and on day 6, I decide that I'm going to do, that I like the idea that somebody said they would throw, an egg in there. I forget who said that, and make fried rice. But now I'm going to put 3 M&Ms on your plate on day 6. This is the first time you've had anything sweet. And probably you might not have eaten for a few days before you came here. You came here, you had all these rice meals that I kept adding a vegetable to. On day 6, we're doing fried rice, right? Fried rice, because we put an egg in there, right? And there's peas. We took the vegetables and made that fried rice, carrots, peas, fried rice, and I put 3 M&Ms on your plate. Would that be a game changer? And you don't even eat sugar. I don't like, you know what I'm saying? I steer away from sugar. You see what a game changer that would be, brothers and sisters? Those 3 M&Ms are a morale booster. Holy crap. 3 M&Ms. Maybe I've got the freeze-dried ice cream sandwiches that I made, right? Bam, there's a couple of those ice cream sandwiches on your plate. Holy crap. That's why this is in here, okay? So I want to bring that full circle, okay? That's why there's a pack of M&Ms, a Twix, some kind of trail mix with something in there that's sweet in this, and a hot sauce that people would trade you a whole dessert for hot sauce. Some people don't want sweet, they want hot. I'm telling you, I had guys in the field trade me a whole meal or dessert or something for a hot sauce because they want that hot sauce packet. It used to be a little glass Tabasco bottle. That's how old I am. They only had 9. Now they got like 40 of these. Okay, this is a military field ration. Bill's ready to eat. Okay, and so these will stop you up too. Eat too much of these, and you guys don't want to eat this on a regular basis. That's why you want to put some of this organic food into with it. And the same thing could be done with this, brothers, sisters. You know, Buffalo and I could take out same thing. All right, Buffalo, you go fish. Okay, you go fish, and I'll go try to gather. Okay, I mean, I'll try to hunt, but your main focus is meat, fish, trap, hunt. You know, and I'm more looking around and trying to move. You're more staying in an area, checking traps. You see what I'm saying? So we can even take this same dish. Now, let's say, Buffalo's out there and he's in the wild and he's out there and maybe he got a bird, maybe he's got some quail, and he's fishing and he's got fish, and he's doing the hunting and he's right by the lake, and he's by a stream and now he's got fish and he's got more meat. He's got a bird, he's got fish, he's got, he's got maybe set a trap. You've seen the way some of these guys set pigeon traps and bird traps. It's not that hard to trap a bird if you know how to use the right trap mechanism. You can catch birds all day long. Put a little feed in, and this is so. We can take this buffalo now has brought, bird and fish into the game, and now I went out and collected, like I said, I found some, wild strawberries, and I've got some horseradish root or something to this, and then we're going to add that now. So imagine he's got a couple trout, okay, a couple trout, right? And he's got a bird. So between the 2 bird and the trout and this chicken casserole, let me ask you this. If we took the trout and we cooked the trout, correct? And we put it into this chicken meal, when you cook trout, do you think that's going to change this? You think that's going to change the flavor of this meal? Overbear that taste with trout? I doubt it. I'd add trout to this chicken casserole noodle. You know what I'm saying? I might even throw the strawberries in there to see what, Does that make sense, Buffalo? So we could even add fish to a chicken dish. And I've got others. I'm just showing you. You know what I'm saying? There's many. These Mountain House meals are fire. That curry was excellent. I wish I bought 10 of those. Okay, the teriyaki is excellent. I've never had the turkey and stuffing is like pieces of croutons, not this little stovetop. I mean, this is quality stuff. And I had my own freeze dryer, guys. I have my own freeze dryer meal. I've done this for myself, and you couldn't do it. So that was the idea when I bought these meals, because people are like, why would you buy those? You have a freeze dryer. I've said, I can't make them for the price. $10.99 is 2 meals. You could, guys, and it's already cooked for you. You can't put a price on that. It's already prepared. That means you're not going to be scrambling to prepare things at the last minute. Just try to eat when you're trying to, keep cover and watch. This is going to save you. This is a time machine. All the time that you would need prepared is already captured like a piece of silver. I know that sounds crazy, but it's like a piece of silver, right? All the time and energy that it took is already captured in this here. It's a time machine. This is going to save you time. You're going to pay to cook this. Even if you bought your own freeze dryer, you have to pay. These are a very good price. I live in Oregon. If you live in Oregon, this is a company out of Oregon. It's called Albany. I don't get no kickbacks for this. I don't get no royalties. We sold thousands of interlinear Bibles. I never got a kickback from any of it. I just do it because Father tells me to do it. So this is like a time machine. Like it takes all the time it takes to capture a piece of silver. All the energy is stored in this piece of metal. Same thing here. Does that make sense? The time it would take you to cook it, now you're not going to have to do that at the time you need to be looking and high protein. And does that make sense? That's awesome, huh? This is a time machine. This is a time machine, guys. These are very valuable at $10.99. This is a good price. You can't make it. We did the chicken. It would take you $15 to $20 to prepare this in your freeze dryer. Go get the chicken. Go get the cask. Go get all the ingredients that are in this, and then bring them back to your house. You got to go there, get the gas, pick them, prepare them, clean your dishes, cook them, put them in the freeze dryer for a few days, clean the freeze dryer out, bag them. You can't. 10 mil Mylar bag, oxygen absorber. It's all there. It already comes in it. It's still worth doing yourself too, okay? Go buy one of these freeze dryers with your neighbor. You can get a scratch and dent unit that's like a kitchen appliance that's got a little ding on the side. It has nothing to do with the warranty on the, the mechanics of the machine, and buy one of these from freeze dryers from Harvest Right, and you could get them at Home Depot now. Tractor Supply sells them. Get their floor model. They'll give it the same warranty. Go with your neighbors. A good box of these, not My Patriot Supply, which is just a bunch of filler, like I said, pancake mix, rice, soup. You guys can make all that on your own. You want this has got a grip load of chicken in it. That's why I like this. Has mushroom. This got me to eat mushrooms like crazy. I love the mushrooms in this. And I didn't like mushrooms at all growing up. The mushrooms in this is excellent. There's some little green. I forget what it is in here. God, it's fabulous. But you couldn't make, when Bi-Mart runs this meal for $7.99, guys, you couldn't make them for this price. You could not make them for this price. So this is a good way to have some peace of mind knowing, hey, later down the road, I'm not going to have to worry about cooking anything. I could just add some water to it. If I can get it heated, great. If not, I can eat it. You know what I'm saying? So this is the greatest time machine ever, guys. You have your food all ready to go, and you want high, dense protein food. If it's a hard day and it's been rough, you want a lot of protein. So don't be buying this cheap crap and trying to eat crap. You see these meals like Patriot Supply, is stuff you're not going to be wanting to eat. You don't want high protein dense food. They hope that you'll buy those buckets, put them in your closet, and never open them up. Oh, I feel, and hey, if it gives you peace of mind, that's good. But you want to be, if you're going to break those buckets open, you want something that you enjoy, something that you like, something that's high in protein. If you're going to be in a harder time where it's not the end of the world, but hey, might be the end of the world because the power went out. You had some kind of hurricane. It doesn't have to be the end of the world for you to buy something like this. The power could go out for a week and you can't get to the store. Now you're good. You got some hand warmers. You're not making a big, stink with cooking food and no power. It's there. It's all prepared. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's like a time machine, guys. So when you're ready to be eating something, they're banking on the fact that you'll never pull it out. I'll bet you're going to need some of this stuff because we all eat food. What do you think? I ain't trying to sell you anything. Some rainbow vacuum that you're going to stick in your closet. I sold food for 12 years of my life, so I ain't trying to sell you this. But I could sell food to people because it wasn't something that I was trying to sell them that they wouldn't use. We all eat, right? So this is something that you're going to, even, God forbid, you don't need it. You can give it to somebody else later because it's good for 25 years. Pass it on to your kids. It'll still be good. I guarantee this stuff will last longer than what they say in these bags. They're just giving you the minimum, kind of like a born-on dating. It doesn't mean that's when we used to do the sniff test, remember? Oh, still smells good to me. There was no born-on dating on things. But then again, you could set bread on the counter, and it wouldn't last but a few days, and it'd start molding. So, okay, well, good for you. Get out of here, MMA. Okay, you would never touch this because you're an idiot. You have no idea what I'm talking about in here. It's blowing up your ear. I know you can't stand it. You hate it. I have not recommended just this. I'm recommending things. You're just focused on one little thing because you just like, you couldn't distinguish the forest from the trees. So you can leave now. Okay. Thanks for coming in. Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you. Leave now. Don't put anything else in here, or my moderators will moderate you. So thanks for coming in. But you're an idiot. You can't even concentrate on what I'm saying. I've talked about many things in here, and you're focused on one little thing. So there are other companies that make these type of products, guys. I would stay away from these companies like My Patriot Supply that has very little protein and it's just a bunch of filler. Like, why do you need pancake mix? You can go buy pancake mix, put it in a Mylar bag and do that. Why do you need rice? Why do you need all these things that you can do by yourself? Stay away from these companies that don't have a high protein, a lot of meat, and a lot of calories. Okay, some of these companies have a lot of salt, but salt's good for you. It's a detoxifier. We need salt. There's a reason why your body craves salt. Okay, not too much of it, but you're going to be fine. You're going to be burning these things up. When you take things like electrolytes, and sodium in your Gatorade, there's a reason why they put it in there. So, you know what I'm saying? If you put some chanterelle mushrooms in here, Nathan, and that bird, that quail that you caught, the chanterelle mushrooms in the bird is going to make this meal go a long way. So Nathan and I can eat for the day. I mean, that might be the only meal that we eat all day, but it's going to be a good hearty meal. Might take us all day. You guys have forgotten. Some people used to go all day and eat only one meal a day. I mean, they may have gathered what they could put in their mouth, but their end of the day was we don't eat like we eat now. So you're not going to even eat as large of portions. Okay. So you're going to want to make sure the portions you're eating are large protein and heavy calorie as much as you can. It's okay to eat other things, but that's a lot of filler. You're not just trying to, especially if things are kind of broken down, not the end of the world. The sun hits us with a solar flare, anything could happen. You know what I'm saying? And that is good for you because that way, Kyle, you don't turn into an animal because it's not the first time. You remember, Kyle, most Americans have never gone one day without eating, just one whole day, let alone one meal. Think about it. There are grown adults in their 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, Kyle, that have never fasted, never gone, not fasting, but just never missed a meal. Hopped up on sugar and Frappuccino and Gatorade and Monster Energy drinks and ding dongs. And they're near diabetic, right? The first thing that happens when the lights go out, blood sugar's going to spike and their stomach's going to start to growl. And after about 5 or 6 hours after never going without, they're going to go from hungry to angry, right? And after 8 hours, they're going to be called what is hangry, where they won't be thinking with their head anymore. All they're going to be thinking about is how do I stop this stinking gut bomb in my belly from, you know what I'm saying? So it's good to have missed meals. Absolutely. I make my dogs miss meals every once. They don't sit there on a time clock and tell me it's time to eat. I feed them with a window, an hour's window. And if I don't feed them, they don't care. They don't, and I don't do it very often, but every once in a while I make my dogs miss a meal so that they can not be, if not, guys, and I just feed them every day, week after week, and then they miss a meal, I'll hear their stomach literally grind. So I've learned that through the years, and my dogs have excellent physique. They're not fat, they're not skinny, they're regulated. I feed my dogs twice a day and I regulate their food. But again, many people have never missed a meal. So it's good to actually go without sometimes. And that's why Father wants us not to have, be feeding ourselves. Like, it doesn't even let the process of what our gut is supposed to be doing if we're eating 3 meals a day every day. So good call. I appreciate it. Exactly. I agree. And I'm not giving any advice, Kyle, but that would be a good way not to turn into a total nightmare, right? Like Buffalo's never missed a meal. I've never missed a meal. I bet you will be 2 assholes trying to fight over the same crap. We wouldn't even have the sense to try to help each other out because we're probably so starving that we'd fight over the damn food. Right, Buffalo? You see what I'm saying? So I agree with Kyle that it's good to have, you know, some blanks so that your body can adjust to this. You know, eating 3 meals a day, 7 days a week is not good for our body. So again, people didn't eat all day. People didn't sleep 8 hours. People weren't afraid of the dark. Nobody's ever been afraid of the dark because they traveled by night in the desert, you know, fished by night. The calendar they planted by the moon. Okay, so you're not going to have a chance to plant anything too. I don't want to tell you that seeds are not a great thing. I have massive hordes of seeds. Good ones and bad ones, non-genetically modified seeds, as long as ones that I found at the grocery store, at, you know, type seeds, Walmart seeds that I got at garage sales. I'll trade those seeds. But you're not growing any food either, brothers, sisters. It takes a long time to grow a garden. There's very few things you're going to bring to, especially if things are broken down. I'm not telling you not to get seeds because you need a way to regenerate your food. You don't want to just eat up all your stock. What are you going to do? Eat it all up, then what are you going to do? Actually, you want to pad your stock of food. Pad it. But I think it's going to be a near impossibility to grow food. Do I think seeds will be an excellent barter tool? But you're going to tell me you're going to grow food in rows and people aren't going to come steal it from you? Unless you have a food forest where people can't recognize some of these things, you know, that's not normal, like sorghum or char, some of these things that are high proteins and too. If you grow things in a row, guys, it's going to get stolen. You think you're going to have enough time to you want to kill somebody over food in rows? It's starting to look a little bit smarter, huh? All these preppers are probably the most steady people on this rock because they've got backups and they said, oh shit, and then they did something about it. And they made a plan to have the extra oil. So they didn't have to go fighting people for the last box, bag, a can of poison, corn syrup flavored poison, box, bag, or can, right? So that's why it's good for us to miss meals, guys, because think about nobody's ever missed a meal. They're going to be hard to deal with. If they can't get to the store and get their food, this is what's so beautiful about this, guys. It's prepared. I could open this up right now and eat this as is. This is excellent the way it sits. I could put this as a trail mix. Have my canteen, this water, whatever, you know, my Camelback or whatever, and eat this in a bag. Like trail mix. I'm serious. Any one of these is good as trail mix. I don't care what brand it is. Make a little bag, plastic, not good, whatever. Put it in a bag and you can eat this as trail mix. It's excellent. I don't care what brand what it is. I don't care what it is. It makes excellent trail mix. You know, so you don't even have to eat it cooked. It's excellent by itself. Some of the stuff is awesome, and then it's even better when it's cooking. You know what I'm saying? So I have MREs, but these are definitely more high quality, guys. These are fine. If you see somebody on Craigslist, Facebook Marketplace somewhere selling these, and they're selling them reasonably cheap, guys, these have a long shelf life. These can actually get cold and hot too. When I served in the military, I was stationed up for a little while in Alaska, right? You know, and I had training up there. We were eating these up there, guys, in the Arctic cold. There were warmers. It didn't work very well at 40 below, but it still warmed it up. I mean, it was warm enough to where it starts steaming. It wasn't that piping hot because it was so cold outside, but these will last in the cold too, okay? But these have nothing on these meals. I want to tell you, I've eaten both of them, and these are okay, though. When you mix this up one day, it's fine. It's actually kind of fun. You know what I'm saying? To have these. Good stuff. Good stuff. That's what I'm talking about, Buffalo. Growing your own. Government hates you when you're self-sufficient. So these are fine. I love the cannabis. I've got some cannabis growing right now, too. God, they got hammered, that one from that. It's okay. It is what it is. I dropped one, too, and it fell down. I knew it. I tried to bring it back. I thought I had it, but it didn't work. It's okay. I don't care. It doesn't matter. I just like to grow it. I haven't grown any cannabis in 5 or 6 years. It's been several years. So, but anyways, hey, we can add some cannabis to some of our, maybe some flour as a garnish, kind of like a, you know, a garlic pepper, like a Lowry's. We'll just use that as the you know, the parsley. We'll use flake cannabis leaves. Good stuff. Me too. I'm about 2 hours. I don't live that far, but I live, from a little teeny tiny town, but I'm about 2 hours from the main city to myself. I like to live away from people. So good for you, Buffalo. You know what I'm saying? You probably don't live so far away that you still can't get access to resources. And that's why I try to tell people, don't move so far away unless you're just filthy rich. You've got to be able to keep one foot in the system and keep gaming the system until the system shuts down or the new system comes into play. You don't like the new system, so you just take your 1 foot that's out of the system and you lift it and you go into your own system. Otherwise, you're going to go into the new system if you don't have 1 foot out of the system. This is a great way to get 1 foot out of the system. This is a great way to get 1 foot out of the system. This is a great way to get 1 foot out of the system. Become your own power company. There's a lot of ways that you can take yourself back. This is a great way to get out of the system. Become your own central bank. Gold and silver are money. There are ways to beat the system, but you got to become your own system. Otherwise, you're going into the new system. That's what's going to happen to most people, brothers and sisters. It's not going to be as dramatic as people think. It's not going to get Mad Max. It's not. The demolition of the destruction of the old system is already happening. They're already resetting the system. And anybody who holds on to this old system is going to be an idiot because the new system's coming whether they like it or not. That's right. You still got these people holding on to this old system, wanting to try to hold on to something that's already being broken down right in front of their eyes. You know what I'm saying? Right in front of their eyes. The system's being broke down and they're clinging to the old system when they could be getting out of this old and making their own because they know this. They're banking on people's ignorance to go into the new because they don't have 1 foot out of the system. At least if you have 1 foot out of the system, you don't like it, you can say, I'm going to my own. But if you don't have at least 1 foot out of the system and you're in the system, you're going to go in the new system. And the new system is already taking place. This is America ever after. This is what shit hits the fan looks like. This is World War III. This is it. The apocalypse. Not the end of the world. Apocalypse means to lift off the veil, to remove the cover. So that's right. That's what we do. Us people, we make our time. Some people can go a quarter, 3 months, 4 months without going to town. I see people out where I live. I ain't seen them for years. I thought you moved. No, I just don't need to come to town. You know what I'm saying? I don't need to come to town. Why? I already have my own system. Actually, we just went the back way to town. We didn't come through town. We went once, but we only went, and they go years out here. People get that prepared out where I live. Actually, people come to where I live because they don't want to be messed with anymore. This is probably one of the most famous places, but people figure it out to come and be left alone. Most people come here to be left alone. They don't want to be messed with, and they live far enough away so if they don't mess with anybody, nobody will generally mess with them because they do live far enough away. They have a long enough driveway. They've got backhoes. They've got, scopes, and they will pop you if you come on their property and put you in a hole. That's how far away in the town that I live. It's that town. This is not that town where look around and find out. That town wishes it could be this town because this is a township. Okay? This is not the kind of town. Remember, they take care of their own people and dig their own holes out here because the law enforcement is too corrupt and doesn't want to get involved in other than just extorting people for, if you live away from people, they won't bother you, Yeah. So the best thing you can do, see, this kills the bank. When you take your money, like if you took your retirement and put it into precious metals, now they can't take your money and put it in the casino because that's casino money. This isn't casino money. This is long hold money. This means I'm going to hold my value, and I am the person in this next reset, which we're in right now, who loses the least, can hold on to what they have, will win the most, will come out on top. That's right. Who can ever retain what they have. This ain't about a cycle about get rich. Although the wealthy will just keep getting wealthier, this is a cycle where if you have anything, you need to retain because they can inflate you out of by taxation, by inflation. They can inflate you out of it. They can't inflate this. This is no third-party risk on precious metals. This pulls you become your own central bank. It used to be like this, guys. If you didn't like the system in 1970, 3, they changed this. But if you had a silver certificate and you didn't like the system, you could go into the bank and say, hey, I don't like the system anymore. I want my own system. Now they've taken that away from you, brothers and sisters. You cannot become your own system. You are part of their digital credit. Remember, Jamie Dimon said there's gold and silver and everything else is credit. So that's not money. Money is gold and silver. See what I'm saying? So if you don't trust the system, you become your own central bank. You know what I'm saying? So if you didn't like the system, you take your $2 certificate, your gold certificate, you pull your money out of the bank, say, I don't trust your system anymore. I'm becoming my own system. They took that from you. They took that from you, guys. And now everybody thinks it's okay to spend one of these funny monies here, right? One of these $1 million bills, because they just get, every time they print more of these, right? They print more of these, they're taking and making every dollar that you have in your pocket worth more and making this worth more and more. And you guys, there's something going on with the silver market. Have you seen the short contracts are not covering the raise? Every time silver goes up $1 on the COMEX, they lose $442 million on those contracts, guys. I know the math on this. $442 million. Every time this dollar gets inflated and silver goes up $1, which is just a paper price, that's not actually to hold it, okay? You're going to pay a premium over spot. This is the way it works. It's not, you're buying paper contracts for $38.33, not the actual physical metal. Remember, silver has been $50 now 3 times in history. 3 times in history. 3 times. So every time they print more of these, they make this worth more and the paper in your pocket worth less. See, that's how they can tax you out of your land and make it so you own these. And these will always cover the inflation, no matter how many zeros they start adding to the end of this, right? They either put them on or lop them off in history. That's what they're going to do. Again, they're going to stabilize the price of this metal. You mark my words. They're going to nationalize this. They're going to say, okay, silver's worth $1,000 an ounce, 10,000. I'm not giving it a price. And that's the set price because they've done this before in history. They lock the price of precious metals in. They're making a stable coin now. The stable coin will be backed by gold and silver, not by the dollar anymore. They're taking the system away. The system is already being taken down. The U.S. dollar has lost 98, 99% of its purchasing power, what it would buy you since 1913, the history of the paper greenback, the dollar. Before it was gold and silver. Remember? So this is a way that the average Joe, and as soon as everybody figures this out, brothers and sisters, it's going to be too late because people can't afford gold. Gold is expensive. Gold costs a lot of money to hold. You could buy 90 pieces of silver right now for 1 ounce of gold. So this is the poor man's gold, if you will. So when they can't buy the gold, they're going to rush to silver. It's happened before. This is what drove the price up in the 80s, right? Or 2011, to 2012 for the fear, and everybody rushed into the market. It got up to $50 before. Silver is $40 an ounce right now. It's not $15 anymore. It's not $20 anymore. It's not $25 anymore. It's not $30 anymore. It's not even $35. Actually, like I just said, silver has only been above $38. Listen to what I'm telling you right now, brothers and sisters. This is money, man. This is money that I'm about ready to give you. Silver has only been above $38 or higher for 8 months in all of history. Silver is sitting above $8 or $38 right now, guys. We're in a very, very, very extremely rare time. Of all of history, silver has never been over $38 for more than 8 months, not even a year. And we're in that time right now. So don't act like this time it ain't a very unique, very special time in history. And that there is opportunity abundant flying around everywhere right now. Most people are just going to barely survive. And some of us, we're going to thrive. And we're going to be able to help other people out too. And that's going to be, Father will love that. Okay. Or he won't, or he will not feed the foolish virgins. He didn't feed them last time, but at least I got extra oil, right? At least I got some way to help out my brothers and sisters that are in need, be charitable. So yeah, I'm invested in BlackRock, right? No, I'm invested in, oh, and here's another, the Tanapa district. Okay. It's BlackRock Silver Mining Company out of the Tanapa district in Nevada. Here's another, what is this? Alfredo with chicken, rice and beans. Oh, this is Jamaican style rice and beans and chicken. Hey, Jamaican style. This is probably good with portobello mushrooms or shiitake mushrooms. Maybe some berries in there. Maybe a bird or a squirrel or even a rat. Who cares? I'll eat it. Maybe a raccoon. Maybe an armadillo. Maybe a turtle. So, okay. But again, yeah, the company that I'm only invested in a junior miner, one of them, I took my stimulus check and like, go buy some cheap Chinese crap to keep America going, right? Keep China going. And I went and put it into BlackRock Silver. It's a mining company out of the Tanapa district. It has nothing to do with BlackRock. BlackRock, the financial company. It used to be BlackRock Gold, but now it's BlackRock Silver, and they're a junior miner. I've lost my tail on it. At one time, there was the most number one performing junior miner stock, and it outperformed Bitcoin, gold, but I didn't pull profits from it. I wanted to long hold it like an actual physical metal. So I do believe one day that it will gain like it did before when all the junior miners got, and in the mining sector got way too cheap and just undersold, and then they blew up. Like I forget what was that was that 2018 or I can't remember when that happened. But some of these junior mining stocks sold 1,000, 2,000, 3,000% gains. So that means if you were invested $1, you gained $3,000 on each dollar that you were invested. It was a life-changing event for most people. I mean, a matter of weeks, these people went from, having $1 to $3,000, stocks. And yeah, that's what I'm hoping, Kyle. It's just a tithe food. I mean, I love talking about the finances of these things, but we got to have extra oil in times to help others out too. So I do think these junior mining stocks will see a massive increase again. We'll see again 1,000, 1,200, 1,500, 2,000, 300%, 3,000% gains in these junior miners because they're just way undervalued. And here's how it's going to work, guys. There'll be two phases of this stages, which will bring on what I'm about to tell you. And I'm not giving you any financial advice. When people rush to this metal, and there's trays full of this right now, because people are actually selling the metal right now because it's reaching all-time highs. There are trays of these metals. I've never seen I've been collecting precious metals for 20 years. I've never seen so much metal sitting in the trays at the local coin shops right now. The demand for the general public is not there. You wait until the general public gets invested in this metal, and we're close because it's $38. When they can't get the gold anymore, they're going to rush to silver. There'll be two stages that'll happen at that point because 20%, right? Actually 80%, listen to what I'm telling you, brothers, sisters, 80% of the gains are made in the last 20% of the markets. 80% of the gains are made in the last 20% of the market. That's the FOMO. It takes a long time for it to get, and then it takes off in the last 20% of the market, and that's where 80% of the gains are made. It's in that last run-up. This is called the FOMO, the fear of missing out, or it's called a melt-up or a blow-off top. These people already bought in way down here, guys, and they let it come up, and they made a grip load of money, and they're already out of the market, and this is when everybody's getting in the market. So the elite and the rich buy cheap, and they buy low, and they sell high. Not the average American or other investors. Most people buy a little too high, They don't know when to get out of the market. It comes up real high and then it crashes because the faster it goes up, the faster it comes down. It's like holding a ball underwater. The further you take that ball down, and down, it's going to come up higher out of the water. So the higher they take it up, the faster it's going to crash. Listen to what I'm telling you. 20%, right? Right? The last 20% of the market is where 80% of the gains are made. So nobody can pick a top. It's almost nearly impossible to pick a top. It really has to do with this blow off top. So that's when people should be deciding how much do I want to make in the market and just set a point. I actually put out a video on gold and silver. It said, this is the best investment advice video ever put out on YouTube for the market. Now, I'm not giving you advice, but you got to know how much you want to make on the market. Then you need to know how many pieces of metal that you want to sell them for, and you sell at the price that you already have set in your head. I need to make this much. I have this many pieces. So if you just keep adding pieces to your stack, that puts you that much closer to exiting the market for your gain. See, it's not that hard. Actually, it's very easy. You know what I'm saying? It's very easy to understand. Okay, well, there's no Jesus Christ of Nazareth, Buffalo, so you know. He's of Bethlehem, not of Nazareth, okay? Remember, he was born in Bethlehem. He was not of Nazareth. Remember, they said nothing good could come of Nazareth. Christ was the Lion from the tribe of Judah. David was from Bethlehem. Christ was born of Bethlehem. He was not Christ of Nazareth. That is, that's what the Pharisees, they called it. They said nothing good could come of Nazareth. That's why they put a crown of thorns on his head and put King of Jews over the top of his head, because they were mocking him. So they couldn't have hung him. They could not hang a Roman citizen on it. They could not. That was not part of the Roman culture at the time. So please just remember that he was not born of Nazareth. You know, that's why the Pharisees said nothing good could come of Nazareth. David was born of Bethlehem. Christ was born of Bethlehem. Okay, so he's Christ of Bethlehem, not of Nazareth. But hallelujah, I know what it is. So, but hey, love it. You know, iron sharpens iron. So look, here we go, guys. These things, you're not going to be able to eat these things. So please be careful. I'm just showing you what's happened historically in history. You know, and so right now, if you look, we're at a time in history where, again, there's only been precious metals have only ever been. Yeah. And I'm not giving any financial advice, but watch, gold and silver have never gone to zero, ever. So people have come to me and said, hey, I know you know a lot about economics. I'm not trying to, I'm not going to hold you liable. I said, well, here, let me make it very simple for you. I know gold and silver have never gone to zero. What is the percentage that you think the stock market's going to crash? Because you should diversify your portfolio. You don't want to just put everything into one, put all your eggs in one basket. You need to diversify. You need to diversify. So if you said, hey, I think the stock market's way overbought, which it is. It's more inflated than it was in 1929 before the crash of 29. Right now, it's already overbought and way overinflated. Remember? I mean, they took $11 trillion out of the market. It didn't even do anything, right? I mean, it did. We had the largest crash, but it didn't even do anything. So what percentage is what I'd ask somebody. They came to me and said, look, what percentage, I tell them this, what percentage do you think the market's going to crash? I don't want to give you economic advice, but I'll give you something I think you can count on, because gold and silver have never gone to zero. So here's what I tell them. If you think that there's a 10% chance that the stock market's going to crash, then take 10% of your assets, put them in gold and silver. It's up to you how you want to dice out the gold or silver. Silver is going to make way more money on this run up than gold is already at an all-time high. Silver hasn't even hit his 1980 all-time high. So do you see what I'm saying, Carl, about that? I'm not giving any advice financial, but if Carl thinks that there's a 25% chance that the market's going to crash, well, then Carl, put 25% in the market. At least you're not going to lose this. If everything else in your portfolio crashes, this will make up for it. It always does for your loss. That's the way it works. So if you think there's a 50% chance that the stock market's going to crash, you're going to lose it all in the stock, well, then put 50% in something that's never gone to zero. Does that make sense, guys? That's just some simple, financial, and I'm not giving you financial advice, consult your, Les Schwab or whatever your Les Schwab. There's a tire dealer. My bad. Schwab, Charles Schwab. You know what I'm saying? So does that make sense? Okay. Most economic debt cycles last 6 to 8 years. This is a natural ebb and flow of a debt cycle, a free market. In 6 to 8 years, after that 6 to 8 years, it's going to give back about 10 to 20% of its gains. 10 to 20% of its gains, and it's going to come back because nothing goes straight up, right? Ebb and flow. That's the natural ebb and flow of a market. It's going to give, in a 6 to 8 year cycle, it's going to give about 20% of the gains back, 10 to 20%, and it's going to continue to hysterical, because things do, over time cost more, but they shouldn't be inflating because they're printing these, with their inflation or creation machine, like they're going out of style, right? Adding zeros to them. Does that make sense though? So that's what I would give people for an investment advice. I'm not giving you, but if you think that there's a percentage of the market's going to crash, at least you'll know that you have this. I'm not saying you get rich by investing. You don't buy this like a lottery ticket. You buy this to hold on to what you have, to retain your wealth. This is wealth. You have enough gold and silver, you are wealthy. Correct? Whether you like it or not, you better not have too much. He said it'd be easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than a rich man through the gates of heaven. So careful what you put your treasure. But if you stack enough gold and silver, and this is wealth, then you become wealthy. Right? I didn't promise you'd ever get rich. Never did I ever, but I guarantee you will not go. You will not go poor. Do you understand? Because this is something, and I think, again, that this is more valuable than this. There you go. So you need to diversify. That's why I invest in all things. See? Most importantly, what covers me, what's more valuable than anything, is the word. Seriously. Because this is my guidebook that tells me to do this. This is what guided me to tell me to do this. It said, have your loins girded in my service and have extra oil until I return. Nobody knows the day or the hour. Oh, okay, I got you, Father. I need extra oil. You betcha. I hear what you're saying, Father. I better get some extra cannabis too, right? Because, hey, I might be able to grow it. Might actually condense it down into some kind of high terpene live rosin. You can put a lot in a little space. A little dab will do, huh? Just a little dab on some flour. It goes a long way. So same thing, extra oil. Hey, dab oil, huh? Oh, my bad. Oh, hey, Father doesn't, you don't think that Father doesn't, he created, it says if it bears seeds in Genesis, it's here for us to consume responsibly, moderately. But this is more valuable, so than any bread or any, but anyways, these are all, get this right, and this all comes to you naturally, brother, sister. He just calls out to you, do it. Look, like a bird doesn't need to be told to fly south for the winter, does it? It's got an instinct. A chipmunk, they're going to call you crazy. Noah was scoffed for decades, and it didn't even rain on this rock. He was building an ark, right? And then it rained. A chimpmunk's got the brain the size of a pea. We were talking about eating squirrels earlier. The squirrel's got the brain the size of a pea, and it knows to put up nuts for the winter. Who's nuts now, huh? They're going to call you nuts, brothers, sisters, when the whole world's running off a cliff, and you're the only one going in the other direction. You're the crazy one. Don't worry about it. Listen to these people. Be there ready to feed these people. You know what I'm saying? Be there ready to feed these people. So no guarantee. This, you don't buy gold and silver as a lottery ticket. You don't buy precious metals as a lottery ticket, okay? It's not something where you're putting money in the stock exchange and it's some kind of casino where the house always wins. This is money. This is currency. This is not even legally money. And legally be money, it has to be tangible, an actual asset. It has to be dividable, make change. It has to be a store of value. This doesn't store any value. It just keeps printing more and more and more and more and more. This will hold value. See what I'm saying? this will hold value. There's a reason why kings and queens, no, not currency, true money. Well, there we go. It would be currency. I like that, Waylon. I do like that because they used it. Waylon, this used to not have a head and an eagle. It used to actually had a head, and then it had grains. Like the silver dinar, it had grains. Go look at old Roman money. It didn't have a head and eagle. That it had grains. They actually measured this in grains because a day's labor was, right. Remember what it says in Scripture. That's what it's talking about. The time that we're in now, where a day's labor would be for. We're there, guys. It was $12 for a dozen eggs. Now I know they've come back down. If a farmer ever thought he could get $1 an egg, he'd sell all his cows. He'd stop growing alfalfa. He just put all his money in chicken coops. You know what I'm saying? $1 an egg? Holy crap, guys. It's $5 for a gallon of gas out where I live. It's getting expensive. That Chubba hamburger is $29 for like the 3 or 5 pound chub. It's getting really expensive just to eat, stay alive. It is harder than you know what to just make ends meet. The 100's the new 20. You break that thing, it's like dust in the wind. Gone. 20s don't even last. I feel like giving 20 to a person that's homeless. I don't even feel like I'm not doing much for them. They can't even buy a pair of shoes for $20 anymore. You know what I'm saying? A pair of pants and a shirt's more than $20. So I try to tell, don't give that guy $1. It's the $5 general now. It's the $5 store. They don't even sell anything for $1. At least give them a few bucks if you're going to help them out or her. Oh, they're going to go buy alcohol? So what? So what? They get a drink at the end of the day? Let them be. They're not hurting anybody. Let them have a beer for Christ's sake. You need a little let off. If it's moderation, they ain't going to make that much money out here. You know, some do, but see what I'm saying, guys? You know? Outstanding. Good stuff. Thank you for your testimony, Buffalo. Appreciate it. It's amazing how people could go from the streets to being totally blessed. And there's people who live on the streets. That's where they want to live. They don't want to live in a house. They don't want to live in a cabin. They don't want to live in the woods. They want to live on the streets. They want to be in the city, and they don't care, and they want to be around people, and that's what they want to do. And it doesn't mean that they're a bad person because they choose to live without. As a minimalist. People think that people on the streets are all homeless because some people want to be on the streets. You see what I'm saying? They feel comfortable. Like some people want to be in jail. That feels comfortable. That's all they know. So stop frowning down. I remember my brother was with my son and was talking about somebody that was bad. Like, see, that's what happens when you don't listen in school. And that man could have a master's degree. There are more people standing in the unemployment line with degrees than there are people who are not. Just because you're educated doesn't mean that you see, that's what I'm saying. I really don't like how people have taken, people and just people who are meek people who live on, they're a minimalist and now they're a bad person. How many times people come in here, oh, I like your little shack, your little hobo, your chicken shit or whatever. I'm a minimalist. So not everybody living on the streets is not thrown out. Some people actually choose to be there on the streets, and that's where they feel comfortable, and they're just fine with living like that. So not everybody on the streets is a drug addict or is, strung out on some kind of, bad story. You know what I'm saying? So please try to help your brothers and sisters that are without when you can. When you can, help them out. I don't care if they go buy a bottle of, something at the end of the day. If that's the lead, then let him get a little buzz. So, if it's moderate and he's not hurting anybody, leave him alone. Not hurting anybody. Maybe this will be the difference. You get off the streets or whatever, but stop being like, like these people that are less blessed that there are any less of people. They deserve the word just as much as anybody else. And Father didn't actually, when he sent Christ, didn't hang around a bunch of rich people. He hung out with a whore, a prostitute, a lady of the night, the worst thing, remember, he whipped the people selling the doves because the exchange rate on the money, he flipped over the people selling the doves and whipped, right, the tax collectors and got physical. So tax collecting, he hung out with a mass murderer. Paul was a mass murderer and a Pharisee. You know what I'm saying? So Father didn't hang out with these people that were in high places. As a matter of fact, he said, go be with the ones that are less bless the people who are widowed and the downtrodden, the people who have been trampled on. Be with the sick and tied to them. Give them this word and help them, and I will feed them, you know, and he will, brothers and sisters. That's why Father makes me put up so much food, because I know one day that I'll be able to bless other people with this food. I didn't buy these food. Actually, the farmer gets the first fruits. When I was opening up some of these, you know, buckets that I'd made years ago, I was like, wow, I forgot I even bought any of this stuff, because I wasn't buying it for me. I was buying it for the ministry, thinking that there would be a group of people. I wasn't even in the ministry at the time. It was, you know, this community. When I originally bought the property was to build it as a community. People learn how to live without having to go to a store anymore. You want to never go to the Walmart again, never need another dollar again? It's possible. You can live a zero cost lifestyle. Of course, it costs money to get to that point. But, you know, like I said, you're living beyond, most people need the big Jones and the big house. I don't need any of those things. As a matter of fact, I don't even need possessions anymore. What I need is the gospel, and I need to share the gospel. That's what I want, but that's not what Father wants for me yet. Maybe, ever, I don't know. So, but being wise, brothers and sisters, it's better to have and not need than need and not have. Right? Oh man, I could need some extra flashlight batteries. Go get them. Go get them. You know what I'm saying? Go get them now. Go buy yourself, you know, these things to help others. How do you think there was extra bread and extra fish in those baskets, guys? Father can do miracles beyond our wildest, you know, imaginations and things that he does, because he puts everything in place where he wants it. Exact time, people, place, position. Yeah, extra bread and extra fish in the basket, even less than they started with. Gee, I wonder how he made that happen. Wow. It's like miracles, huh? Well, he knows exactly what he's doing. He says, I do all these things after my own counsel for my own pleasure. So he's got me putting up all this food. Guess what? It might all get stolen from me. So what? At least I tried to have the extra oil. I'll walk away from all of it. I won't fight for any of it, because I'd rather go to the woods, chipmunks and berries, and bring whatever I can, and hopefully have it in an extra place and not fight anybody for anything. I'll go hang out in my other, you know, cache, where I've got other things in the ground stored for a rainy day. Wow. So I don't have to fight anybody. So that's how you do it, brothers and sisters. There is a way to thrive in this future and not just survive. While others are just getting by, some of us are eating Mountain House meals. Some people are eating rice. Some people are eating Mountain House meals. What do you want us to put your treasure in right now? See, remember, I got the first fruits. I didn't even realize that I bought all these other things. Like, I would never eat curry. It's just not, that curry was fire, guys. I went searching through buckets the other day, couldn't find any more. I went, oh no, you only bought some limited when you bought those. That chicken curry is over the top. It's excellent. Beautiful spice. The teriyaki was excellent. I don't like sweet. It wasn't overly sweet. It actually had a Asian flavor, you know, very good. So lots of ways, man. Failing to prepare. You want to see a failure? Failing to prepare is preparing to fail. They're not doing anything about it. They're not putting up any extra oil. They're not trying to be wise. They're foolish, and they're all caught up, and they're going to be down there fighting people for the last box bag and can of corn syrup flavored food. Whatever poison you choose, pick your poison. Food flavored. Which box bag canned poison would you like today? Well, there's only just the last roll of toilet paper, and now this guy's trying to beat your ass because he needs his ass. He's got a big hairy bunghole, and guess what? He needs the teepee for his bunghole, and he's a lot bigger than you, and now he's going to take that toilet paper from you. You could have had rolls and rolls and rolls and rolls of it if you just would have went and bought toilet paper right now. Holy shit! Oh, fuck! It's the end of the world. Remember that? When people would sneeze during the COVID? Yeah, and if you put extra toilet paper in your cart, they would freak out too, right? Because of the debacle. Do you think anybody, if you just put a couple of those extra 36 rolls in your cart right now, people even look at you twice? They did during the COVID, didn't they? If you had 2 or 3 of those rolls, like, hey, people would sneeze. Remember, the air was so intense. If you went out in public in the air, if you sneezed, you could break it. Remember that feeling? You're not like that right now, huh? Might be a good time to go grab a couple extra of those 36 rolls and put them in the closet, huh? Extra teepee for your bunghole, huh? Wise or foolish, you're going to sit there like a duck at a pond and wait and then get shot or be down there fighting for that last roll, huh? So how wise are you? How foolish are you, huh? How wise or foolish? What are you, a foolish version or a wise version? Extra oil is what he said. Failing to prepare is preparing to fail, brothers. I don't care what any of these people say. Christ said he's going to leave this place, go to where his Father's house is at, and prepare a place he'd come back and redeem us, correct? Does that make sense? He's going to come back and redeem us. How long has that been? Well, if I'm not mistaken, Noah, for 126 years, he prepared an ark, and they scoffed at him for decades and never rained and called him crazy. Then in the book of Luke, it rained. It's been over 2,600 years since Christ left this place. You look at my watch. You see my watch? You like that? I used to do that in sales. People are like, what are you looking at your wrist for? You don't even have a watch. Well, I got to go. I'm on a tight schedule. 2,600 years he's been preparing, brothers and sisters, and he ain't done preparing yet. So if you let people tell you not prepare, then you ain't listening to the Father. You ain't listening to Christ. You're not Christ-like. Christ told us to have extra oil. Have extra oil. And he's been preparing for 2,600 years. He ain't done preparing yet. So you're going to let somebody tell you you're crazy for putting up stores for the winter? Because you decided to get the flock out of Dodge and you got out of an area that wasn't conducive to grow food and you went to a more conducive area to grow food, like a bird flies south for the winter. There's nothing wrong with that. That's called instinct, brothers and sisters. Listen to Father. He'll tell you where your 10 toes are supposed to be. You're going to stand there 10-toed. You're going to be like a slave on your knees. You're going to be a slave. If you don't have your own system, you're already a debt slave. How much silver and gold do you own? You know, silver, you can only own 8 pieces of silver. Everybody on this rock can only own 8 pieces of silver. That's what I'm saying. You could remember White Buffalo. Remember being in an aisle in a store and somebody would sneeze, they would avoid that aisle. They would avoid that aisle. Remember they told you could push your buggy down the cart one way. The bug won't get you. Remember Buffalo? They're going to say, this is the stupidest generation ever. Listen, well, look what these people did. They're like, hey, if you push your buggy down the cart this way, you won't get the bug. Oh my God, dude, then they did it too. Look at this. Holy crap. They're like, it's 25 feet because this bug is the greatest bug ever. The beer bug, remember? And so stand 25 feet apart. No, wait, 15. X, 6, 6, 6. And nobody ever questioned why it was 6 feet apart. Oh, I thought it was 15. I'm the only blogger I've ever heard talk about that too, by the way. You guys, if you remember, I don't forget nothing about the COVID. We're like a stinking elephant. People are like, damn, you remember all that stuff that happened. Yeah, I remember. People's rights were trampled on. Remember it was 25 feet in the news, that it was 15, and then everybody just put the X. Where did that come from? Oh, that was from above. 6, 6, 6. Remember that? Who came up with the 666? Nobody even cared. Nobody even said a word about it. I know I was a blogger. I'm like, are you being, you being a rebel because you're standing on the X and you're, for the greatest disease ever in history, or not standing on the X? Did you actually ever stand on the X? I never once stood on the X. As a matter of fact, I would stand off the X. I don't care if I was 5 feet away from somebody. My favorite thing to do during the COVID was, that's what I did during the COVID more than anything, guys. Seriously. I did that during the COVID. Dude, I would go into like Walmart or something. I didn't go there very often. I go to get paper plates or something, right? I go into the Walmart. I'm the only one not wearing the mask. I mean, some of the parents, I've seen a couple ladies, honestly, through there, and very filled, but ladies that didn't have children weren't wearing the mask, and some of the moms, I'm like, or I'd see moms that were wearing a mask with no children, and I said, you know what, I don't like that you're wearing that mask because I'm a veteran, and I, defended your right to choose, but thank you for not putting mask on those children. Thank you for not covering their face. Thank you for not, obviously you see there's something. So I don't know why you would be wearing that and them not. So, and I appreciate, but anyways, so my favorite thing to do during the COVID was to go into like the Walmart where everybody was, in Bend, there's probably 80 people in the store, 100 people in the store at any given time in the Walmart here. Okay. It's not the largest, but it's a pretty good sized Walmart. I love to walk around and whistle the whole time. Oh my God, he's breathing. And people would look at me so. I remember when I went to go get my CDL renewed, my medical examiner's card, I was winning there, and I even went to the doctors, and I wasn't wearing, and I'm in there, and this guy's getting pissed because he's wearing a mask sitting down there, and he's like, and I'm laughing at him because I'm like, and he even went up and made a complaint. Like, this guy's not wearing a mask. And they never even, actually, the guy did. They didn't say anything to me. They never did. Actually, a lot of people, if you just, sometimes I get a hard time. Sometimes I've been kicked out of stores. I got kicked out of the Chevron out here in my local store. Wouldn't let me come back here because I wouldn't wear the mask. But I'm telling you, that was one of my favorite things to do during the COVID. You know what I'm saying? Was to whistle, because I was blowing out air. And people were freaking out. People used to freak out during the COVID. So that's what I would do. I walk down the aisles. It's already tense. Remember, everybody's wearing a mask. They got certain things taped off. You can't buy this aisle. Remember all that crap? Oh, these aren't essential items. They just straight cut it off because they said they weren't essential. That's how stupid these Americans are. And they did it in other countries. But no, we're just going to tape this aisle off. You don't think they'd ever do that again? They could do it tomorrow. Tomorrow, everybody be standing on the X again. That's how freaking horrible the people are in America, to not care about the freedoms, right? No, the right of the people. I'm telling you, tomorrow they could turn it on like a light switch and have everybody standing on the X again in America. Yep, taping off aisles, saying you can't buy this, you can buy this. These are essential. Yep, doing the same damn thing. And people would be just as tense overnight. I'm telling you, people would. There'd be a small group of people say, hey, you didn't work last time. It's not. But I guarantee you, everybody would go right back onto the X. That's how weak these countries are, guys. That's how weak we have become because we are not united as a people, as a body. We don't even have any militias in America, to overthrow our tyrannical government. There is nothing going on. The King's protest was funded by Walmart. There's nothing organic going on in this country. So I think it's absolutely hilarious. The most free country, the free world, and they're standing on X's. They're going inside. They're shutting down their businesses. People are wearing face diapers out in the middle of freaking nowhere, jogging out in the middle of the woods, and they're running around with a face diaper. These people swimming with a face diaper on. Remember those masks they had, the one that would open up? I seen that mean mask or whatever. It opened up. People pulling their mask down in public to eat and then putting it back up. Remember, you had to walk to your table with your mask on, but you could take your mask off while you were at the table. This is the stupidest fucking generation. I apologize for cursing, guys, but this is the stupidest generation to ever walk this rock. They're going to look back at this civilization 100 years from now, and it is going to be the biggest comedy show ever. And it sucks because people's rights were trampled on, and it wasn't funny. But they're going to look back and laugh at these people. They literally had them wearing face diapers. Hey, over here, at least the Muslims, Sharia law, only the burqa, only the women veil their faces, right, and cover their faces. This is supposedly the most freest country in the world. This is the biggest sissies ever. This is the most weak generation of men to ever walk this rock. They were called the American man because they never even said anything about their women being veiled, not under soft Sharia law, but they went ahead and wore the burqa too. So dudes are burqa veiling their faces. That's how much of a bunch of weak-ass Americans the American public has been, at least since the COVID. So there's no really American men left in this country, not as far as I'm concerned. Why aren't they standing up against touching children at the airport still to this day after 2001 or 2? What was that? Blind 11? Still touching kids at the airport, huh? Nobody cares. Nobody cares. You know what I'm saying? Nobody cares. Still touching children at the airport. So don't tell me they couldn't put us right back under this masquerade. Overnight, guys, they could have everybody wearing X's again. Well, pretty much that's what they were. Hello, I'm a dead man. You have 2 X's over your eyes. Or these things, like the serpent, the hood, the crown, corona. You're a bunch of idiots. You truly are. They didn't. Why are dudes covering their faces? At least, I'm a veteran. I know Sharia law in the desert, only women veil their faces, cover and burqa their faces. Dudes are wearing face diapers in America. So there's no real American men left in America. And they get all pissed off at me, and I don't care. That's why my TikTok channel blew up just on those videos. Those videos alone just absolutely made the channel. I could not believe the actual channel flow that was shoveled, into TikTok's algorithm when I said Americans are weak. They don't stand up for anything. They don't care. The money is not printed even in gold and silver anymore. Nobody stood up with that, and that's been since 1971, the last time they actually put any silver in the money. So yeah, you've talked about that, Carl. And they said he's going to be the last president. So I'm pretty sure he'll rule from the third temple in Israel. And this whole Israel will be part of America because he said he's going to buy it. Okay. He said he's going to buy it. You know what I'm saying? He did. Remember, he sent his son down there, and Kushner said, man, this would make great beachfront property. And he said he's just going to go over there and buy Gaza. So don't be surprised if he rules from Jerusalem in the third temple after it's all going to go by the script. He is the Gentile Messiah. They call him the King of Israel. So it will be the one that will be seated in that holy seat on the third temple. And it's not even a real temple. It's a spiritual temple. So they're going to fake the funk, and all these idiot religions are going to follow it. Just like all these idiot Americans are going to stand on the X and let their women get drafted. I have no respect for the American man anymore. None. I'll show them to the narrow way, but there's no American men left. There is not any American men. They did nothing during the COVID. They did nothing to stand up against their law enforcement. People outside stood up more than the American man stood up. They let them shut down. Most of the middle-class businesses 2 to 3 million businesses were shut down during the first flatten the curve. These are middle-class businesses, not the 100 and 500, 1,000 people, the blockchain, Walmart to employ we're talking about people employ 2, 3, 5, 10, a dozen people. The backbone of our country was shut down. The American man didn't say shit about that. They don't give a fuck. They repealed posse comitatus, guys. That means the military. They have 1,000 military bases in 180 countries. Those federal, I'm not some weekend warrior. I was active duty, okay? I'm not some National Guard, okay? Those guns, those are, active duty are not supposed to be pointed at us. You just saw 700 Marines in the streets of California with those weapons pointed at the American people. So the American man is a lay down. There is no good American men left. And if they're, you'll know them by their fruits. They'll be blogging, standing up. If they're not, then they're just the silent majority. Women will be drafted to war in America. It's already been passed. They already repealed posse comitatus. So we get involved in one more war. They're going to send your children, your little sons and daughters, not just your sons, but your daughters off to war. 18 to 30, it's already been passed. So you can't tell me there's any good men in America. Not one. Why would they not be standing up and saying what I'm doing? This is America. Why the hell are they standing on X's? Why have they made the women be drafted? Women will be drafted into war now in America. It's already been put into legislation. It's already passed. Nobody cares. I've not seen one other blogger talk about the women being drafted in America. I'm the only blogger that I know. And I took that for the Military Times. I read that in the military, and then I took and did a blog about it on TikTok. That's what caused the channel. Carl was part of that from the beginning. That channel blew up. Go look at my TikTok channel, Carl. One of the biggest videos are multiples, because I did multiples that had more hits, was me doing the same thing, where I was pointing out that the American man is weak and stood down. And those channel, that what made that channel went to 20,000 in weeks, months. It didn't take, because those were the videos that set that channel on fire over there, was me blogging for the fact that the American man is weak and didn't do anything over this, and it hadn't even been passed. I said, these men aren't speaking up about this. These are the weakest men to ever walk this rock, and now it's actually been legislated. It's been passed. It's too freaking late. You waited too long to speak up. They're going to draft our women to war. The finest of the women we have, 18 to 30. Women drafted to war. They already did it in Ukraine. You don't think it's going to happen here? It already happened in Ukraine, and they killed a whole Ukrainian generation. Is gone, unalive, no more. The average fighting age in Ukraine is 43 years old. They're trying to change the inscription rate to bring more people in. They don't have enough soldiers over there. They're bringing in drones now because all the women are gone, dead. So it'll never happen in America. 3 years it took to kill the whole Ukrainian generation with the U.S. tax dollar. That's all it took. 3 years. And how many? 300 billion that Biden sent over there. Trump just sent another billion over there anyways. I don't want to hear it. Oh, I'm going to pull out 48 hours. Instead, you got the 48-hour jab. Remember? I'm going to build the greatest wall. Instead, you got the greatest jab. He did it again. Last time it was 8 months. Now it's 48 hours. 48 hours, guys. They created a $500 billion jab, AI jab, with Elon Stinky Muskrat with his smart jab. That's what they said. It's going to go into your body. It's going to be a perfect fit, and it's going to figure out what's wrong with you. And so we already legislated the 500. If I came back here, if Buffalo came back here every day and I paid Buffalo $1 million, it would take me 180,000 years to pay white Buffalo back that half $500 billion, $500 billion would take me. I could go back to the moon and back 2 times. 2 times. If I didn't stack them like this, if I stacked them like this, that's $500 billion. 180,000 years it would take me to pay him at $1 million a day. 40 jab. I thought he was going to build the greatest wall. Instead, you got the greatest jab. Remember, I thought he was going to pull out of Ukraine in 48 hours. Instead, you got the 48-hour jab. These people just love this guy. Time magazine, 2 times, right? It's crazy. These people just revel after this guy. They love him. He's the Gentile Messiah. Netanyahu called him the King of Israel. He decorates his house with Satan, the sun god. He paints his face orange like the sun. It's not orange anymore. I wish the clown would just paint his face white. He's an idiot. No, he's very intelligent. He's a mastermind is what he is. Absolutely a mastermind. Donald Trump's not stupid. He's wise as a serpent. And he'll bomb the hell out of you. He's sending way more bombs than Obama did. Donald Trump is a mass murderer in chief, if you ain't figured it out, of the Republican Army. Remember? Not the Democrats. He didn't run as a Democrat. He ran as a Republican for the corporation. Remember, it was the purple that selected the blue and the purple. They're the ones who make the selection because you mix red and blue and you get related to the queen. So they already had selected Donald Trump back in the 80s as the president, as 47th president. They had to skip Joe Biden because 4 + 5 is 9. 4 + 7 is 11. When you skip Joe Biden, president, 9/11. Are you that blind to see? Yeah, you're blind as a bat. Kind of like bat soup. Bat soup, right? Did it come out of a laboratory or did it come out of some bowl in a soup bowl out of some bat in China in the market? You guys, this is just becoming so blatantly obvious. They're not even hiding this anymore from the people. So this is the best time right now, if you ask me, to get ready. And don't worry about, changing anybody. People will be getting ready because they're already wise. You can feed people this meat and they'll want it. If not, let them be. This is not the time. We are in World War III. This is World War III. There's never been a single war in America started with a bomb falling. Not outside our country. No, they're always started with tariffs, embargoes, and sanctions. So this is war. They never called World War II, right? World War I until World War II. It was called the Great War. So we're in World War III right now, but people they want to admit it. So this is SHTF. This is shit hits the fan. This is what it looks like when it hits the fan. These are the days when I made my first blog on YouTube a dozen years ago. The channel was called America Ever After. We made it, guys. This is America Ever After. We haven't been the final completion, but this is the process to deconstruct. I always said the demolition of America will be controlled. It will be a controlled demolition. They'll take it down like the Blind 11 buildings that were controlled in its own footprint. It will be controlled. Every aspect of the demolition will be controlled. And guys, I'm telling you, if you are one of these elitists right now, they have got to be going, holy crap, we didn't even think it would work this good. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. These people will just let us do anything to them. Remember? We said we're going to shut off all these goods because these are essential goods. Oh, these are non-essential. And then we'll tell them that it's a virus. Even if they just looked up on Google, asked the Google gods, is a virus a living organism? Somebody do that right now. Let's go back and see how quick we could have debunked the vidco. Look it up on DuckDuckGo. Look it up on Yahoo. Look it up on Google. Ask the Google gods. Ask Google and put it in the chat. What does it say about a virus? Is it a living or you have 3 autoimmune responses when you get sick? A fungus, a living organism. You get sick, you get an open infection, get bacteria, living in open wound infection. Both of those could cause you to die. That's why a doctor's wearing a mask. Okay? You have 3 autoimmune responses. If you overwork your body, too much stress, too much work, too much alcohol, too much drugs. Okay? 3 autoimmune responses. And this is what they mess with is your autoimmune response, your messenger relay, mRNA. Okay? You have 2 strands of protein that make up your DNA. That's what they went in and put the spike protein mimicker. Okay? So, is a virus a living organism? A bacteria is alive. A fungus is alive. Is a virus alive? Is it alive? What does Google tell you? What does DuckDuckGo tell you? What does Yahoo.com tell you? What are these platforms that you can go do your own? And there's plenty of information off the web. I recommend you triplicate. You get something on the web, off the web. Maybe go ask a doctor for a second opinion. But what does it say in your search engine right now? Somebody put it in there. I'm going to show you how stupid this American public is. So is a virus a living organism? Look it up. Should you be afraid of a virus? The virus, the vidco, the bungulio. That's right. Exactly. Bill Gates. Man, I'm not getting nothing over on Jen. Oh, come on, Jen. Can't I fool you? Like Bill Gates, computer, Microsoft, virus, corrupts the mainframe, goes in and corrupts, takes it off of the main and supplements with a, yes, it's a program. But it can't, it's not alive. So it's not a living organism. It says it's more like an android. So a virus isn't alive. A virus isn't even a living organism. So if it's sitting there and it's not alive, it's dead. Right here. How can you catch something that's not alive? A bacteria is alive, a fungus is alive, but a virus is sitting there. It's a program. You can't, unless that's rammed or slammed or jabbed or they penetrate your mucous membrane, that has to be inserted into you. Do you see how stupid these people are, guys, that we live in this world right now? You could have debunked that in 30 seconds. See, but it has to be plugged in. Wavy's correct. It has to be inserted. See? It has to be inserted, and it goes in there, and it corrupts the mainframe. Like a computer, Bill Gates, a computer, Microsoft, a virus. Does that make sense? So why in the hell are people afraid of something that's not even alive? Because that's how stupid people are, brothers and sisters, to just trust whatever the government tells them. They trusted the science. Christ told people to go out. Remember, he said to his apostles, go out and put hands on the sick, not go inside, flatten the curve. You couldn't be more demonic or antichrist than what they did. See what I'm saying? Does that make sense? He told them to go out and put hands and heal the sick. and be with those that are down and the downtrodden and the weary. Not stand on the X, go inside, flatten the curve, we're all going to die. You don't put on the face diaper. You want to kill old people. Fear, 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 fear. He said only fear who can take your flesh and soul. Do not fear who can take your flesh. Fear only who can take your flesh and your soul. So people should have used that scripture. Instead, they trust the science. They trust the science. Instead of trusting Father and putting their faith in Father, they put their faith in man. They put their faith in Dr. Fauci, Donald Trump. Remember? What was it? Mike Pompeo, he said, this is a live exercise. You should have told us that, right? This is a live exercise. Live. They went with it, and the people ran with it. They even had, remember, Event 201? 201, where they had a roundtable discussion about the virus. They even had a name of the virus. They even gave out little stuffed animals. Does anybody want to remember what the name of the virus was for the Event 201? Where they had the World Economic Foundation. They had the World Health Organization, right? They had all these the Center for Disease Control. All these had a roundtable discussion, Event 201, in November of 2019. In New York, they had a roundtable discussion, Event 201. They said if there's a virus, they even had the news. There's a virus, it's a scam, never, it was going to release. They did news articles about it. They had news. Does anybody want to guess a name of the actual? They gave out stuffed animals of the virus. Does anybody want to know what the name of the virus for Event 201 is? Before the virus ever came out, months before, they had a roundtable discussion. What if a virus was released? And they brought in all these organizations, the ones that we saw. WEFers, right? CDC, WHO. Does anybody remember? Do you know what Event 201 was? They do these things. They held this roundtable discussion in New York where they talked about if a virus was released, this deadly virus, and they had commercials and news broadcasters, and they actually gave out stuffed animals, guys, of the virus. Does anybody know what they called the virus during Event 201? Does anybody want to take a guess? Because it's a program. That's what I'm trying to tell you, Buffalo. Did you ever hear about Event 201 prior to the VidCo? They held a roundtable discussion in New York, and they had all these organizations. They even did commercials and broadcasts, and they gave out little stuffed animals of the virus. And they had a name of the virus. Does anybody remember what the name of the virus was during Event 201? This was like a, what if scenario. There's no such thing as, World War III, military exercises. There's only World War III disguises. Exactly. Nate, from Canadian Prepper. So, sorry, 6-foot rule. Anyone answer that question? Anyone? Bueller? So, I think I'm going to actually heat up some water, guys. I'm going to make one of these. I haven't had one of these in a minute, so. I do think it's hilarious. They'll go with whatever they're told. Exactly. It's the fear campaign, remember? You don't love grandma. You want to kill grandma if you don't wear the face diaper. You don't love old people. You want to hurt old people. Bird flu, slime flu, H1N1, my Ebola. Remember we're all going to get Ebola? My Ebola. Never heard of them taking something from another country and bringing it into another country to cure it. That's kind of the stupidest thing I think I've ever heard, guys. I was trying to get everybody during that. I'm like, you guys are out of your mind. But then again, I was trying to tell people back in 2004 that if they take away your super size, they'll take away all your rights. And nobody will stand up for the right. Stand up for your rights. All right, I got to go change the solar panel, guys. It's getting hot in here, and I can tell the sun's moving its way over there. We're going to make this a mountain house meal. Live. We'll do it live on television. I know that. I was walking out there last time, and that dirt was hot on the feet. Stand up for your right. Ooh, it's getting hot. Getting hot out there. All right, where's our mountain house meal? We're gonna get this mountain house meal going. All right, here we go. We're gonna open this bad boy up. So, look at these mushrooms, guys. Big old huge pieces of mushrooms. Mushroom, look at that. Mushroom. Big pieces of chicken. And it's got a pasta. The pasta noodles are little wavy noodles. But again, you can see there's a good tomato. There's a lot of chicken. You get chicken with every bite. And the mushrooms are amazing in this dish. Like I said, I don't really ever like mushrooms, but they're absolutely wow. So you gotta take the oxygen absorber out of there. Oh, where's the oxygen absorber in this one? Uh-oh. Did I just take that out? I think I already took out. Oh, you idiot. I already took out the oxygen absorber. Okay, so we're going to go get this put in some water, okay? Okay, just take it on. Oh, yeah, it's fabulous. All right, so you're gonna zip your pouch up. Make sure when you guys, if you ever cook these, that this bottom gets opened up here and that it's not closed up, because sometimes some of that stuff will get there, and just let it sit in there. Make sure you're sealed all the way. All the way. You can kind of push on it, you can tell that. Oh, see, that one's not sealed all the way. I didn't get it sealed all the way. Okay, so you're all sealed up. I think it's like 7 to 10 minutes. How long does it say? 1.5 cup water. Stir carefully. 5 minutes. Let it stand an additional 4 minutes. So about 10 minutes. And it should be ready to go. So I like to set them down like this. Not up like this. I set down like this and then flip it over like this. You can go like that. Okay. But it should. I've never had one come open on me. Just make sure you do that a couple times. You should be able to turn that bag over. And it's not going to come out of it. So I set it on its side. Make sure that the bottom is opened up, because sometimes that'll get pinched and you'll get some stuff stuck between there. So make sure that's opened all the way up where you fill it. Then we're going to let it sit 10 minutes. Super good. So let me put away my MREs and my other meals here. Excuse me, pardon me. Alrighty. Yeah, we still iced coffee. You guys aren't telling me to drink my iced coffee. I got iced coffee here. Iced coffee. Oh, fabulous. Haven't had coffee in so long, I forgot how good it tasted. Oh, we'll get a little volunteer there. Must come through the old French press. I throw my trash away. I gotta throw my trash away. Trash away. Silver, silver bowls, silver bell. This is the sound of silver, brought to you by the sound of silver. Haven't even ate mushroom, chicken. Oh, hey man, I got all kinds of stuff going on there. Yeah, they've never done a recall on deer, venison. Never been recall on venison. This one sounds a little different. It's thin. It's real thin. Oh, dropping it. Drop it like it's hot. All right, go throw away my trash. Man, I should have had a V8. Oh. Should have had a V8. Fabulous. Glossy, glossy. All right, I think I'm going to take a pause for the cause, guys. Give me uno momento here. Gonna take a pause for the cause. We didn't even turn back on our light here. Let's turn back on our light. We could probably make more ice cubes. Let's make some more ice. Ice, excuse me, pardon me. Ice, ice, baby. Bing, 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 bing. There we go. We're re-watered, hydrated. Ice cubey. All right, let's see. See what we're doing here. Oh yeah. We're getting there. It's hot and heck yeah. Thank you, Father, for good victuals. For good bounty. Oh, bless us, O Lord, for that bounty which we are about to receive. Hallelujah. All right. Beep. The horn blows. How about the driver? Oh. Hi, puppy dog. I love you. Come up here. Come here. With the dad. No, it's too hot. Now don't get up on me, you old silly boy. You silly old puppy boy. You silly puppy boy. Oh, watch out. He's going to go crazy. Be careful with your legs there. Ah, you're kicking me in the back. You're kicking me in the back. You're kicking me in the back with them paws. Watch those paws. Watch the paws, puppy doggy. Silly boy. He's going crazy. He's going to go crazy. He's going to go crazy. He's going to go crazy. Here he goes. He's crazy boy. He's crazy boy like he's dead. You're a crazy guy. You're a crazy boy. Are you crazy, Bobo? Are you crazy? Are you crazy? You are crazy. You are a crazy, crazy boy. You're a crazy boy. You're crazy. You're crazy like your brother. You're crazy. You're the craziest guy I ever had. You're the craziest puppy dog I ever did have in my single entire life. What are you doing? What are you doing? Are you being a good boy? Are you being good? There's water right there if you get thirsty. For the dad? For the dad? Uh-oh. What, you got an itch? You got an itch? You got no fleas? No ticks? You're just all clean. Look at you. He's a happy boy. So the dad? Or the dad? And the pants? And the dad? Where's my boy? Where's my boy? There he is. There's my best boy that I ever did have, that I love. You're my best guy that I have all the time. You're my best guy. You are the #1 pair of pants that I ever did have. I did love you. No kisses. Now, don't you be getting fresh with me. You lick yourself, and I don't want you on me, okay? No kisses. No kisses. No kisses. Isn't he the best guy ever? Oh, you love the dad. You know you do. He's got to go get a drink of water. Hold on. All right, hold on. Pause for the cause. We're waiting for our meal to be prepared and be cooked. Puff the magic dragon, live by the sea. Oh. Puff the magic dragon. Dragon, imagine dragon. This is it. The apocalypse. Uh-oh, he's about ready to get off here. Whoa. Oh, never mind. I'll stay on for another minute. How long have we been going? We've been going for 9 hours. We already put in a full day's wage here. Thank you for the $30, guys. It's not necessarily appreciate everybody who helps the ministry. So I think somebody came in and asked for a PayPal, but I didn't see anything show up on PayPal. But that's okay. No worries. Somebody left a, I think it was Bill asked earlier, but that's fine. I appreciate Bill's $20 tithe to the ministry. That's very nice of him. I don't do this for monetary gain, that's for sure. Definitely not making money at it, so that's okay. It's not here to make money. I'm already retired. Hey, I might go to prison the rest of my life. I might not even need any money, right? So, probably not. Probably going to be a very wealthy man. Probably going to have at least $500 million. And we'll be donating it to the ministry. So, we'll make sure we get that all written up ahead of time before we ever actually get the settlement settled. We'll definitely make sure. I haven't checked any emails, Jenna, in days. I haven't checked any emails. I haven't been doing any of that. I'm trying to find my dead son. So that's what I've been doing, live stream for what I've been going for 9 hours today already. So sleeping about 2 or 3, 4 hours at the most and get back up, researching and going straight at it. So until I find my son, I got to stay over this. I'm really pushed the state into backed into a corner here, and I'm going to either find out if my son is alive or dead here very soon. I'm hoping, and my daughter. So hoping that will come to fruition here soon. So I'm trying to be patient as I can with the state of Oregon, and well, I've done run out of patience now. So love is patient, love is kind, it does not boast, it is meek, and it is weak, and it is charitable. And so I think I've done all the above, and now it's time for me to get the payout. So I will sue the state of Oregon. I will be going here this week to place the lawsuit and continue this now accountability, not to condemn these men, but to make sure they're held accountable. So my main focus has been the death of my son and the death of my daughter, or their missing persons, their missing bodies, and trying to figure out how to, get the police to step up and do their job. So they won't do their job, and that's what I've had to do. So my time has been flooded off stream researching again now this current district attorney and his background. I just have a lot of things going on right now that I just can't, honestly, I haven't checked my emails in weeks. It's probably been since I checked the email. But I know there's a bunch of them. I've gotten a flood of them, but I just don't have the time to go through now and sort through the spam and the spam box. And I don't get that many emails, but I do get, some here and there through the ministry and then through my life and others. And I know I've got probably more emails sitting in my email box right now than I have in a long time. So, and yeah, like I said, it's just been one of those months for me where I just can't seem to get ahead, and I'm spending too much time here doing the ministry and not doing my own things, and that's okay. My life suffers because of it, but it's worth it. So, all right, guys, I'm gonna eat this food here. Hold on. Where's my fork? Where's my spoon? What's for lunch? Is it lunchtime or is it dinner time? I don't even know what time it is. It's more like dinner time. We'll eat the whole thing, but let's eat some of that. All right, here we go. Home style chicken noodle casserole. Ready to go. It's not overly. Oh, yeah, there we go. Look at that consistency. Just absolutely perfect. I normally don't measure it. Just eyeball it. I'm a cook, so I can normally get it pretty close. But again, chicken with almost every bite. Mushrooms, carrots. There's these little green things that are in there. I don't know what it is, but it's excellent. Excellent. See the chicken. Mushrooms, carrots. And this tastes like something grandma would make. You know what I'm saying? It's home style chicken noodle casserole. So it's got that real grandma's flavor, you know. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's like two or three pieces of chicken in every single bite. This one's probably got 4 or 5 because I did the. Okay, it went back in there. But all the bites are really consistent. I just go there. Look at that. Every bite's got about the same consistency of chicken, mushrooms, carrots. See what I'm saying? It's not this crap where you're getting this powdered crap. That's food. That's real food. The noodles are really good too. I've been trying to stay away from pasta, but carbohydrates. So, yeah, so even off the bottom of it, it's an antioxidant. That's pulled it off the very bottom. That's the very bottom of the bag. So it's all the same. I don't know how Mountain House does it, but their consistency is really consistent. As far as meat to noodle to vegetable ratio, it's really good. And actually, the meat content is very high. I wouldn't have bought them. I have 4 pieces of chicken sitting in that bite right there. 4 pieces. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then the noodles. 4 pieces of chicken. So that's why I like this company. And I eat these meals. So I'm saying, well, right now the bags are about $10 a bag. It's 2 meals. I'm not going to eat all this right now. And if I split it with somebody and we added a little bit to it, like a chipmunk or a rabbit or a bird or something, just going to make it even last longer. I'm in Oregon. These are out of Albany, Oregon. I don't get any kickbacks. I don't get anything for the company. But it is a company in the state that I live in. They are a little high on some of the things like sodium, but this is high quality. Bi-Mart in Oregon takes a $3 off of these, and they're $7.99 for 2 meals. You couldn't make a meal for $4 right now. You couldn't make a meal for $4, and you couldn't prepare it. You couldn't prepare it. This will last for 25 years, and it's already ready to go. Some of these things are just as good cold. In some ways, they're a little better in some of the flavors because there's like, you know, the texture kind of unique. But I mean, come on. Mushrooms. Look how big those mushrooms are. That's a mushroom. Look how big that mushroom is. And the texture of it's, I don't like mushrooms. That texture of it's perfect. Still a little weird, but another mushroom right there. Oh, all right, that's what I was not wanting to do. All right, let me see. I dropped it right there. Well, did that one to the puppy. Come here, Barbie. Come here, doggy. Come here, big. Come here, baby. Come here, big. Here. Dad dropped it like a silly goose. Let's give this little piece of chicken the pants. Dad dropped it. Okay, here you go, Mr. Boy. Or the boy. All right, let's stop holding the food up. So. Yeah, but be careful of some of those buckets, though. Okay, Scorpion. On some of the buckets, even the Mountain House meal, okay, has like some of the desserts in it, like oatmeal. Oatmeal. You can get oatmeal. Buy the meals. I'm not saying that those. Do your cost average. Maybe you'll get those for no cost. You know what I'm saying? Because I've seen the bigger Mountain House buckets. But remember, you don't need any of the desserts. You need the meat. You need the meals. You don't need the desserts. They're just filler. So that's how they kind of make it a little bit. If you watch, though, sometimes the cost will be reasonable enough that you're getting all your meals for about, the cost. In some of those other meals, you're basically getting them for nothing. You're getting the things like the desserts, and they have some other stuff that Mountain House makes that they add to those meals. But they're not all in those buckets. They're not all meals. You know what I'm saying? But just be careful. Don't get suckered into that. Do you want oatmeal? You want things that you can put, you know what I'm saying? But cost average it. Look through the damn bucket. Sometimes it's probably okay. I bet you there's times like Barry Mart, they run it on sale sometimes, and they do a pretty large percentage off. Maybe you're not, maybe you're not paying $5 like you said, and maybe you're paying $6 or $7, but it would actually cost you $10.99. And you're cost averaging $7 across the board on the meal. So it'd even be okay to buy it like that, even if you're paying $7 for one of those other meals, because you're cost averaging the 7 on this. See what I'm saying? So don't shy away from the buckets, but just be careful of some of these prepared buckets. Even in Mountain Houses, they do put some of these things that it's the desserts. Desserts are amazing. They bring up morale, but you don't want things that you're going to, like I said, things that you can do on your own. But do the cost average. There are times, okay, that you can cost average, and it's going to be less. Like you're getting these for less than the $7.99 because you bought the bucket, because they had extras and went on sale. So good call, Scorpion. But I've never bought any of those other, items or whatever. I buy food. All right, guys. See, I'm full. That filled me up. There's still another half a meal in there. That's 2 meals. There's a lot of chicken and a lot of pasta in whatever every bite I ate. I had 3 or 4 pieces of chicken in it. Mushrooms, carrots. See what I'm saying? There's still half a bag left in there. This is 2 meals. This isn't just one meal. It's times 2. Times 2. Time 1 times 2. So it's times 2 meals. So be very careful with some of your buckets too, because like a lot of these My Patriots, I'm going to take one more bite. I mean, look at the kids. There's 5 pieces of chicken on that, guys. My Patriot Supply. Pancake mix. Oatmeal. Soup. Potato soup. You mean potatoes? Dried potatoes, potato soup, vegetable soup. Some of it may be chicken, but it's little pieces of chicken. It's very little. That's not going to make you perform very well if you were really in a time of need and you needed a lot of protein. Why are you going to be putting yourself on some kind of Stay away from those companies. There are companies that put high quality product out, such as Mountain House. Go see Canadian Prepper. He reps some of these other companies that have high quality. It's been a while since I've done this, and bought. There are probably 4 or 5 other really strong companies that don't sell necessarily the bucket. Not that they don't sell the bucket, but that's not their specialty. Okay, that's not their specialty. Their specialty is selling you the product, and they make buckets like Mountain House, but they sell more individual meals. You understand? So they have a 25-year shelf life on these bags. 25 years. And I guarantee in 25 years, it's going to taste exactly the same as it did when you put it in that bag. I have some Mountain House meals that have been eaten that are 10 years old. Like I could show you a bag that they don't even make anymore. They were plastic, and now they're this other, you know, they were in like a plastic with an aluminum. Now they're this paper with a mylar. They used to have like a plastic with a mylar on the inside, mylar coated plastic. I mean, obviously they're both kind of, you know, plastic, but now they do this, you know, so they have a 25-year shelf life. But remember, there are many things that you can do even by drying without buying the freeze dryer that you can dry on your own that will last in a mylar bag with an oxygen absorber, a 7 mylar bag, and it'll last. Rice will last you 20 years in a bag. Dried potatoes will last you 20 years in a bag, 25 years in a mylar bag that doesn't have a window. Right, there you go. See what I'm saying? Jenna, all that you can do on your own. You could go buy that from the Piggly Wiggly, the Kroger, the Walmart, the Winco, whatever. You could buy that in bulk. In Winco, they got bulk. You could go buy that in bulk, put it in mylar bags, and put it in 5-gallon buckets, and you're good. You know? And you could do a lot of that. And then you could focus on just buying specialty type product like meats and chickens. And maybe you want to do some of these specialty fruits and things like that. So, yeah. Yeah, let's charge. This phone is not charging well on this battery. Let's move this over here, guys. I need to move this here. My battery's just dying from being on this charger all day. I've been going for 8 hours on a. I'm not plugged into the actual main power source, so give me 1 second here. Uh-oh, what am I gonna do? Uh-oh, what am I gonna do? Oh, we'll do this. Boop. Boop, boop, boop. All right, there we go. There we go. All right. So that's the whole idea of what I'm saying too, Jen, is you don't want to be putting these monies into these buckets that are just a bunch of filler. Oatmeal, rice, pancake mix. Pancake mix in a survival bucket? Yep, careful. There are some of these companies will put it on you like that if you're not smart. And you're just trying, what they're hoping is that you'll bank on it, you'll put it in, you'll be some prepper, you know, at the end of the world, you put it in your closet and you never take it out and eat it. They're banking on that. I eat all this stuff, guys. I rotate this stuff out. I wouldn't recommend anything that I don't eat, haven't used myself. So, you know, I don't get kickbacks. I don't get none of it. So, you know, I'm doing it because it's stuff that I use. Ooh, that's some cold coffee. Cold coffee. Yum. So, but you're getting it. You're seeing what I'm saying, Jenna. You can do all these things yourself. You can put rice in you can take a thing like this and go get the big thing of rice, the big bag of jasmine or whatever, long grain or brown or whatever. Get a variety. Don't get all white rice. Get some jasmine. Get some long grain rice. Get some, you know, darker rice. You know, get a variety of rice. Rice goes a long way. You know, put these in Mylar buckets with an oxygen absorber with no window on it. 7 Mylar bag, and it's gonna last you for 20 years. If you don't eat it, great. Give it to somebody else. Donate it. You know, eat it up. You know, as you go. Not like it's something you're not buying some frivolous thing like a rainbow vacuum. These are ways to do this. Even if you just dry it, there are things you can just get a dryer, a dehydrator. You don't have to get a freeze dryer. A freeze dryer is a couple grand. A dehydrator is $100. The consistency of the two are not the same. They don't do at all the same thing. But in a sense, you can dry out completely banana chips and put them in a bag and have banana chips. You know what I'm saying? So these are going to be ways, again, that you'll be able to help other people, brothers and sisters. You'll be able to put these, buy 100 pounds, 300 pounds of rice and put them in Mylar bags and store them. I have hundreds of pounds of rice put away. Hundreds of pounds of rice put away. Okay. I have thousands. Each bucket I have, a food bucket that I have, will grow a ton of food in seed alone. I have several seed vaults that will grow. I probably grow 100,000 pounds of food, just vegetables alone, just by my seeds. And then I can regenerate most of those seeds to create even more seeds than when I started. So these are the type of ways that you can create abundance. In a situation where most people are just barely getting by and just barely surviving, you'll be able to thrive and help others. Won't that be a blessing? Sure will. You'll feed hungry virgins, foolish virgins, correct? They didn't get fed last time, but at least I'm going to make the attempt on my end this time. So this is how Father, he's got me calling out to do it this way. You do it whatever way you feel like he's calling out to you, but he said have extra oil. So yes, Father, have something for the foolish virgins. I hear you. Have something. Maybe I'm a foolish virgin too, right? At times. So, but I wise up, and now for decades I've been putting up food like a chipmunk. I don't have to be told like a bird to fly south for the winter to put up nuts. They call me nuts, but hey, who's nuts when you ain't got no extra store? And they come banging on your door and want your nuts. Careful. They're going to try to cut your head off to get your food. I hope you have extra so you can just help them out. So that's my plan. Be wise as a serpent and gentle as a dove. So hopefully you'll have the wings of the angel and he'll give you the ability to, again, fly south for the winter if that's what it takes. So, all right, guys, let's just wrap this up. I've just gone 9 hours and I appreciate 50 likes. That's pretty awesome. 50 people think that I'm not the most craziest guy they've ever met in their life. You don't have to agree with everything I say, but pretty awesome, guys. Thank you so much. Every time I'm always blessed to see those 50, or whatever they are without me, hammering you to hit the thumbs up. Those are organic thumbs up. So I always like that. At the end, I kind of look at the pool of people who say, man, I like the message. So appreciate it. You don't have to agree with everything I say, but definitely if you come here, we'll test each other with the word. We'll reproof each other with the word, and we'll put the word on each other. So thanks for being a part of that. If you want to leave a comment after the video, that's an excellent tithe. It truly is. That's the best way to tithe to this ministry. Let others know what you feel about the ministry. Communication is everything. Put something good, put something bad. Whatever. I don't censor comments like that. It is what it is, unless somebody's just being cruel or lewd. People say, hey, this guy's I've heard, go look at my comment sections. People don't say the nicest things about me. That's okay. It's all right. I'm not here to make friends with the world. I'm not here to be liked. I'm not here. It says you are loved by the world. You be hated by my Father. So you know what? The ministry is here to help those that are in the narrow way. So I'm just one of the 21,000. We're working our way towards 22, and it doesn't matter about the numbers. It's irrelevant at this point. Quality over quantity every day. So thanks for the people who spend a tremendous amount of time tithing their time here at the ministry. Blessings to you, and thank you, Father, for giving these people an abundance of time as you've given me, and they can glean from this channel and filter off what they don't. I thank you, Father. Hope to be that. Hopefully you are that filter, Father. You're that filter. They don't do it on their own will. They do it by your word. So that's what it's about. Thy kingdom come. That's the return of Christ. Thy will be done. That's what Father asks us to do. Take up our cross daily, deny ourselves daily. To be a disciple, we must carry our cross and follow after me. We must do what he did, and he stood up against the law. They hated him. They stripped him of his, ripped his beard out of his face, stripped him of his facial hair till he bled out of his face. They striped his back. They put holes in him. They stuck him like they were going to eat him, they bloodlet him, and then they hung him and stretched him so far back that he couldn't breathe. They put hands in his feet and his and staked him to a stalk, and raised that stalk or yoke on a tree, and cleated his feet and staked him back so he couldn't breathe. And thank you, Father, for being that press, like the wine press, that we must be pressed. We must be put under the fire to be purified like gold and silver. So thanks for those that keep themselves under the fire in this ministry. Keep putting yourself through that refiner's fire. What a blessing. So, all right, for the last four of you, appreciate it. Much love, much agape. Pastor Revelation, Pastor Apocalypse. Welcome to the last book in Scripture. We made it, guys. What a blessing it is to be the remnant, the last generation that it spoke of thousands of years ago, guys. Isn't that a blessing? We're literally in the days that Christ, he himself, spoke of. And there's been celestial signs left so you know where you're at in time. And most people missed them. Thank you, Father. Thank you, the Most High. Thank you, Yahweh Bahim HaMashiach, the Messiah, in flesh, Christ Jesus Shiloh. Thank you, Father, for birthing that flesh vessel to fill the Gentile nation. Man, woman, Jew, Gentile, black, white, red, brown, and yellow. All flesh under this covenant. He's an all-loving Father, but he don't love everybody. He said, fear not, oligos flock. That means a puny number. He's an all-loving God, but he doesn't love everybody. He only loves a little bit of everybody at this time. That's right. Narrow is the way that leads to the straight gate. If I don't see you in this lifetime, I'll see you on the other side, brothers and sisters. That's the beautiful thing, to go and be with you at the wedding feast of the lambs. There's nothing in this world that's worth trading for that. I can tell you that much, okay? Have faith, because Father gives it to you. Stay and stand in your faith like Daniel, to be thrown in the den of lions, and know that nothing will eat you. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. No fiery darts will penetrate your armor. As Paul said, put on the armor of God, okay, the Most High. And the word, daily bread, okay? Daily bread, that's your armor. That's that cross. It's crucifixion. That's what protects you. You can see physical proof of it if you need to be with faith. It's the things, an undying faith in things not seen. But if you need to see physical proof of God, there's plenty of physical proof on this ministry. And I don't need physical proof to have faith. So that's what faith is. You don't see it, and yet you put every bit of passion and belief in by legs on faith in something you have never seen. And you don't need to see physical proof of it. But there is physical proof of a God if you need to see it. You can see it throughout this ministry. Go look at the SWAT raid when they grenaded me to the face. I shouldn't be standing here today, and here I am. Thank you, Father, for that. What a blessing. All right, see you guys maybe later on-ish. It's an action word. You must put legs on faith. Faith, belief, remember, trim your lamps, have extra oil, Maranatha until I return, believing in me. Belief is an action word. Belief is like faith. It is, you have to put legs on faith. So belief isn't a thought in your head. You can't believe in God. You can't believe in the devil. Believe is an action word. It's a verb. It's not a noun. Faith is a noun, but you must put legs on faith. Belief is an action word. That's why he said, have your lamps trimmed, have extra oil, and have your legs, your loins, your body, your girded in my service until I return. See, you got to do it up until the day you die. So even if you die tomorrow, 500 years ago, or 1,000 years from now, and he don't come back for another 2,000 when the dead are raised in the ashes, that's your great and dreadful day of the Lord, where he says, fear not, oligos. Oligos, find the straight gate. Does that make sense? Most people don't get it, guys. They don't get it. Father says, if I didn't call out to the hearts to seek after me, not one of them would. So you're not doing it. Father is doing it. We give all glory to Shiloh, the one who will come back and redeem the bride. Father, Christ Jesus. Jesus Christ is Father in flesh to fulfill the Gentile nation. Isn't that beautiful? And Hokadesh, but three separate Godheads, not all in one. Okay? Three genders. No, Father is not gender. He is Father. He has no feminine spirit. The feminine spirit is the body. That is you and me. We are the bride. We are the bride. We are the mother. The word is the mother that instructs us. Correct? That is our family. Our Father is with us in heaven. Our mother is the instruction, and our brothers and sisters are going to be with who we are going to receive our inheritance with after we die. That's your family. That's what you should be working for in this lifetime. And people are all worried about, blood relatives and all that. Many are called, but only God's are chosen, brothers, sisters. Stay in the narrow way. And again, if I don't see you in this lifetime and I never get to meet you, it doesn't matter, because we'll be kings on the other side of this, be crowned. Remember, he said, Revelation 3:11, I come quickly, let no one take your crown. Will you have a crown to sit down at the feet of Shiloh? Don't let anybody take your crown, brothers and sisters. This is what it's all about. It's about a wedding, the wedding feast of the lambs, and be crowned. The meek will inherit the earth. That's the crown. I come quickly, Revelation 3:11, like a thief in the night. That's right, daily bread. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive us our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory, now, eternity, forever and ever. Hallelujah. Not hallelujah, I'm not under the law, right? Hallelujah. All right, all glory to Yah, the Father, the Most High, Elohim, born of Bethlehem in the flesh, the Virgin, right? He is our prize. He's what we're running for. Hey, look, man, I don't care what people do in this lifetime. It doesn't change my path. It doesn't change my path. My path was already chosen. He puts me on this path. Narrow is the way that leads to the straight gate, brothers and sisters. The only way to the Father is through the Son. It's on our hearts. Don't go trying to change the world out there. I made that mistake. I joined the military at 17. I was going to change the world, fix everybody's problems. Focus on being a wise virgin. You'll put up extra oil and you will be able to tithe with others. And then right now you can do that. Stay in that word and go be charitable with the word with people. That's what he means. Don't hide that light in the basket. He's the light. He's the horizo. Divide them with the word, right? Father will condemn, right? You don't divide. No, bring them to the word. Father is the separator. He is the hados. The false teacher is the one that causes the scatter in the flock. Don't be that one. Don't be that one. Don't be the one that causes the scorpizzo is the one that causes the flock to scatter, to separate. Father is the separator. We don't condemn. Father will separate the wheat. Remember the weeds, bind them and burn them. Then put my wheat in my barn for the first fruits, for the wedding feast of the lambs. Hallelujah. Okay, but hey, just one more time, Father Yahweh, let's not say peace, okay? Shalom, okay? Because it says in Scripture, I just want to show you to the narrow way. He said, the backbone of this ministry, do not think that I came to bring peace. I came to bring that cut to the quick, to the core, separate you, not feel good, Jesus. Man, it hurts, but it feels so good because the lies are spewing out and the truth is being revealed. I am Pastor Apocalypse. I'm trying to give you this aletheia. Okay, aletheia is truth. Anybody who's teaching you peace or the word shalom is a false teacher. And I know you don't mean it that way, okay? Just try to dialectus gloss. It's hard I said shalom for many years, okay? I did. Whatever, it is. We're not even under the shalom. We're under some Hebrew. We're in this modern day. But remember, he did say, those who call out for shalom or peace and safety, sudden destruction will come upon those who call out for that peace. So Yahweh, the reason why we don't say that is because Father has told us under this covenant that this is going to be sorrows. It's not going to be peace. It's not going to be prosperity gospel. It's not going to be easy or great again. It's actually going to get worse and intensify in waves of many things. So nothing is going to get better. We have to go through this whole birthing pains before there's a crowning moment, if you will, and then there'll be a new kingdom at that time, because there'll be a new birth of a new age. And not the age, because we're already in the age of revelation, but because I know you would do the same thing. Hopefully, Father Yahweh, you put that on me. Okay, so I'm telling you, from my experience, it's just how we said it. I know I went for decades saying that, saying the same thing, but then the word got me centered. It says those who say peace and safety, sudden destruction will call out. So when I study the word peace or the word shalom in my concordance, studied in the lexicon and the dictionary, and study it now in the Greek and English now, I find out that peace is that word shalom. And when I study the word peace, I go through and find out everywhere it said, and it says very specifically under this covenant, those who call out for shalom or peace, sudden destruction. So let's not call out for peace. Let's bring people, which I don't think you'll have any issue with, to the narrow way. He is the light. We actually find our peace and our rest in suffering, right? Pleasure is worse than the pain. We know that, huh? Go ahead and add a little partake of this world, partake of the pleasure, and see if you'll have your treasure when you get there on the other. You want to spend it all now. But I understand that. Don't call that, though, okay? Just for an example, this is what I say. Father Yahweh, I say this. What if God wants me to die? What if God wants me to die a horrible death? What if that's my lesson? Because I'm just a vessel wrath fitted for destruction, and I'm so close to marrying the Antichrist that I almost speak the same. I've been able to unbelievable miracles and wonders. I am a Scorpizzo. By birth, they're telling you I'm an angel. You better be listening to what I'm telling you. The Christ is not going to be coming like a red leotarded devil over here, some kitty devil. He will be performing all the same miracles and wonders as the Hamashiach. People have forgotten that the devil is wise and is a deceiver, and is going to come dressed in high heels, stockings, fishnet, high heels, and red lipstick, and you're going to give him a kiss. You're going to let him in. You can put lipstick on a pig, it's still a pig. I ain't going to kiss it, but people aren't going to be able to tell the difference, okay? So a Scorpizzo is a false teacher. The false teacher is the one who says shalom or peace. When you study the scriptures, that's where this brought me front and center. Yeah, the false teacher is the one who's teaching peace. That's specifically from the scripture. This one over here, that's a white devil, and that's a red devil. Leotard, the little reddy kitty devil, the one with the halo, the crown, looking just like, see? Both of them are evil. They think this is good, and this one's evil, talking in their ear. They're both evil, talking in their ear, but they couldn't tell the difference between evil and evil because they're calling one good. See, this is the Antichrist. Come in a white robe, looking just like, performing all the same miracles and wonders. Halo, hallelujah. Halo is the serpent. That's the one with, anytime you see the image of a halo, like the serpent with the halo, like Saturn, the crown, the hood upon the, that is the dragon. And then there'll be another sign of that great red dragon. So be careful. But you understand? Because what we want to do, what I do, and I'm going to go after this, Father Yahweh, people come in here and they say, hey, they've never been here, okay? And they can obviously feel the Holy Spirit in here, right? The Ruach HaKodesh, the Holy Ghost, he's here with us right now. He's in the Word. And they feel it. And they're like, because they've been to some of this peace and prosperity or one of these other religious nonsense. Oh, my aunt is on the operating table. Will you pray for her? And I put it just like this, Father Yahweh. I say, okay, here, we'll do this. All right, hey, for your aunt, I pray if Father wants her to die on the table, I want her to die. Or if Father wants her to live, then thy kingdom come, thy will be. Oh my God. Well, what if Father wants her to die? Because he doesn't want her to be here anymore. Maybe he has another plan. So you're telling me you want to get in the way of Father? If Father has already written, her day of death is already written. All our days of death are already written. But you want me to, not you, you know what I'm saying? You want me to come in here. Some people come in here and want me to say a prayer for Aunt Betty that's laying on the operating table on critical condition and wants me to save her life with this prayer. No, I want what Father wants for Aunt Betty, Sally, whatever. If she is to die on the operating table, what in the hell you want me to get in the way of her death for? No, thy kingdom come, thy will be done. Father already chose her day of death. It was already chosen from the foundation of the world. And you want me to pray against that? Prayer means to have face-to-face time. It doesn't mean, that's not a prayer. Do not pray like the heathens. Long or repetitive prayers. That's what people do most of the time. Father already knows what you want. So why would I pray for Aunt Betty? You come in here and ask me to pray for Aunt Betty on the operating table because she's in critical condition. I come straight at you and go, well, if Aunt Betty needs to die, then I pray that she dies tonight. And people are taken by that. But then they step back and go, wow, I never even understood that. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? So we don't ever want to get in front of the way of, and never say peace again. So don't wish me peace ever again. Please don't ever say that in this chat again, or I'll ban you, Father Yah, because he up with vipers. So don't tell me peace. My life is an absolute nightmare. I'm probably going to spend the rest of my life in prison, but probably not. Probably not. Maybe I'll die like my son and daughter, and I won't have to be here to suffer any more days. And Father will take me and bless me by taking this flesh from me. It's a blessing to lose the flesh. The flesh is a burden. The meat suit is weak. I don't want this meat suit. I've never even agreed with it from the time I got here. But Father's pushed me to be here. So be careful. Don't say peace to anybody. Don't call for peace. Actually, it's just ellipsis. Remember, that is the word tribulation if you'll study the Old Testament. That's the Hebrew word for, excuse me, that's Greek, New Testament, old Jewish book written in Greek, my bad. The ellipsis is the word tribulation. And that's what Paul said. We must go, not peace, not prosperity. We must go through suffering. So don't let peace ever come out of your face again. Don't call for peace. Those who say peace and safety, sudden destruction will come out for those who call for shalom. Do not think that I came to bring peace. I came to bring a sword of division. So no peace, no shalom, no rest. We die daily. Do not sleep. He said the enemy came and sowed seeds while you were sleeping. I'm not telling you don't go get some rest in your bed. Spiritually, a little leaven leavens the whole lump, brothers, sisters. A little leaven leavens the whole lump. So don't even, not going to ever let you say peace in here ever. Ever, 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 ever. Do not call for peace. He said, I come like a thief in the night, like a woman in travail, like in labor. I come slowly, I pull back, and I get more intense. Every single wave of intensity that has nothing to do with peace, that has nothing to do with prosperity, is actually antichrist. Is it making sense now? The backbone of the ministry is Matthew 10, 34 through 39. Read it until you don't need to read it anymore, until you can say it, because it's already written on your heart. If you just read it, it's already there. He's seeking, you shall find, asking, you shall receive, knock, and I will come sup with you. He said this. These are his abyss knowledge. So his knowledge tells you anybody who's a false teacher is somebody who is saying peace. Depart from them. A little leaven leavens the whole, just a little bit of peace is enough to leaven the whole lump. So don't ever say peace in here again, please. And get that out of your dialect. I know it's hard because you want people to have an easy time, but maybe Father doesn't want an easy time for his bride. Maybe he wants them to have nearly a hell, but not hell, a place of no knowledge the whole time until they, to their last breath. So don't tell me peace. I mean, I don't want the suffering, but when Father's ready, pray for Father's will for me. How about that? What if the cops are going to come tonight and shoot me and I'm never going to make it to Monday to go file the lawsuit and I'm going to die? And then I'm gone, my daughter's gone, my son's gone, and the whole case, and they get away with all of it. They're not going to get away with anything. Father will pour out a just measure for everybody in this case who's wrong. He will right all the wrong. Sozo is a Greek word. It means to carry, picked up, lifted from beginning point to an ending point, healed. He will right all the wrongs. He will heal all your pain. But you have to endure to the end. So don't tell anybody this is going to be easy, like there's going to be some kind of peace or shalom or prosperity. Those who say peace or safety, those who call out for peace and safety, sudden destruction will come upon those who call out for that peace. The actual mouse that call for peace, they are the false teachers. Is that making sense? Father, this is his word. I'm putting the word on you. So don't let the word shalom come out of your mouth. That's antichrist. That is a false teacher. That is a false teaching. That is the farthest from what the gospel. This is the peace Jesus that they teach in this world. So to receive the kingdom of heaven, Paul said we must go through much ellipsis, and they threw him off a precipice, the highest point in the land, a building or a cliff. In this case, a cliff. Then they threw him off backwards. That was a stoning, remember? And then the accuser gets to come and throw it down, nearly 20-kilogram bowling balls. If that didn't finish you off, your accuser didn't break your back, everybody would finish you off. That's what they did to Paul. It looked like he was riding 100 miles an hour and hit the side of a palace wall on a camel. Broke every bone in his body. He was 80 years old, in his 80s. He wasn't some young whippersnapper like Matthew or Peter or Mark, or even Christ himself was 33 when he passed. Correct? He was an old man. He did most of his writings in confinement. But that old man got up. He wrote off. I don't remember, was it Corinth that he came into, where he said, through much thlipsis, we must go through to receive that kingdom of heaven. So we must go through tribulation. So do not say peace or prosperity. That is false teaching. That is the religions of the world that teach that peace Jesus. So that is antichrist. That's what his word says. Isn't that beautiful? You want to know what an antichrist is? It's somebody who's saying peace. Okay? That's an antichrist. Those who call peace and prosperity gospel is not the gospel. Thlipsis is the gospel. Tribulation, long suffering, narrow is the way. Hados, hados in the Greek. Thank you, connection. We must go through a press, be refined, to be put under the heat, like gold and silver, to be refined, the impurities. You've got to keep it under the heat, or it will not heat up and reach that point to where that separation. I divide. I'm the heat. I come with fire, eyes of fire, feet of fire, of fine brass or bronze as burnt in a furnace. Yeah, kind of like a, what do they call that when you, a kiln, huh? What do they call that when they put that in the metal? There's a name for that, huh? Crucible. Crucified. Hello, big fly, wake up, you flying maggot. Oh, my bad. I'm not just anyway. You know what I'm saying? Come on, guys. How do you think you harden iron? You have to put it in fire. It separates it. It comes back together and it becomes strengthened. Otherwise, it'd be brittle and break. You have to put it into the fire and cool it off. Yeah. Woo! Become hardened. Refined like gold and silver. Like clay. If you have any impurities and you put you in the kiln and there's a single air pocket or a single impurity, you'll break. It'll have been worthless. What a waste of time. Just throw you back into the junk pile. No, Father's creating a masterpiece in you. Put in his cabinet to be kings, crowned, receive the kingdom. The meek will inherit the earth. You got even a single bit of this air in you. I can't breathe. That's why he's pressing you. The word is theologos, so you can't breathe, just like he couldn't breathe. He said, follow after me. Any impurity, you're going to crack, you're going to break when he puts you in the kiln, the final fire, judgments. It'd have been worthless, vain. So let him beat you. This is the age of clay, not gold. Boom, let him beat you, push you. Theologos, pressed down. Theologos, pinched to get all that last impurities out of you. So when he puts you in that seventh fire, judgments, you be ready. And you'll go with Father to be at his house. Isn't that beautiful? So let him beat you like clay. Let him push you. Let the world beat you. That's what he's using these people to do, is to push these impurities out of you. See if you'll strike back. See if you'll seek vengeance. Will you stay in the Word, or will you be the world? Will you follow these worldly things, or will you let Father cover you? Even if they throw you in prison and kill you because you're not going by the law and you're not a corporation, the Father will cover you through Shiloh. Christ stood up to the corporation. He did. The halakha was the corporation. It was the big boy club. They were gleaning all the fields. Remember, if the corn fell off the back of the cart, it was supposed to stay there. Taxes, they picked it up and made it for the naked. The Pharisees got paid. Trump got paid. Fauci got paid. Pfizer got paid. Same thing today, guys. Same thing today, guys. The big boy club, the halakha, the Haggadah. This is the same thing. Remember, you could go into a field and you could glean. You couldn't take anything when you left, but you could eat, you could glean like I allow you to glean here. I don't charge you to come here. I don't make you pay. I don't take any. They were taking all that was in the field after even it was done was left for the poor. They had made their own corporate laws, taxes to take all the. You ever been to what a pivot is? Or maybe if they have a wheel line, there's certain areas that the crops that don't get harvested, that was left for the poor. Even when the field was growing, somebody could go into the field and glean. Now, they couldn't take a store with them or a bounty, but they could glean from that field. It was not illegal. There were laws, and they had made up their own halakha corporate laws. Same thing is happening today, brothers and sisters. I don't care what anybody, if they can't put the analogy, what they did by taking that corn is just like taking taxes today from every single country in America, taking taxes, okay, from all these other countries with 1,000 military bases in 180 countries. We are the money changers of Scripture. We are gleaning from the world. We are taking everything from the world. We are the most disgusting nation to ever walk. We make Rome look like child's play. Vatican never died, obviously. Rome never died. This is just an extension. They still got the head and eagle coin, don't they? Yes, they do. Still got the head, and the eagle, just like in Rome. No more grains. Huh? Yeah, Rome never died, did it? No, this is an extension, but nothing. Rome never had 1,000 military bases in all 180 countries. So we are the money changers of Scripture, brothers and sisters. And if you don't stand against this money changer, you don't stand a chance. He stood against the law, and they killed him for that. So if the law don't hate you, then you're not a disciple of Christ. You're not Christ-like. You're not doing what he did. He cost him his life. They hated him. They stuck him like he was some kind of animal, like they were going to eat him, like these pagan Christians and pagan Catholics, that Catholic crackers and grape juice, Catholicism, eat my body, drink my blood. Father said, do not drink blood. We're not to be drinking blood, and we don't eat flesh of humans. That's Masse. M-A-S-S-E is the eating of human flesh. Christ Mass, Christmas. Jesus Christ, birthed in the middle of the winter. Satanism. Christians are Satanist. Mormons are Satanist. Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Many Christ, he warned of many. They believe in prophecy. There is no prophet. There's no prophets walking this earth today. There's not one prophet since this new covenant for over 2,600 years. There's not been one single prophet to walk this rock. Father created all things, so nothing is going to be changed. Do you understand? Nothing is going to be changed. Father already knows the outcome of self-will or his will. You're only seeing what was already written. You're not going to get in the way of this. Father knows whose lives will be called out in that book of Lamb, that Lamb's book of life, and who will be gnashing teeth until a little season where he puts us back into the flesh again. So guess what? It's not forever. You're not going to be without flesh forever. You'll get it back, you weak-ass religious idiots. I am Revelation. Read the book. It's passion, not anger. New body, new heaven, new earth. It means without this flesh. You ain't going to the sky. You're not going underneath your feet. When you die, hell is not below your feet. Earth's not below your feet. You don't live on a planet. Grow up. You're not going somewhere else. When it says a new heaven, that's not somewhere in the sky. When it says a new earth, that's the ruled and the ruling class. When it says, hey, you'll have a new body, it's because you're going to overtake this flesh and be without it because you're not used to being without it. Wrestle not against flesh and blood, right? Give unto Caesar, like Stoner said. There's going to be times where we have to, but there's times where we're supposed to stand against this perverted law. Don't sup with vipers. He paid the price in flesh, so you don't have to pay it in flesh. But if your flesh suffers, so be it. Father will cover that on the other end of this exchange. Redemption, he said. 2 tickets, not to paradise where you can check it, but 2 tickets like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. He's got the other ticket, like putting it in a fishbowl, right? He's going to come back, call out the numbers of his bride, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's my number. Woo! Will you have your number called out, your name at that wedding feast, or will you have your name blotted out? That's what redemption means. It's already been bought and paid and purchased. He's just going to come back and pick up what he already paid for. But you've got to pay the price spiritually. If you want to be with Father, we must go through suffering. He said, I'm going to go to where my Father's house is at, prepare a place. I'm going to come back and receive you. How long has that been? Oh, well, that's been over 2,600 years and he's not done preparing yet. So go ahead and listen to the world that tells you you're crazy because you're putting up some extra oil. Go ahead and do the Diddy party oil. Go ahead and do your big old bath parties and fall for the world. You know, I'm just fed up with this anymore. If you cannot see what Mr. Warp Speed just did, and if anybody who supports these people, I will have nothing to do with them. And I already don't. The man is covering for the pedos now, saying there's no list. Could you be any more sick? That's about as sick as his meme coin. As sick as he said he's going to buy Gaza. As sick as he said he can't sin. As sick as he said, I'm going to invent a microscopic line of camels and I'm sparing no expense. Those are Donald Trump's words himself. So if you're not appalled by this nation and this corporation, what it's done, you know, for the last at least since 1973, 50 plus years, forcing everybody like the money changers of scripture, we are the money changers. We are the corporation. And if you don't stand against this corporation, I can't stand you. Don't ever come back here again. I don't want to be with you. I don't sup with vipers. I don't cast my pearls before low energy swine. You're swine is what you are. And I'm not condemning you. I'm judging you with righteous judgment. Father sent his son to fulfill the law of flesh, and he paid the price, and he stood against the modern, at that time, corporation, Halakha and Gada. They made a perverted law. So if you're not standing up against this perverted mandate, I don't go on dates with men. No, thank you. Not a law. Mandates aren't laws. They're meant for a corporation. Codes meant for a corporation. Revised statutes are meant for a corporation. Statutes are meant for, do I look like I'm dead? Do I look like I'm a corpse to you? No, I'm still here talking. 30 men with guns try to come kill me, turn me into a statute so I couldn't breathe ever again. And still I here stand. But I'm moving, correct? Once in motion, stays in motion. You got to endure to the end to be saved. That's right. You can't stop. You can't set your cross down. Who shall ever come after me? Let them deny yourself daily. Take up your cross daily and follow after me daily. Does he said you can ever set it down? You can't rebuke me with any scripture. I've asked for years. Somebody rebuke me with a scripture that says you can set that cross down. Your daily cross, your rest is in suffering. The Sabbath is everyday Sabbath. OCD, not some excessive compulsive disorder like we called it attention to detail in the military, like I got some kind of disease in my head. It's called on Christ daily. Are you OCD? You too could be OCD like me. That's right. On Christ daily. Who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves daily. Take up your cross. There's that OCD, daily cross. Take up your cross daily and follow after me daily. Does that sound like you can set it down? Who shall ever be my disciple? Take up your cross, follow after me. We find our rest in suffering, brothers and sisters. I hope you see what that is about. So don't say peace. This is not some peace and prosperity gospel going on in here. This ain't no other Jesus going on in here. This is the true gospel of Christ Jesus. And if you add a single jot, a period, punctuation, even a period to any sentence in the scripture, you will have your name blotted out of that book. That is a false teacher. That is a scorpizo. That is one that causes the sheep to scatter. He is the one that separates. He is the one that divides the sheep from the goats, the wheat from the tare. He is the one that determines that. We use the word and put the light on others that are in the broad way. Period. You're not going to turn a goat into a sheep. If I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, not one of them would. You're not going to do it. You're not going to do it yourself. Nobody brought you to God. He brought you to God. You can't be saved. No such thing as free will. No such thing as luck. See? This is not the gospel you're going to hear in any other channel. Only Grace and Truth Ministry is the only other place that this ministry is being taught. This is High Desert Faith and Truth Ministries. Go see Jim Brown at Grace and Truth Ministries. I don't know of anyone. Go ahead. You tell me you put a link to anywhere else in the world. I don't care what other country it is. You tell me where else this gospel is being taught. Anywhere on this rock. Who else is giving this meat like I'm giving you here? Father's doing it. It's not me. He makes me do this. Remember, I was going to get off here an hour and a half ago. Here I am still rambling on because Father makes me do it. You think these words are not mine. I don't have to think about what I'm saying. Father tells me what to say. This isn't scripted. I didn't think about what I was going to say. Father reveals this through the word. This is how it should be happening with you. This is what you do to people. You show them to the narrow way. You rebuke them with the light. He is the light. Show them to the light. Put that light at the top of your house. He will tell you what to say. Make sense? See why I don't do shalom in here? There's a long lesson. But those who call out for peace and safety, brothers and sisters, that is the word shalom. Safety, sudden destruction will come upon those. So don't come here asking for some prayer for grandma. I'm going to pray for Father's will, not my will. Thy kingdom come. That's the return of Christ Jesus, the redemption of the bride. Thy will be done. That is the word agape. That's 2 John. You better start reading what this word says and defining what it means. It makes all the world. He's the reason he said, I am the Aletheia. You want to go outside, Dougie? Come get a drink of water. I know it's like the 90 degrees in here, huh? It's probably about 90 degrees in the cabin, guys. Let me get off here. I want to turn the fan on for these puppy dogs in here. And I've got this, you hear that thing squeaking in the background. So I need to turn this off and get off here. Let my phone charge up too, because my phone has been going backwards. So love you. Thanks for the $30 the super chats, guys. Bill, and I forget the other person who gave it. Come on. It was come on, it was. Oh, who was it? Who was it that gave the other? Oh, he had a blue. It was 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 blue. Blue. Who was it? Who was it? Was it? Was it? Was it? Was it? Oh, come on. Who was it? I'm trying to remember, guys. Who gave that other? Do you guys remember who gave that other $10 super chat? I think it was Buffalo. Buffalo? Maybe it was Buffalo. No, it wasn't Bill. Bill did give the 20. Somebody else gave the 10. I just wanted to make a mention because I do appreciate, anybody and everything. It just, I just can't seem to remember, guys. I apologize. So I'm going to go. And I did want to thank everybody again for coming in, all the 53 likes. That's awesome that 53 people have some kind of relation with the ministry. So I don't know. On the last stream, we didn't pick up any new subscribers, and we were on for 5 or 6 hours, and that's fine. That's good. Don't say anybody here that does. The Father doesn't want here. So it's a small flock. It's a teeny tiny bride, and many are called, but oligos are chosen. So thank you for being the last 4 again. Pastor Revelation, thanks for the 55. Thanks for the 30. I forget what those things are, but that's pretty cool. Thanks for sticking it out to the end, guys. Comments are ties to the ministry. So when you leave comments here, you're already leaving a tie, so it's never required. But if you can come back after the live stream uploads and leave a comment, that's great too. Share this content to any platform. I'm seriously in dire straits right now. Not my life, guys. I could die tonight. So I hope you can glean something from this ministry. And remember, even if they take me out, there's still thousands of hours you can come back even after I'm gone, because I don't think the channel's going to go down. And you can glean until it's, and if I'm gone, it's okay. Don't stop coming to this ministry, please. I've got to figure it out a way, if I go, that somebody will be able to kind of pick up the torch. I asked Lady and Rich, she said, you can't do it. And that's fine. And just because she's such a good moderator, but that's okay, guys. That's totally okay. Like I said, it's 21, almost 22,000 people that make up this ministry. So whether I stay or I go, there is still thousands of hours of ministry. And every time I almost came in here, I referred you to Jim Brown, and he's still alive now too. So 65 years, 67 years, I got about 30. So he's got almost 4 more decades of my studying on me. So between these 2 channels, guys, there is so much information to be gleaned. And there are so many links to other people that are in this narrow way, that here's your family. Here is your family. The Bride of Christ sits between High Desert Faith and Truth Ministries and Grace and Truth Ministries on YouTube. Go over there and look. If you disagree, then don't ever come back here. That's fine. Go find where your 10 toes need to stand. But I don't think that you're going to see this ministry being taught in 2 locations on this rock right now. I don't know anybody else that mirrors Brother Jim's teachings, that mirrors Predestined for Light, that mirrors the gospel. I only mirror it because he told me I lack fellowship. I already had a ministry. I was using the same tools, just not as refined. So if you can, put it in the link, write a description. If you hear this and you made it to the end, tell me where you can find this gospel being taught to you anywhere else. I don't care what country, where you're at. I don't care where at. Tell me where there's another pastor pastoring this same revelation, the revelation of John, the revelation of Christ Jesus, this gospel being taught through Matthew, through Peter, through Paul, through Luke, right? It's not. I don't know. And if you can, please share with me, because I'd love to take more. I'm still in a learning study mode all the time. So if there's somebody else other than Jim Brown that's out there teaching this, please put that in the ministry. Put a comment, because I don't think there's anywhere else you're going to be able to tell me. Not one other church, not one other ministry, not other denomination is preaching the true gospel of Christ Jesus. And remember, it's not hard to figure out what the gospel is. The gospel of Christ Jesus is an unchanged gospel, not added a single jot. That's not the gospel, or a yod, or a tittle, or your own thought. That's not the gospel. There is one gospel, and the gospel is unchanged. And that's what we're trying to get you to understand here between Brother Jim and myself, is that you need to define the words that are in the book. If you want to have a relationship with Father, well, then you need to have a relationship with the Word. In the beginning was the Word. He is the Word. This was all spoken into existence. So if you love Father, you're going to love this Word, and you're going to study this Word until it's written on your heart and it revealed to you. Through seeking you shall find, asking you shall receive, and knock and it will come sup with you. You understand? Okay. Well, please don't worry about it, Elsa. Just go study. I got to get off here. I might come up before the end of the night. Just look that word peace up in your concordance. Go to eSword, look it up in your lexicon, and everywhere that word peace is said, you'll be able to track down what I'm saying. See, that's why I get you, Elsa, to study one word. Because when you study one word, you take your word out of trying to figure everything out, and it's just confusing. Study the definition. Then go to who said it. Read 2 or 3 passages before, 2 or 3 passages after. Now you know the definition. Now you know the context of who said it, where, how many times. And now it's actually said 4 or 5 times, 10 times. And boy, that word means a whole lot more meaning. It comes to life, Elsa. It really does. The word is a living will and testament. It's supposed to grow with us. As we grow, it grows with us, inside of us. It's like Paul's right. Here I go teaching again, okay? I don't mean to do this. Paul said, think about it as like an onion, a layer. He said we have an outer man. That is the flesh. That's what causes us to sin. An outer man, the outer woman, the laws of the flesh. And we have an inner man. And he tells us to circumcise the outer flesh, not the male genitalia. Let's talk about circumcision. Let's talk about circumcision of the Mammon law, the laws of Aaron and Moses and Levite. Are you under some Levitical law? Sabbath day, rest day? Are you under eye for an eye? No, we're not under that. I'm not under the laws of Aaron and Moses. I'm not under the Old Testament. I live under this new living will and testament. It's supposed to live. It's a living will. Remember, he was the testor of that will. He made a covenant with his bride. He divorced his bride that day when he hung on that tree and called her out in the book of Revelation that I love so much as a whore. Remember, the mother of all idolatry. Idolatry is what I've been teaching you over and over. Pornea, idolatria, the service of these 2 thieves that hang on that cross right in front of your face, like that nose that you don't see, but it's there right in front of your face. You have to look down to see it. Wow, whoa, there it is, right in front of your face. You don't notice it. You don't see it unless you actually he tells you to look up, not down, okay? Because that's what but see, it's as plain as the nose on your face. So go back and study the word, and this is how he reveals these things to you. Because when you'll study the word shalom or peace in the New Testament Greek, Old Testament, and you see where it's written, who said it and how many times, and now you're not reading just the one sentence, but you're reading the context, scripture before and after, this word comes to life. That's why it's a new living will and testament, because it covers this new contract that we're under, not bound by law or fate. Our fate is not sealed by law. We are destined and a bought and paid purchase possession already. We're not under the law. We're under a contract. This is a wedding, not a law. I'm not bound by law. That is fate. I'm not bound by fate. I am destined. There's a difference. I don't know anybody else that's teaching that either. Predestination and the law are 2 different things. I'm not under the law. He said it was fulfilled. All the laws, he said that when he hung. I don't see why people don't get this. You can't put me under the laws of flesh. Oh, you got tattoos? I know I do. I'm not under the laws of Aaron or Moses. I know I'm not supposed to scar, cut, or mark my body, but I'm not under a physical law. That's why I cut it off. Wrestle not against flesh and blood. Circumcise the outer man, said Paul. We have an inner man that cannot sin. He is blameless. It's this flesh. It's the woman. It's the man. Jezebel that causes us. The flesh. You can't be with Father with flesh because this flesh sins. This is why he tells us to cut off the flesh. Circumcise the flesh. Die to flesh daily. Cut it off. Circumcise the outer man. Like an onion, we circumcise it from the inside out, not the male genitalia. We circumcise the inner flesh, and each day we die daily to flesh, and he grows inside of us. So when he starts out as when we're a baby believer, and this is a big flesh skin, because we're all flesh, every time we cut it off from the inside out, it gets thinner and thinner and thinner like an onion. So we just have this little layer of flesh on the outside as Christ just keeps getting larger and larger. It's a reverse circumcision from the inside out. That's why he said, cut it off. Cut the flesh off. Wrestle not against flesh. You're not under the law of flesh. I covered that for you, my bride. You will pay by thalipsis, tribulation, theolobo, pushed from both sides. Theolobo is pinched so that you'll fit through a straight gate. Unless you get pinched and are hated by the world and not loved by, then you're not going to, if you're loved by the world, you're going to be hated by my Father. You're not going to fit through that straight gate. Broad is the way that leads to the wide gate because everybody loves you. Big city lights, living in the big city, fame, fortune, all rich people go to hell. All famous people go to hell. It's in his word. He said it'd be easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than a rich man through the gates of heaven. That's why Donald Trump said, I'm inventing a microscopic line of camels and I'm sparing no expense. That's what he said, brothers and sisters. Can you believe that, what that man said? He said, I'm inventing a microscopic line of camels and I'm sparing no expense. Are you serious? What happened to my screen? It'd be easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than a rich man through the gates of heaven. Donald Trump. I'm inventing a microscopic line of camels and I'm sparing no expense. I hope you gleaned something from this lesson today here, brothers and sisters. This is my image of Donald Trump right here. This should be as plain as it gets, right in your face. Here's Mr. Donald himself. Mr. Burt in the middle of the winter. The sun god Apollyon. Yes. Mr. Warp Speed. Trip around the Yule wheel, baby. Woo! Yeah! At warp speed, baby. Warp speed. Are you ready? Are you ready? All right, guys. Let's finish this thing up. I love you, brothers and sisters. I know I'll just keep going. Thanks for listening, guys. Thanks again. 55 thumbs up. Awesome. 8 of you still hanging out. $30 in super chats. What a blessing this ministry is to me, guys. I got to feed my puppies. It's that time, isn't it? Oh, yeah, it's late. All right. Pastor Revelation, Pastor Apocalypse. Whoa!